Hello and welcome to Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation, our 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons campaign, episode number 35. We live stream our games nearly every Sunday night starting at 4 p.m. here on Twitch, Pacific time, and you can catch up on weekly sessions as well on YouTube. Follow us and turn on your notifications, see when we go live. My name is Corey, or Pinwarp2. I will be running the game as Dungeon Master, and I'm joined by my players, Andre, who's playing Aelin, the Aesmar Monk, Liz playing Archie, Aesmar Wizard, Brad, who's playing Baz, Loxodon Fighter, Ryan, who's playing Blackwind, Half-Orc Ranger, and John, who's playing Jonah, Gnome Artificer, and Sean, who's playing Donequin, Turtle Druid. And with that out of the way, we'll jump into our recap. So session 34, recap. Alright, so our heroes continued to explore the Temple of Ubtao and discover more intricacies of the maze-like structure. As they did so, they discovered Artis Kimbar under assault by their companion Zandala, who was trying to take a magic ring from him. Blackwind leapt into action and attempted to stop her, which resulted in a tense standoff and some heavy damage from a fireball to Blackwind. Blackwind was able to distract Zandala long enough that her concentration broke and Artis was freed from her dominion, seemingly having been unable to remove the ring as commanded. He fought against Zandala, wounding her. Zandala then fled after Artis walled her off with a thick wall of magical ice. The party then gathered, and through further exploration, were able to determine the method with which they could more easily traverse the temple's halls. They also spoke with Artis. However, they didn't have much time, as they had hoped with him, as a strange magical terror was killing people, Flaming Fist soldiers so far, in the temple. Artis explained that he was being hunted by bounty hunters and mage slayers from House Karanak, a vile house out of the nation of Chisenta, far to the east across the ocean. He explained that the city of Mezro was in actuality in a demi-plane of sorts, cut off from this reality and had been since the spell plague. The city around them was merely a facsimile left behind. He wasn't sure exactly how or why this occurred, but through his research over many years, he discovered that it had something to do with a mystical force in Chult known as the Daijobi Senga, which translates to Heart of the Wild, which maintained the lush vital energies of the continent through its connection to the Feywild and allowed the jungles to flourish. He believes that the first step to bringing Mezro back would be to investigate and perhaps return the Daijobi Senga to power. To facilitate this, he tracked down a village along the Mistcliff Mountains known as Tamalka, which, if legend holds true, is the home of a shaman named Wainwraith. He wants to speak with this man and see what might be done. You also learned that Artis was, in fact, married to Alessandra, Archie and Aelin's mother, which makes him their stepfather, technically. Before you could learn more about this, Artis, however, insisted on leaving to draw away the House Karanak assassins in order to keep you all safe. Having left you behind with his notes and a mission, you are now left to finish your explorations of Mezro and decide on your next course of action.
Did Artis leave because he didn't want to have to deal with being our stepfather? Is this his? He went to the store to get cigarettes.
Wait, are you saying he has a history of abandoning children?
we're gonna get back to Port Nine Zara. We're gonna look up House Karanak, and it's just something he made up.
It doesn't actually exist.
Damn it.
Yeah, so right now, I think...
Are we still in the temple? Did we head back, or are we still in the temple?
You guys are still in the temple.
Yeah, Archie and Aelin and
Jonah.
Went back to the tower. Just at least for a little bit, to ensure that whoever was chasing... because you guys were pretty confident that whoever was chasing Artis probably wouldn't have much interest in most of you, but might have interest in Aelin and Archie due to your heritage. So you guys left to go back to the tower for a little bit, and hopefully by the time you return, anyone who was there would have left in search of Artis as well, as was his entire intention of leaving. The other three of you stayed behind, and you went up to the rooftop to just kind of look around and see if you could get any further answers and that kind of thing. And I don't think you guys had left yet. I think you maybe were going to go back to Masika at this point. before
we went and
linking up
talked
with the
to.
others?
We went and talked to the guy that Jonah saw that was sleeping
Mm-hmm.
in the and didn't figure out a whole lot from him other than that he was there to get his judgment or whatever.
He was there to die.
Yeah.
Right, you spent most of the time, your time talking to the older guy.
Yeah.
Towards the end of last session.
And then they went up to the rooftops. Donna Quinn revealed some information about
did he?
the giant crocodile's connection to Death Curse.
To the death curse.
Corey pointed it out. I just wasn't sure if he did actually share that.
No, like I was saying, also, my guy also would mention also he didn't realize, or I didn't realize, that when my master also had a dream about the crocodile, that it was a connection with the death curse.
Mm.
Okay.
I was just saying also I just thought he had a dream about it, and I didn't know why, and that I was sent here to figure out about the death curse. I didn't realize they both were connected. That's why I was confused. But apparently also it's the reason he had a dream about a big, large crocodile and stuff, and that's why I was sent to Mezro and stuff to find out about the death curse, because I was connected in some way.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that was basically what you guys ended on. We are just hanging out in the tower for a couple of hours.
Yeah, because bear in mind that since you guys woke up this morning, it's only probably mid-morning. It's only been a couple hours. You didn't spend a hell of a lot of time actually in the temple.
Yeah.
Overall, maybe a couple hours. So it's not even noon yet.
Yeah, if that. Because it was we entered, we spent a little time in the main hall, but then we split, but we didn't stay in any place for any particular length of time until the talk with artists, and that was 10 minutes, and
Yeah.
I'm out. So
yeah, and the trip from the Mezro's not that big, and it's a pretty straight shot along the wall. It doesn't take you very long to get to the tower to the temple, maybe 10, 20, 15 minutes.
all right.
Something like that. So
Aelin, obviously I want to go back to the tower.
Yeah.
Right. So, because we gotta finish it. If we want to get paid, I basically have to visit every floor. I think that's probably, the goal.
Yeah, I mean, we know how to navigate it. That was the key. So now you just need to map everything and include how to navigate it.
Yeah. So do we figure maybe we stay here for a couple of hours? That gives whoever was in there chasing him enough time to be okay, he's out, he's obviously not here anymore, and to leave. Do you think that's probably?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think everybody else is expecting to meet us here, so we wait here for a couple hours. If they don't show, that could be bad news, or it could mean that they found more stuff in there, and I think either way we should go back.
Okay. So either they'll show up here, or we'll go find them in a couple hours. Okay. Well, yeah, because I was gonna say if they came back here, we could always do the tower a little bit later if we wanted to visit other parts of the city. The outsides. But the reason I want to do the tower as soon as possible is if we have to bail, we have it done. Basically, if we have to bail, because again, without what's her face, we don't have a charter either, so that could be. Oh, so I did a thing.
You did a thing.
Mm-hmm. So this is Archie telling Jonah and Aelin about her finding the Flaming Fist guy, giving him the description of our party members, and so the Flaming Fist now knows we're here and how big of a party we are. I thought we had the charter, so I didn't think it was a big deal.
Well, I mean, maybe he's dead.
Or
I can only hope.
So my thought, and we'll see what you got, was when we go back to the tower, I will go and see if he's still there. Because if he's still there, I can help him get out now, and maybe I can explain the situation that the person with our charter ran away, and see if he has an idea of how that could be okay. I mean, because we'll be saving his life, right? And he was a pretty higher ranking guy. I think a lieutenant or a sergeant or something.
Sure.
Sergeant, I think.
I think he's
Oh.
a sergeant. Yeah.
But didn't Donna Quinn say they were pretty strict?
Yeah, they are very strict. But I mean, then at least
They're
it'll
rules
make
followers.
idea if we need to like just bounce or
Maybe they'll
like,
make our death quick instead of slow.
Well, would you rather I kill him, Jonah? I thought you'd be on board for this.
I
mean, you
think
can
there's
try.
a middle ground between killing them and telling them everything about us.
Right, but the
Yeah.
problem is I already did that.
Oh, I know.
So
I mean,
I
cross that
say
bridge
we
when
avoid
get
them at
to it,
all
I think.
costs.
Yeah,
I wouldn't-
okay.
We may garner the favor from one of them, but I don't know that he's going to have the pull to whoever's higher ranking
well,
on him to
I mean,
say,
he's-
"We'll let these people go."
so for one, he did seem pretty nice and amicable. He was, relatively fine when I was talking to him. He wasn't hostile to me, which is
Really,
one
like
of the
even
reasons
when you showed up in a temple that he
Yeah.
lost all his other men from, he wasn't hostile towards you at all.
No, he basically, I startled him because he was turned the other way. I said who I was, and he's like, yeah, all right, that seems fine. This is legitimately how Archie
As a
read
player, okay, I was gonna say, as a player, I know you're skipping a few steps.
like, Archie
Are you
like,
being
was like, yeah, no, it's
deceptive?
fine. No, not, I mean, maybe, like, not actively. It's not 100%, but she's not actively trying to deceive you. It's how she read the situation. She's dealt with, like, superiors and stuff quite often, so she kind of glazes over that initial potential hostile bit, as long as it's gone okay.
What if all of his men die and then he just gets back and reports, gives a status report and mentions us? I think they're going to start looking for us.
Oh, but he could do that anyway. So this way, we potentially get in ahead of it, save him, garner a little bit of, at least he can vouch for us not being terrible. And maybe, I don't know. I just thought maybe
we don't
could
have
talk
any.
to him.
We don't have any proof that we
I
didn't
see.
kill the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, your plan's okay, but I'm also sort of avoid them at all costs.
Well, right, but the problem is that if we want
I would
to,
have killed them.
I guess it's like, so if he gets out and he just reports back that there's this group and they come across us while we're doing other stuff in the city, I feel like that's much worse. Like, he knows my name. He knows that I'm from Candlekeep. I feel like if I don't do something,
Sure. Okay,
we're kind
that's
of
fine.
burning a bridge. I
But
guess.
maybe going in the future, we don't. We should come up with fake names.
Yeah, but we had the charter. I just didn't.
We did not have a charter. No.
Well, the group.
No. Well. Again, no. The group didn't have a charter. We knew somebody with a charter.
We should have just taken it from her.
Yeah.
That was.
Did you ever see the charter?
We did.
You-
She showed it
did.
to us in the
Yeah.
Thundering
So,
Lizard.
Archie, you think you could draw a charter? You're good with maps.
Corey, from my view of the initial charter, how complicated did it look?
I mean, it had like official seals and shit on it and signatures.
Yeah, I don't think I can do that. The writing part, maybe, but I don't think I have that. Well, I mean, I guess I could potentially fake a seal. Can I remember how well the seal looked, like the shape and stuff of it? Like, was it just like a stamp and a wax?
Do you have
seal?
any particular like feats or skills or techniques or anything that would allow you to do it assist you in that remembrance, or is it just straight up just trying to remember?
Forgery type.
I don't have forgery specifically,
Yeah,
though.
like you-
I have, if it's been less than a week, I have the copy technique from witchcraft, but I don't know if that counts for something like this. If this would be like a general craft for A seal, that would be the only thing I would have, is the eidetic memory trait.
That's what I was asking, if you had something like that. Okay, so...
Yeah, I have it through witchcraft.
When did you...
Been less than a week.
Unless barely.
It's only been 5 days.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
Yeah, 5,
6
6
days.
both,
Yeah, you're still within that window where, yes, right now, if Archie really thinks about it, she can recall what it looked like, yeah.
Okay. I could try.
I
could
mean-
try to make one.
No, we're yeah, can't hurt to have a backup. I mean, I
I
think
mean, we're here for a couple
Jonah's
hours anyway, right?
yeah, Jonah's got a point. If he gets back and tells them, it's not great for us. Also, or that was your point, Archie. Sorry. Also, if he doesn't get back and tells them to tell them, and we run into them, that's also bad for us. Like,
Yeah.
regardless of if they get that information or not, if they just find us wandering around, that's not
Sure.
good. So-
You guys have convinced me.
Yeah, I think let's try and see if we can make a forgery and rely on that. Maybe, I mean, who knows? Maybe the foot soldiers out and about aren't as perceptive or astute, and
That's
you know,
true.
as long as it doesn't have to go to somebody who's official.
They're not looking over the charter with a black light.
Yeah. And then we get back to the temple. We try and find the missing guy. Did he say how many others were in the temple? We saw 2 get
He said,
killed.
I think he said 5. 5 or 6 other than him.
So maybe we can help him find his men. Maybe by then the thing that's been killing them will be gone too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think I don't think we have to put it out there to find his men. If he knows how to navigate it, then he can. But I guess we can all.
Well,
I don't know. I'm just trying to.
maybe we don't tell him how to navigate it. Oh, I guess no, we can't. We can't help him go through it because he goes by himself. Yeah.
And
well,
he, I mean,
we'll figure it out.
he said he was going to stay there until somebody showed up to find him. So that's he was, he's like, I'm lost. I'll stay here until somebody else finds me. I left him with water, so he's not going to be dead. Yeah, assuming nobody else found him. So I guess we'll find out. Okay, so we will spend. I'll spend the couple hours we're going to spend here trying to make a charter.
And during that time, I would kind of just like bounce off some of the stuff that we've learned. I don't know if Archie, Jonah, or I know anything about Chisentia.
Jusentia.
Oh,
I did a roll.
The place.
I mean, you could roll history.
I will.
Could I help him? With
Too
that?
late.
No,
Too
it's a
late.
knowledge check. You can't help with knowledge checks. Not for what he knows exactly, but if you want to roll yourself, because
Sure.
I think you might have rolled earlier as well, Archie, but I can't remember what you got. So let's just.
Yeah, I think
see.
it was around there.
Well, I mean that's pretty good.
Because I rolled high enough to recognize that the dude was a higher rank from Chisentia. So I would
Yeah.
have to say higher. But
Wow.
Jonah,
Jonah,
A lot of
on the other hand-
conspiracies out of Chisentia.
Yeah.
So Chisenta is
And
a
birds.
Chisenta is a not a powerful nation. It's not even really a nation. It's more of like a collection of city-states. Very similar to the Sword Coast, actually, where it's kind of like a region. But like the Lord's Alliance, they kind of have like a mutual like defense pact. They're just south of the Sea of Fallen Stars, or the Inner Sea, kind of the center of the continent of Faerun. The main things to know was, I mean, there's a whole bunch of like historical stuff, but the key things is the spell plague in 1385 really messed with Chisenta. It used to be much more powerful and have a bigger impact on the world stage. After the spell plague, it very much fell into kind of infighting, like warlords, kind of like the United Front was kind of gone after that. Until that is a war hero named Ishwal Karanok rose to rule Chisenta and unified it as a single nation again. And the rule of the Karanok dynasty lasted up until 1479 under the last ruler of that house, Shala Karanok. And then they went to war with a neighboring country known as Threskel, and after that battle and the chaos surrounding the Second Sundering, it then broke up again into squabbling city-states. So it's kind of how it sits right now. One of the major things, however, that is probably of interest to you guys, other than the fact that that's where House Karanok hails from, and it's a powerful house still in Chisenta, but they no longer rule the whole thing anymore.
So we're not enemies of an emperor.
No, not at all.
Just a former dynasty.
But the one thing in Chisenta that is more relevant to what you guys have seen thus far is that there is a place in Chisenta, kind of in the southeastern region, kind of along the southeastern border of the area, which is known as the Maw of the God Swallower. There is a very large, as near as arcane scholars and have been able to study it, which is not a lot. It seems to be a massive sphere of annihilation hovering above the land, basically just eating shit. And there has been a kind of a lot of the kind of disparate peoples of Chisenta and the various pre-nations, or previous nations, have kind of turned to worshipping it as a god, believing it is a manifestation of the god Entropy. So that's a thing. It doesn't seem to be growing larger or doing anything. It's just kind of hovering there. But anything that gets within several miles of it gets sucked into it and destroyed. House Karanok in particular is, well, that area, and that's been there since the Spell Plague.
Okay, so not just the last 5 years.
No, it seems to be it seems to have been a result of the Spell Plague, kind of a leftover remnant of that cataclysmic time. But yeah, House Karanok in particular, since they no longer rule anything, has been known to many of their people, or because bear in mind, House Karanok isn't just like, oh, there's like 2 or 3 brothers and it's House Karanok. No, it's like a large like dynasty of like the last name Karanok is like Smith or something, you know. Like there's a lot of Karanoks in Chisenta, but but plenty of them have kind of turned to the worship of this thing, and in fact they've taken it upon themselves to stylize their own house sigil.
I was just about to ask that.
Oh, the circle.
So there's no connection there between that symbol and Shar. Even though it's the same symbol, it just seems to be the same symbol derived from a different source. It
seems to be, but it is interesting at least that how similar the two symbols are. Shar's symbol tends to be a pure black disc with a very thin purple border. House Karanok's symbol technically is a pure black disc, basically on a field of purple. So
not just a purple, small purple.
No border.
Purple.
Yeah.
The symbol that was painted at Port Castellar
did not have a purple. It was just a. That's why you may have mistakenly thought that was the symbol of Shar there, but it was just a black disc. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, and yeah, like I said, Chisenta does. I mean, and House Karanok does have standing armies, but they're not like a unified nation.
Well, and so you said that they thought it was a manifestation of entropy. Entropy is Shar, right? They're the same.
Some scholars would agree with that. Others think that it's a more of a primordial entity.
Well,
but
and the same thing with Ishao, right? That
Mhm.
there was that they also worshipped some being of entropy that had a similar symbol as Shar. Maybe it was Shar. There was some connection there, but similar but different in the same way that they're similar but different with this sphere.
Mhm.
Well,
All connected.
I just imagine the three of you in the
Jonah,
temple with your cork
Of
board
course
and
you would know
strings.
this. Everything's connected.
Well,
Um,
while you guys are mulling that over and attempting your forgeries and discussing things, those of you back in the temple, where are you? You just talking to that old guy, the maze walker guy. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be like, any sort of like manifestation of the temple. It's just kind of like a guy on a pilgrimage here to essentially to present himself to Ubtao for his death. I don't know if you have anything else you'd want to do in the temple here, or what's the plan for the three of you?
I think I'm good as far as I'm aware of.
Yeah, my main thing is just sort of making sure that Blackline is able to do what he needs to do. Now that we're talking to the guy, I would say, well, why don't we go check to see if Masika is still in the audience room. That's where she said she was going, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
She wanted to look at that symbol.
Yeah, see what she's up to.
And with the revelation of the talking crocodile, I mean, it's we've got a direction, or I've got a direction with my next
Indeed.
steps. What a twist! The crocodile hunter.
That's not a
Good
knife.
I'm glad that your direction is made clear to you. It seems like mine is scampered off.
Like mud stirred up in shallow waters.
As his personal
Clear as
quest is
mud.
shriveled up.
Yeah. They decided to leave. That's okay.
It's not like this was my whole mission.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Cinder asked you to help Artis. Artis gave you guys a mission about this Daijobi Senga thing.
Well, no,
That's true.
She didn't specifically ask me to help Artis. She
That's
said
true. It was a little
She
disjointed.
said
Yeah.
help her find artists, right?
didn't even say that. Said that go to Chult Zendala looking for artists. It was basically that.
You think dying people would be more eloquent?
It's maybe trying to warn that Zendala, which she never explained. Yeah.
Never explained.
Okay. She did say help. She said Zendala looking for artists. Chult, you must help. Promise.
You must help.
But her artists, it's very vague. Gotta help someone.
Hard to say what Zendala's overall reason is, though. I mean, she's very.
Out of character, Brad does not think that Zendala was evil.
I do.
I think that she was like had a thing.
I think she played us from the beginning like a fiddle.
Nope, I don't think so. But all right, but yeah. Anyway, so yeah, let's. Why don't we go see what Masika's up to?
Hopefully, not lose any more friends, or potentially. I mean,
Indeed.
we're like 90 or 80% certain that was probably Azaka's feet.
They
We're 100%
were
sure, but
leather boots with Chultan legs in them. Other than that, there's literally
we never
nothing
really
else
looked at her
there.
feet
So.
I mean, I can certainly hope that it was someone else.
God,
But until we find her, I don't know what else to think.
Oh,
Corey,
Yeah.
out of character, just as a note of, we were told this and I don't remember. what happens if your guide dies when you're out with them? Like when you come back?
What do you
Good
mean?
question.
Well,
Well,
for like the pay or
yes.
Is Joe Ball gonna come knock on our door?
Like I'm pretty sure we asked what happened. I don't remember.
Oh, you mean like as far as payment and shit? I'm like, I'm
As
assuming
far
their
as, like,
families are sad and people like that.
rules stuff.
Yeah,
Repercussions.
I mean,
yeah,
yeah, technically they are an employee of Joe Ball, so you
Yeah.
would, if their guide, I mean, there's no like additional fees or anything, but if they, unless of course they suspect you killed them to try to get out of it, but, yeah, if a guy dies in the wilderness, essentially that doesn't negate the contracted fee, which would then would go to cover their funeral expenses and family, whatever.
yeah, yeah.
So
like,
so if for example, if you suspect Azaka is in fact dead and you get back to the port, you would report that to Joe Ball
Joe.
and his organization so that they can collect any remaining fee,
Gotcha.
which would have been the basic. Usually that's why there's a payment up front. With Azaka, there wasn't, or was there?
We put it away at the bank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they would collect that at least and use that to take care of anything for her quote unquote estate.
Okay.
So we would just forfeit the payment up front, and that's it.
Yeah, because they have no way of verifying how long.
Exactly. I was just that's what I was thinking. It's like, well, now that Azaka's gone, let's just hang out in the jungle for another 3 months. Then we get back and like, oh, well, you agreed to $5 a day. So
No.
Yeah, there's no way to verify when she died, so it's basically when
Yeah.
you get back.
But at the same token, if she had died like a week out and you went back, like that initial fee would still be gone, right?
Right.
Normally, when you
We
get
might
back,
as
they
well
would refund
stay.
you the difference, right? But if they're dead, then they just take the entire fee to help
Gotcha.
cover things. Yeah.
So yeah, so it was 50 basically. We covered 10
It
days.
was
with the
150.
It was
$5 per
$5
day for
times
30
30.
days.
Right.
Which I've got set aside in the bank. I have
Right.
noted that on my inventory.
Okay. Jeez, that's a lot.
oh, so okay, never mind. Doesn't matter.
So we should stay out as long as possibly.
The
No,
guy.
we should. Yes. Okay,
Well-
I'm taking disguise. We're going to get our money back.
Oh my god, I could make myself look like a flaming fist person. But I
Yeah,
can't
but that doesn't really help us.
Yeah. No, I was thinking like if we needed to like get past, just be like, yeah, I'm escorting these people. Or
I can make it all look like flaming fist people, but we need the charter.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut it. Sorry, you guys were going to see Masika.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what we're doing.
Well, through various portals, you make your way, and by various I mean the next one, because you now can just navigate them. You find yourself back in the audience chamber. Masika is there, standing on the throne, looking down at the image of the city. She seems deep in thought, and is kind of like just kind of concentrating on it. She does obviously notice you. You're in her direct line of sight when you step into the room. She kind of looks up a moment and doesn't hop off. Just sits there.
Just
you find what you're looking for.
She shakes her head. No, not yet. And it's interesting. It's some of it is so similar to how I remember it, but others, it's just strange for me. I was walking these streets not a year ago, and now to think that, what are we, according to artists, what, hundreds of years, 100, 120, 130, whatever it's been, years has passed for them. Like, I can't imagine it. Like, is time, do you think time has stood still? But obviously not. There's new buildings, but does that mean all the people I knew are no longer there? So if that's the case, is there even a place for me? I don't know. It's a lot to think about.
certainly a odd situation that find yourself in. But I think what Artist seems like he wants to do is a noble thing. We want to bring this city back to its rightful place, and hopefully you back to your rightful place.
She looks a little like, what's the word, like consternation on her face. She's like, but is that what we want to do? Like, they obviously thought it was for the best, and they haven't come back themselves. I mean, artists seem to think that they couldn't, perhaps, but what if that's by design? Like, the rest of the nation, the rest of the continent's moved on without them. There's new nations. Like, if Mezro comes back, like, what are the Fists going to think about this? What are the merchant princes going to think about that? Do they just turn over the country back to Mezro? Like, that's not going to happen. I can't imagine it'll cause anything but strife and war, more than there already is. Anyways.
Valid point.
But regardless, though, it's all conjecture. We don't know. So either way, though, I think he is right that whatever the Heart of the Wild, I mean, restoring it, perhaps if that can restore some balance to the land, and maybe, I don't know, do something about the undead or the death curse, if it's even at all related to that. I mean, I think you should try. I've been giving it some thought, and I think you should try.
Yeah, I mean, but the points that you raise are totally valid, and something that we should think about. And if we somehow, by whatever means, who knows, are able to reach this place and figure something out, then if we ask them, it's like, well, do you even want to be returned? And they're like, hell no, we like it here. Then I don't think it's our right to deny them their agency. But if they're like, no,
get us the fuck out of here,
we're trapped, help us, I think then that's our duty.
They're in a pocket dimension.
Yeah. If, of course, we're even afforded the opportunity to have that conversation.
Exactly. At this point, it's all hibberty jibberty to me. I don't know.
It's like, and also
sent back.
Sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, he was just going to say, perhaps you were, I mean, to put it simply, chosen by and sent to maybe either reintegrate or maybe even just guide and stop whatever was happening. Maybe that was beginning to happen. Maybe you have something that you don't realize, that your potential has yet to even come to fruition.
It's true.
Your gods may have a plan for you.
Like, wow. Maybe, who's to say? And she kind of like turns and like traces the symbol again, and the image of the other city vanishes. It's like, but I don't think we're gonna get any answers staring at this. At least none that I could find. And she kind of hops down with a triple backflip. No, just kidding. Just a normal jump off of the throne.
Does some dope monk shit for no reason.
And she's like, well, as near as I can tell, I think the temple is. She's like, I'm not sure why, but I can kind of, I don't know. It feels different than it did when we first came in. And I think whatever that thing was that was killing these people, and she kind of points over at the dead. Or did you take that body out?
Nope.
No, he's still there, right? In the audience chamber, the guy that got busted through his chest?
Sure is.
Yeah. It's like,
I searched him for a charger.
Yeah, he didn't have a charger. She's like, but I don't sense any. It just feels cleaner, I guess. I don't know, but maybe we can. Oh, well, hopefully I was gonna say your friend, but that's not really the case, is it? Hopefully, Artis has drawn them away at least, but we should probably link up with the others before anything else finds them, or strength in numbers and all that.
Okay, well, if everyone is ready to go, let's head out.
I'll eat fourth.
All right. Not too long
And,
later, you all arrive at the tower. Oh, sorry.
Hold on. I will take I'll just sort of pick up the body, and then when we exit, does it come with me?
Yep.
Okay.
It seems it's considered an object now.
I'm gonna take it over to the boats. I'm just gonna place it in the boat. Like, hopefully someone will find his body here.
As a warning to the others. Just kidding. Okay. Yeah, there's still nobody at those two boats that are sitting there. They're just kind of like tied to like tree trunks, floating there in the channel.
And then then we'll make our way down.
Okay. So probably unless anybody else does anything or anything else happens along the way, probably about 20 minutes, half hour or so later, you would be arriving at the tower, where the rest of you are waiting for them. Why is Masika not in the combat tracker? She's gone. I must have killed her.
Oh, you
Masika's
son of a
feet.
bitch.
Then who's in there with them?
Oh, now she's hostile. Oh god.
Oh god. She's
Oh, she's not ID'd now either. What's going on? Okay, now she is.
Ori. Wow. I'll let you fish this.
Whoa! Sorry. One sec. I'm having an issue.
And yours breakdown?
Alright. Sorry, yes.
Stay in the temple.
Yes,
Oh god.
Jonathan.
All right. While everybody was, I don't know how far in advance timeline we are, but while Archie was working on the map, can I scrounge around looking for beeswax?
I don't think that's any of your... No, I'm just kidding. So funny. Yes, you can. Do like in the tower, like in those crates and things, and looking.
Or I was thinking outside the tower in the overgrown portions.
I have wax. I don't know if it's beeswax.
Oh, well, that's fine then. I just needed wax for the seal.
Yeah, I do have wax. Because I bought it to make vellums, to wax them, to make them waterproof.
Perfect.
I think so. You guys have been in the tower for probably, I mean, we'll say 45 minutes by the time the rest of them show up, because they did not take long leaving after you. Well, I guess no. We kind of probably an hour and a bit before they'll show up. So I don't think that's enough time to complete your charter, but we'll say that. Because, well, would it be?
I mean, we're not really in a rush. We can sit around and keep working on it.
Yeah, by the time the others show up, you'd probably be like working on it and everything. But here you all are, back at the ruined tower in the south.
Hello.
What's up, guys?
No sign of Zendala, eh?
Nope. No Zendala, no Azaka.
I definitely wouldn't recommend that we hang out at our normal spots that we mentioned.
Sure.
If
Can
we
I do
turn-
a quick... I didn't actually do this when we arrived. Can I do a quick investigation for any, like a mark on the wall or something that might have been left I didn't actually look. We just went, oh, you're not here. Like, can I just look around quickly for something like that?
Sure, there's nothing.
Okay. There's nothing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Blackwind, the only people that knew were Azaka and Zendala. And
Zendala may have turned.
Sure, but I would rather meet either one of them. Like, I think staying in a place where we can hopefully, find Azaka if that wasn't her that got erased. Or, if Zendala shows up, maybe she can explain herself.
Yeah, we can actually ask her.
I believe that Azaka could find us if she wanted to. She's not without her outdoor skills.
Oh.
Sure.
But she also may be
Zendala.
injured, so I'd like to make it as easy as possible. But I agree. She's very reliable.
But I'm worried that she's going to try to bring the Flaming Fist down upon us.
I'm
Good
worried.
chance.
If I'm worried she's going to try and steal our boat.
Maybe, but I think it's more likely she'll go to the Flaming Fist. She's stuck here. She can't make it.
She's not very good at surviving.
Right.
Well,
she needs some people to help. If she's not going to come to us.
Yeah, and she's not the one who hired the boat. I don't think they'll.
Sure, but if she runs
I don't
back,
think they'll take her word for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll still
They'll
wait.
still
How long?
wait.
Yeah.
My thing with her is, so we know she can use spells that are quite a bit higher than my level. Do we know she could, like, when she went out on that other expedition with that group, the other dude, the guy she was with, he said that he said that she kept them alive, and she was the one. Without her, they would have all been dead. We don't know that she can't go through the jungle. She may be powerful enough to go through on her own. Like, he said that she was the one that kept them alive. Without her, they would have been dead. So,
yeah, but
You're right.
But then why
along
even
the way
bother
of
with us?
The zombies.
That's even better. I mean, if she could do it by herself, we're a complication.
maybe she didn't know how to get there.
She didn't find her way through the jungle, I don't think.
That's true.
Well, what I mean is we were the ones who knew where Mezro was, not her. She didn't know where it was.
I mean, the Flaming Fist do too.
Yes, that's true.
It's not secret knowledge.
It's not. That's true.
She could have gotten this. Got the charter. Where's Mezro?
That's true. That's a good point.
I don't believe wandering through the woods was her forte, but
yeah, I think she can survive clearly, but I don't know if she would go through it on her own.
Well, on the note of the Flaming Fist, I'm trying to make a charter.
Yeah, we have an
this is our
arts and
backup
crafts
plan.
project going.
Hey, Archie.
Yeah,
Can I borrow your spyglass?
absolutely.
I'm gonna go
we
outside.
got an extra one too.
I'm gonna go outside on the wall, and I'm just gonna scout around. I just want to see what I see.
I'm just gonna sentinel it.
Yeah, keep an eye out for that Barae zombie.
I want to see if I see Zendala anywhere, or Zaka anywhere, Flaming Fist anywhere, what have you.
Smart.
Sure. Give me a perception check.
Does he get advantage with the spyglass? Or is that only if you're trying to look at something specific? I don't know how it works.
I don't think it's just a general catch-all, like, on every perception check, no matter what.
Sure.
Yeah, so, yeah.
No, then that's why I asked.
But can he smell them on the wind?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, glancing around, you don't see any of those three things that you listed. No Azaka, Zendala, no Flaming Fist. But from where you are, just down here, you can't really see. The only section you can see decently is the agricultural section. But just from this side of the wall, like, you can't really see down into the residential section from the wall that you're on. So you can kind of see like the rooftops in the distance and stuff. And you can see the Flaming Fist camp way over here, barely. Way in the distance. So that's the only Flaming Fist you see. And down over here, in all of the agricultural district, you definitely see a lot of crocodiles hanging out along the banks and swimming in the water here. But you don't see any people moving about. Even when you looked over where the bonfire is, which is out now as far as you can tell, you don't see anybody around. But then again, the vegetation is very thick, so they could very well just not be in line of sight. Because even these buildings, like these are like the rooftops of like the taller buildings and stuff. Like there might be plenty of buildings underneath the canopy of this overgrowth that exists. You can't see. Just the bigger buildings stick out over the outgrowth.
Okay.
But yeah, nothing immediately threatening either going your way. You would notice that there are some zombies have started to congregate around the channel leading out again. You're not sure why, but they're just kind of like probably only like a half dozen or so, just kind of like stumbling in the water.
Yeah.
I share my little trip up to the top of the temple, and then of course with Donnakin's revelation about the talking crocodile. I mean, it's a slight lead on what I might need to check into next at some point.
Sure. So you want to talk to a giant talking crocodile?
Well, apparently it's already known as a talking crocodile, so I'm not sure what the deal is. It could mean many things.
So artist mentioned it. There's a tribe who they worship a crocodile god who can see the future. There's the dwarf from Candlekeep. He's Eberron Coal Scuttle. They're called Children of the Crocodile, and he leads the tribe from over there.
Yeah, didn't they say something about stuff convincing them stuff to have be able to go and see the crocodile or something along those lines?
Yeah, he did.
An audience with the crocodile for whatever reason.
Yeah, he's the one we need to convince, this dwarf. And I was hoping that since he's from Candlekeep, I'm from Candlekeep, but he might be more willing to talk.
The temple was considered the prophecy.
He's in the agriculture. Remember when we saw the fires over on that building?
Maybe he has a charter.
But I also share the images I saw about the dark sphere, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was the residential area that was just, I can't remember what it was exactly. It was just flame, yeah.
Yeah, it was red flame.
So, what it means, he's not sure, but whatever it is, I think the source from whatever, maybe the dark circle, so that meaning the...
Is the dark circle a sphere of annihilation? It was pulling things into it, right?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's also that Shar or whatever that worship.
That's what I mean.
So
if it's
they could be
anything to do with Karanok.
So my interpretation when I was on the balcony like that was that those were the things that were kind of happening in the sections of the city, right? So you got the red fire guy, you got the crocodile guy. Sphere of annihilation, that's good. If that freaks me out now, I wanted to go to that section. But
I'm not sure if it's meaning the sphere or if that means,
what I mean is it might be Shar or Ashao or House Karanok. That might be what's happening over there currently.
And then
that's the
burning.
interpretation.
Yeah. So anyways, so you had the vision too then. So.
I did. Yeah, when I was
or
up on
that. You went up there anyways. So.
I did. That was where I ended up first. And I was like, oh, I'm out.
Bye.
Bye. But yeah, now that's interesting.
Are we still staying in this little area also for a little bit still?
Well, it's probably
while
like
we finish up this charter, yeah.
yeah, it's probably
Okay,
it'd probably take you about maybe another hour before she'd be done from now, and then that would be probably like 1 o'clock or so in the afternoon.
Okay. Did somebody say they had an extra what you got? Sight thing?
There was one that we
what?
picked up.
What you got?
Telescope.
Also? The sight things.
Oh yeah,
Looky glass thing.
yeah.
My glass.
Too.
Do you mind if I borrow one?
Not at all.
So I will say thank you, and I will look out and look towards the crocodiles in that section area. By doing that, Corey, am I able to study the crocodile?
Like the normal crocodiles?
Just normal
Yeah.
crocodiles and stuff in the things like that. So that's what I will spend my time doing and basically saying, "Oh, these guys are fascinating." So I learned so much from these.
Sure. Yeah.
They're
Absolutely.
sunbathing.
Yeah, they're swimming. They're walking around. You see some of them like grab like, some small animals or whatever shit they eat, and like pull it into the water and stuff. So you're able to like watch them in their natural habitat. If
Yeah,
only
I'll
David
look at them.
Attenborough was here.
Do I need to make a roll for?
Do you need to?
'Cause-
No, but do you want to?
Yeah. Yes, I do want to use it to study a beast. Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's you. Oh, so what did I can't remember? Is it?
It's a DC 10 plus CR.
Oh, thanks.
Just a sec, bud.
DC 10, and was it what skill was it? Nature?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
what would
I
that
mean,
be under?
what else would it be? It's got to be
What would it be
nature.
under?
That
It'd
a
be either
perception,
nature or
like
technically
watch
maybe
it?
animal handling. I would allow
So
animal
what-
handling actually as well. Well, no, nature's what
What's
the
it under,
knowledge-
you think? I'm trying to figure out where I would find where it said that. To be able to study and all that stuff. Will that be under my wild shape, you think?
Oh, it
Yeah,
wouldn't be in there unless
Yeah,
you
it's a
wrote it in.
house roll, I think.
What's that, Corey?
It wouldn't be in there unless you wrote it in there. It's not.
No, there must be somewhere also in there also for studying the beast to be able to do it, right?
You have nature and animal handling listed. Animal handling specifically says can be used to determine intent and behavior of beasts, but it does say you can use it to identify beasts as well.
But yeah, like it's part of my wild shape thing also to be able to study also animals and stuff to be able to turn into them.
Is it under your abilities?
It's called like study a beast also, but I can't remember where I found it also to see if it says anything specific about
Oh,
it.
Abilities, maybe?
I think it was in. Was it in my house rule document?
No, that's where I was just looking.
Oh, I have no idea where. I know. I actually now remember writing that down somewhere too. Where the hell was it? Was it under the list of shapes that we put together?
Like I was saying,
The
it's
ones that, but yeah, I think it'd be for if it's beasts. I think either one, nature or animal handling, whichever. I don't know if it makes a difference for you.
it doesn't. It's more nature also for.
Well,
It doesn't. It does make a difference actually a little bit.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one's
Because
wisdom.
one's intelligence, one's wisdom. So.
Yeah, I would be on. In my opinion, I would say the wisdom one would be more applicable for what you're trying to do. So,
Okay.
yeah, you can use animal handling for that. Well, that was pretty good. Okay.
And I'll try and find where that says. I know it says it somewhere because I wrote it down, but I didn't write enough of it. So because I can use it now, because I have advantage after 3 encounters if I fail. So if I watch it so I does the amount of times, I get advantage on the more times now. So if I
Right.
want.
Yeah.
So I'll try and
Okay. Yeah, I don't know where it is. I know it's somewhere, but you're right.
Okay.
I now.
But yeah, that's what I
remember-
spend my time doing. Also, is studying all stuff, different crocodiles and stuff like that, and
Okay.
as well as keeping an eye on, like looking at the the big talking crocodile thing that you did.
Oh well, I mean, you can't see the big talking crocodile from here.
Okay.
That was like.
There's a statue.
Oh, it's because we were up top and now we're down below, right? Okay.
But you're fairly certain that it's, according to what you saw from the top of the tower, that it's in this lake here, off to the right, not in like the main waterway that runs through it.
Okay.
But you can't really see that lake because of the trees and shit. Okay. Archie, let's take care of this. See how good you are.
Oh boy.
So you're trying to make a copy. You can make an exact forgery. It even says in the Eidetic Enterprise. You can,
Yeah.
As long as you've seen it last week, which you have. So you don't have. So let's see. What would you have? I'm gonna say this is a. What level would this be?
Just putting it out there, I'd be willing to help in whatever way I can.
Okay. I think Jonah was going to help with the wax as well, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to hopefully carve a symbol.
For the seal.
Yep.
Awesome.
I'm. Beautifully embroidered shirt, simple sign. It wasn't like a super elaborate thing with like tons of like scroll work and shit around it. It was a pretty straightforward document with signatures and then the seal, the symbol of the fist on it. So, and if you need to reference the symbol of the fist, you can look at the camp, one of the flags through the telescope. If you don't remember what it looks like, it's literally a gauntleted fist with flame around it. But
So that's a knowledge dice.
so I would say you'd have knowledge. I feel like this. I feel like this would just be a level 2. I don't think it's going to be an intermediate or advanced craft for you. Maybe if it was real fancy with like all sorts of like different imagery and like I said like scroll work around the sides and stuff, it might be intermediate. But I'm going to say it's level 2. So that's DC. So that's 15.
Okay.
You'd have the knowledge from your eidetic.
So I have Council Crafter, which means I can get knowledge twice if I have 2 unique sources. I don't know if I do.
You've only got your memory, so that's
Okay.
just one. Yeah. If
Fair
you
enough.
had a copy, if you had a copy of a different one as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've just got your own memory, so I'm gonna
I
say
wasn't-
knowledge once.
Fair enough.
You have assistance, so you've got that.
Can I use my high quality ink to gain high quality materials? My ink and paper that I've got?
Sure. Yeah, I'd allow that. So knowledge, high quality, and assistance. Sacrifice. I mean, there's not really much you could do outside of using your inspiration, so you can decide on that.
I don't have any.
And generosity, you're doing this for yourself. You're gaining a benefit from it, so.
I mean, I'm doing it to protect everybody in my galaxy.
No.
I'm doing it so Donna Quinn doesn't get caught again.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna say no. Generosity, no, not for this one.
Okay.
So 3 dice plus your you start with you got 2 because you're tier 2, right? So
yes,
5d6 plus your 5d. It's only 15. You should.
How sure do I want to make it sure?
I mean, you don't. You
do
don't
I have to
worry.
decide?
No, you can wait till the end if you
And
want
see if I need more. So, well, because I can also get high quality materials twice. So I have the ink. I don't think I have high quality vellum though. Like paper. I don't think so. I have vellum, but I don't think it's considered high quality.
Did you craft it yourself?
I have not.
Could I do a quick craft on the seal and maybe get a high quality material
Seal.
for the seal, and that might count forward to her?
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
Cool.
We'll see. The seal would be. Well, do you have eidetic memory as well?
No, but you said we could look at the camp, and well, I just need to
Oh
do
shit!
the
Yeah, of course.
flaming
You can look at
fist.
it. Yeah, you do. Yes. Yes, you can.
An 18
Every time
montage.
Jonah looks away, oh, I forgot what it was.
Put it up against the window trace.
I feel like just doing that is on. I'm gonna say this is pretty simple, straightforward. You can look at it and just try to. So let's say yours is a DC 10. You don't have high quality materials for yourself, do you?
No.
So
Not for this.
You've got the knowledge, at least, plus your base dice, DC 10. The
Okay.
generosity, it's for something that's also for you, so I'm not going to give you that either.
Sure.
Um,
So 3 dice?
Yeah, it'd be 3 dice, DC 10. Easy. Okay.
And look at that 6.
all right.
Very nice.
Does-
So,
Does that make it high quality?
yep.
Okay.
Sweet. Okay, so that's
66.
1, 2, 66.
And it's
Yeah.
only
Plus
15.
Your
Yeesh.
like ability modifier is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Plus
Efficiency
your
bonus.
crafting ability modifier.
What is that?
What do you use to make maps?
Dex
Intellect?
or intelligence.
Cartography.
Intelligence. Yeah. Okay, so it's a +7.
I don't know if you can do it.
Unless
Unless you roll all ones. In which
So
case
I'll
it
start-
explodes because of that substantial flaw, or the dangerous flaw.
That's true. Let's hope I do have
Remember,
the finishing
you
technique
don't-
that allows a reroll.
Remember, you don't. You can just roll them one at a time to hit the DC. You don't have to keep rolling. So just roll them one at a
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I'll start with it's a 15, so I'm gonna need 2 even with a +7. So I'll start with the 2. Of course, there's a
Okay,
1.
There's a 1, but you can re-roll. You said.
Yeah, I can do it at the end. I can decide if I want to. It's the level 2 thing everybody gets. You learn to
Finishing
relax.
touches.
During the fine-tuning stage, you may re-roll 1d6 and use the second result, reduce the flaw stack of the project by
Right.
1, or increase the boon stack by 1.
Right.
So I might get one that like
Yeah,
cancels
yeah.
it out. We'll see. So that was 2.
Okay.
This is 3.
You
That was
can't
for
fail
fabled.
now. Okay, so you hit it 16,
Okay.
and then if you can just remove the flaw and you'll be done if you want.
Yeah, or I can roll 2 more times and try and get
A boon.
a boon. So it's
Is-
real nice.
Is there a
It's-
point?
No, I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'll use the finishing touch to get rid of the flaw, so that it's just a straight copy. It's a straight straight fortune.
Well, based on what you remember the other one looking at like, it looks pretty darn authentic to you.
Cool.
I-
Yeah.
You just gotta hope that there's not some sort of like secret encoding like that they can cross-check something with, but even if that's
Well-
the case, it looks like the one Zendala had. So
Yeah. How come it has
Yeah.
Zendella's name and not our names on it?
yeah,
God.
I was gonna say I would
Confidence
assume
so
you would
perfect.
change the wording to include you guys, not to look. We have this one, but what's your names? You're not on here. Yeah, I assume you're not that dumb.
We have
I
the
would've-
description of a Zendella, and you guys don't match it. How did you get the description of Zendella?
It's in our central database here, sir. And oh, by the way, there's a fee on your account, overdraft. So
We have a backup charter.
at about 1 in the afternoon, nobody interrupts you guys as you're in this tower, and you create this charter that, as the ink finishes drying, you're pleased with your work. Donna Quinn, you have studied these
Thank-
fascinating creatures for a lengthy time, and you believe that, well, perhaps, maybe, give it a shot at some point. Maybe not right now, because you limited times per day and all. But
Thank you guys for the help. I think we did good.
I think we did well. And we also
I
did
think
good.
we did good too.
Okay. This makes me more comfortable. At least we have a backup, that it's not just an attack on site sort of thing. Hopefully.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, do we want to go try and talk to the crocodile, or do we want to go try and talk to the dwarf man first?
Same thing.
Same exact thing.
Yeah, dwarf man is the
Is the crocodile.
we're supposed to talk to the dwarf man to get an audience with the croc. Because he's the worshippers. He's like the leader of the
Yeah.
worshippers.
He's like the crocodile's secretary.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or I would like to head back to the tower and just get that out of the way.
Sure.
That might be better, so we're not wandering around in the jungle there in the dark.
Well,
Yeah,
and
if
then
there's no questions or answers that people still need and so like that, we should try to get as much to that before we go and
wander
get
around.
more enjoyed that also from the rest of the place, right? Like
That was my thought, so that if we have to bail for any reason, if we have to just run, it's taken care of. The
True.
payment.
Yeah, the temple is the most straight shot thing that we can go to. With
Yeah.
the fewest complications. So yeah, let's just go do that.
Okay.
Well,
Masika would
and we
also
might be able to.
Sorry.
Nope. Go ahead, Masika. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
She would just basically say that, as well, just in case for some reason whoever's pursuing Artis catches him, kills him, and then comes back, it'd be better to
Not be in the
perhaps-
tower.
Hmm.
Oh, speaking of artists, and in his notes, he kept one last thing we might want to do while we're here. He kept a building here that he stayed at in his notes in the market ward where Masika wanted to go for her house. He keeps a house up there too. So I don't know if we wanted to look into that. What if we go that way? I just
Yeah, I think we
something
should. I mean,
I didn't mention.
given the time, I think we should do a thorough exploration of the city and find what we can. And I'm sure there's lots to be uncovered.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt we're gonna
A
make
place
it back
that-
soon.
Yeah.
So
It's a place that what's her face doesn't know either. So
Mm.
yeah, she doesn't know about it. That's true. Zendala has no idea about it, unless she's listening in right now. But she doesn't know where it is. So
She
I
just
didn't
knows
say.
it exists
She knows it exists.
in the library district.
He stayed with the crocodiles.
Inside the crocodile.
in his gullet.
Okay. All right. So let's head back to the tower. Finish that up. I only have a couple of questions and for research library purposes. Other than that, it's mostly just seeing and mapping every floor.
Okay.
So
Before we leave, I will spend 10 minutes to put an alarm around the tower.
oh, smart,
nice.
Jonah.
Good.
Good
We
thinking.
can even say that you were working on that as you guys were discussing leaving and where you're going. That way you don't have to just go, well, as everyone's about to leave, wait 10 minutes! Ah, shit. Couldn't you have done this
10 more
earlier?
minutes.
Does anyone else need to use the washroom before we leave?
Comprehend.
It was that
on my
sort of
turn,
situation.
You know,
Everybody getting their gear.
I should ritual cast comprehend languages. 10 more minutes.
And detect magic.
Now,
Where's off of them
comprehend
you
lasts
get there?
That's
Oh,
what I
yeah.
say. Comprehend lasts for an hour, so that's why I do it. But no,
an alarm lasts for like 8, right? Or 24, or some ridiculous long time.
Yeah. It's
A long
long.
Okay.
it always lasts all through our night watch, so at least
Yeah.
Yeah, at least. Yeah, I think it's exactly 8. I think it.
Yeah, I think that's what it's designed for, is helping protect your camp when you're
Mhm.
sleeping. Okay. So
All right.
you set up and it only goes off for like lizards and cockroaches and shit aren't gonna set it off, right?
It's whatever he decides.
Yeah,
Jonah
not
can
lizards or cockroaches.
Okay. You exclude because there's lizards and cockroaches and shit in this room, so it's
Sure.
kinda like-
Bipedal stuff.
Okay. Bipeds.
Medium-sized creatures.
The
or
centaur,
something.
the Flaming Fist centaur core is safe. That's good. So,
Dude, I want to see that.
One
so do
big
I now. That's gonna
division
be a
is
thing.
fine.
It's
What if they
awesome.
all have one leg?
Do you imagine just like a large like contingent of like centaur, battlefield and like heavy armor with lances? That'd be fucking badass.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that'd be
basically,
scary.
like we say, it's cavalry without the downside.
Yeah.
Because they are the ones attacking instead of just
Yeah.
being controlled. It's awesome. It's the best of both worlds.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway.
Just defeat them with a sturdy set of stairs and ladders, though. That's the downside to being centaurs.
See, I assume centaurs can climb a ladder because they use their front feet and their arms.
Do you think horses can climb ladders, Liz?
Horses don't have arms.
Yeah.
How heavy
Centaurs do.
do you
Man,
think they are?
they
How
they
much
must
weight
really
does a
have
ladder
upper
hold?
body strength if they can lift their horse bodies
And
up.
their front hooves, they can push
Yeah,
up.
but all the center of gravity is like
Told you.
5 feet out from them.
Well, sure.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
saying it's easy, but I think it could be done.
And let's be honest, how much weight do you really think a ladder step has, especially if it's a wooden one?
It's an adamantine ladder. So
Then, sure, why not?
I know my
I'm
next
just saying
character.
hypothetically, I think
I
it
was
could be.
just about to say, if anyone decides to make a centaur and then bitches that they can't follow the party around easily,
Be
See,
a
Cent-
wizard so he
cent-
can levitate.
yeah, Tensor's floating disc. This is the one situation
any-
I'll allow it.
I have that.
Are there any mythical creatures that are like a centaur, but the other way? It's like human legs, but like a horse.
Yeah, they're called Bojacks.
They're called
Oh,
Bojacks.
They're called Bojacks. Yeah.
Bojack Horseman.
Hmm. I
Uh,
want to be that so that I can walk around fine.
I would allow you to be Bojack Horseman. Sure. I mean, is it really
You
more
always look
exotic than what
surprised
you are right
with the
now?
horse.
Bipedal elephant man.
They always have that look of surprise, like the horse head masks always have too.
Hate those things.
Okay, so
No,
not
Bo-
long
Bojack
later.
Horseman is just a horse, isn't he?
No, he's a
No,
he's a man with a
he's
horse.
a man
head.
with a. I mean, yes, but he walks around on two legs and has human hands and wears
yeah,
human
yeah.
clothes.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, like, yeah, it's animals and Bojack are weird.
I really wish though. I wish that there actually was like a named like creature type that is that,
Yeah.
It's
so
a
that I
tor-
could say,
It's a
oh,
torsion.
we'll call them for the purposes of this joke. We'll call them Bojacks. Like, oh, I'm actually half centaur, half Bojack, but I just look like a human. I've got the legs of a Bojack and the top of a centaur.
You should see my brother. He got the other half.
Yeah, he's just a horse.
Oh my god.
Together.
That's
Horson?
The name for a horse-headed human is an Ipotane. Ipotane?
Ipotane?
It's a Greek
Same name.
mythological creature.
How do you
Of
spell that?
course it is.
Ipotane.
I
Of
don't ever
course
recall
it's a
ever
Greek
hearing about them.
They're
It was-
all Greek.
It was one of the less popular mythological creatures.
yeah.
It got left out of most of the parties.
Wait, oh.
He never was invited to the parties.
Yeah.
Okay,
Even
that's actually,
Cerebus got invited to the parties.
Yeah,
that's
horse.
awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool looking.
Cerebus gets invited to all the parties because he's a good doggo.
Oh,
Yeah.
isn't it just like a
Church.
minotaur is sort of the
Yeah.
right?
That's true. Yeah.
That's true. Except,
Bullhead.
I mean,
Well-
Minotaur is a bull, but same
Yeah,
deal.
but
Same
it-
But
idea.
it has a
Minotaur
humanoid.
Yeah.
bottom.
Yeah.
No, Minotaur's bottom is like.
It's also bull bottom.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
they're
it's
just
got
But it's
bipedal.
humanoid.
It's
It's-
yeah.
Has hands.
It stands up. It
Yeah.
yeah.
I specifically just want like human legs
Human. Okay, well.
because
Your,
then
your wish is
Okay.
granted.
Centaur already has the torso and arms and head worked out.
So you're just a human.
That's the joke.
I see.
I look like a human, but I'm claiming to be half
See,
centaur.
you could do that with. You could say I'm half orc and half elf, but the halves are just the human halves, so I'm just human. Like you could do that with any of the half races in
I mean,
D&D.
technically, if a half elf and a half orc had a child, they could come out human.
Weird.
That's what I mean. You could because
That'd be
as
an
long
awkward
as the
conversation.
halves-
I feel like.
as long as the halves were human.
So, arriving at the
Anyway.
temple.
Man, something about this place gives us the weirdest conversations.
Oh, thank you, thank God! I just remembered what my other question was.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's in the
Where would you like to go? I mean, you guys, you don't need to roll and you don't need to go to the guide. We'll just assume you can get around. Where do you want to check out?
Okay, well, I would want to go to the guide to ask him about information on the temple itself.
Sure.
I.e.,
He will let
how
you
many
know
floors?
where you can go.
Yeah, before we get too deep into this, Araceli, don't you want to find your lost Gilded Eye? Not Gilded Eye.
Yeah,
Flaming
I
Fist?
I just figured while I'm here, I can ask. So we have the full information of the scope of floors and stuff. So, basically, which ones did we miss? I guess if you've given us the information, I've gotten the information on the temple and the floors.
Yeah. So there are the following sections. I don't know which ones you missed, so I'm just going to read them all. There's the steps of the guide. Amazingly, that's where you are. There's the library. There's the residential quarters. There's the apothecarium.
Oh, we didn't get that one.
There's the cylindrical hall. That's the one with the wind, the balconies.
Okay. The sunburst.
There's the mess hall. That's where you met Mr. Flaming Fist.
Okay.
There's
It's not
the
our
hall.
last.
There's the Hall of Champions. There is the kitchen and storage halls.
Are those two separate or the same?
No, that's the same.
Okay.
There is the rooftop. There is the audience hall, and there are 7 prayer halls, 1 to each of the Barae.
Okay. Okay. Oh, and then okay. Is the is there a death one like a trials
Barato.
Barato?
He-
Yeah, that's
called.
it.
He does not mention the Barato.
Okay.
I think he's been
Not our
excluded.
time.
No, nor does he have in-depth conversations if you're trying to pry more information out of him,
course.
because he's very
No, no.
specific in what he tells you and what he says.
Right. That's yeah. So he didn't mention the Barato. Okay.
I.e., he may not even be like a sentient creature. He may just be some sort of construct part of the tower itself.
He's a robot.
Sure. Should I just give you the other questions I would ask him for information on now, or do we want to come back to that after we go?
I mean, you're here, so...
Okay. I don't know if he'll have an answer for this, but I'd ask it anyway. What makes one worthy to enter the Hall of Champions?
There's no answer for that.
Okay, cool. And then I would ask if he had where I would find information on the Barae.
He would point you to the prayer halls or the library.
Okay, thanks, buddy.
Also, ask anybody else if they've like when they were in the prayer halls. Like I opened myself up to the one I was in, and I had a slight vision. I think it was it not?
The room changed, right? Somehow.
Yeah,
I was just in the library.
in the temple, in the prayer hall for Oshano, the Beast Lord. Yeah, Blackwind, when you allowed yourself to kind of like open yourself to the temple, you know how you kind of did in the Hall of Champions initially when Masika said, like, you know, can you feel his presence? So when you did that in the prayer hall specifically, the room changed essentially. So the walls were no longer like murals and carvings. It was like an actual jungle, alive and vibrant. And you saw an image of a large carnivorous dinosaur. I guess Blackwood wouldn't technically know Tyrannosaurus Rex by name, but a very larger than the Allosaurus that attacked you outside the Man and Crocodile Shrine on Camprachus.
Similar to that, though.
Yeah, with like bronze skin and a mane of like multicolored feathers. Very large. It roared and stomped out of the jungle, looked at you and let out like a bellowing roar, and then literally dispersed into like a cloud of butterflies that flittered off into the forest.
So I don't know what that even means. to him, he's like, I know that it might be something kind of message, but this is I don't know this.
I mean, I think
background.
I don't think it's that deep. I mean, you opened yourself up to the Beast Barae, right? And so you had a vision of one of their children, sort of in a beautiful, you know, like it seems like it's meant to be a serene and calming sort of vision, right?
I wonder how Blackwood, how serene and calm did you feel for this gigantic Tyrannosaurus to step out of the jungle and roar at you?
Well, what I mean is given that you were opening yourself up to the Beast Lord of the Barae of the Beasts, anybody normally doing that would probably expect something along the lines of a dinosaur, of a beast, right? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Like, what is Nassau? What is like? Does the creature or the butterflies mean anything to her according to the bird? Like what she knows of the bird? I know she doesn't have all the answers. I'm just not sure because there's no context for me to really understand what.
Yeah, I mean, Mystica would kind of just reiterate that she's never met the Barae. They're
Uh,
like, she doesn't really know what their powers exactly are, or
fair enough.
yeah, she doesn't. She wishes she did, but yeah,
Like you say,
unfortunately.
and that. I,
Well, I'm going to be looking for more information on the beret while we go through here.
Okay.
So maybe we'll learn as we go.
Yeah, potentially
Yeah.
the library.
and I mean that's fair because I mean I have even less what to kind of look into that, so it's really hard to kind of
Yeah.
look into.
All right. Well, if we're moving as a group, then maybe something will pop out while we do it.
Masika will, in fact, as you guys explore, she is going to go off on her own, but she says she'll meet you when you're ready to leave. If you want to meet her back in the audience hall, that's where she'll end up eventually. But she's not going to stick with you guys as you fully explore every room in this temple. She just has some specific stuff she wants to do and places that she wants to go. But she's going to go...
Be wary of the strangers.
Yep. Definitely. If I run into them, I will beat them senseless. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna do the same. I think I might try and. Well, do you know what order you're going in, room to room, or are you just gonna?
I'm gonna start with the mess hall, but then I'm gonna go in order from what he told me.
Don't
So
you think it might be good to end with the mess hall?
I can see Baz's point of view.
I can see your point of view. If it goes wrong or badly,
Yes.
we want to be done. Okay, we'll end with. Okay, so we'll start at the library and go down the list, basically, ending with mess hall after the prayer halls.
Then I'm gonna go to the prayer hall for the Barae of Life, and I'll
Oh,
meet up.
don't
want to
go with me, huh? Fine.
I'll meet up with you guys when you get there.
Well, that'll be the second to last place I go. So.
Is that the room for your mother? Like, have you opened yourself to the prayer room to your mother?
Not yet.
I have never been in any of the prayer rooms. I've only been in the
you haven't?
library and the audience chamber.
Yeah, and I like that Aylin's going there first. Archie's leaving it for last.
What?
Don't leave it for last. Make the seventh one the prayer room for Nasi the last, because I don't know what you're gonna find in there, and I would rather be with everybody when that happens.
Okay.
Considering
Fair
you
enough.
know the destroyed statue.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's just going to be either ruins or it won't let us go there. Is my assumption. But you're right. We should go there together.
So Aelin is going to the prayer room first?
Yeah, he's going to Alisanda's prayer room because there's one for each beret.
You want help finding? I mean, you're pretty good at finding your center.
Yeah, I think I'll have enough time while you guys go everywhere else.
Breathe in, breathe
Well,
out.
yeah, because as we go through, I'm sketching maps of each one, so it'll take a little bit for me to do that. You'll have some.
You
time.
said there was multiple prayer rooms? Is that what you said?
Yeah, there's
There's
one
one
room
for
for each beret.
Each
you want me
beret being on stuff like each god or whatever?
They're
Yeah,
not
so
gods.
there's-
Champions of
They're
the city.
Yeah,
They're
champions
the
of Ubtao.
champions.
Think
There
of
were
them as
7.
souped up paladins, basically, with different.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
they're all inside like that from Uptao, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
and-
they're all of the statues when we
Right, yeah,
enter.
all those ones that were before, yeah, on either
Mhm.
side.
And the zombie one that we saw burning the
The city.
lower left
residential.
quadrant. Yeah. That was presumably one of the Beret still around.
Did you tell us about that?
Yeah.
So as a note, the ones, Sean, there's the one, so it's basically fire, water, fire, so what is it? It's life, fire, water, air, beasts, Sia was death, undead, and then there was one more. There's one that I'm missing.
Heart.
There's
Art. There's
There's-
Nasi, power over death. Osa, leader and power of the land. Tefima, power over fire. Menu water, Venari air, Oshano beast, Alessandra life.
That's okay.
Sure.
Also, like I said, specific ones, so it doesn't matter. It's just knowing also that they're all for Uptown and stuff like that would be all that matters to me. Does Alien also want company, just so there's not by themselves? I wouldn't mind going to the prayer room just because, or do you want it by yourself?
I mean, no. If you feel better coming with, I don't mind. I just felt like I was probably going to want to spend a bit more time in there.
It's okay. Like I said, I don't mind going and praying and stuff like that too. People and all that stuff from Uptown and all that stuff, since that's a god and all that stuff that I look up to, all that stuff. So anybody following it and all that stuff is interesting to me.
Alright, so that's where we're splitting. I guess.
Anybody?
Unless somebody wants to go otherwise.
Keep an eye
So
out for the other flaming fist, I guess.
Yeah, Archie's going to be going to the library first.
There's one in there.
No, you tossed that one into the.
Oh yeah,
portal.
We tossed it
You don't
there.
know where the body ended up.
Yeah. Never mind.
Okay, so you guys are heading to the library. Masika goes wherever she goes, and Donnaquen and Aelin head to the prayer room for Alessandra. Okay, so the library. You arrive. You've already talked to the guide. He's already directed you, so there is a glowy book for you.
Okay, I will go and pick up the glowy book.
Yeah, the glowy book, when you pick it up and open it, I assume you open it, you are treated to a very similar scene as I've described before, where the pages are just kind of like decaying pretty rapidly, mostly blank except for in the middle. And you see an image. It looks to you like the city of Mezro, under siege by just hordes and hordes, like we're talking like tens of thousands of goblins. The goblins, there's more than just like, because you guys have seen Batiri. You know, the little guys with the masks, and they're kind of like these, kind of like yellowy skinned goblins. There's more than just them though. There is like there's larger, like hulking, kind of like gray skinned creatures that actually, Blackwind, you would, they don't look exactly like the orcs that you know, but they might be related. Like they're kind of like these grayish, kind of like ashen skinned like orcs that are with them.
These probably are the cannibalistic ones that were mentioned, probably more than likely.
Potentially. There are also, though, but these ones are kind of like big and hulking. They seem to be like wearing like lots of like skull, kind of like skulls and bones and bone weapons and things. But they're also, you can see what looks to be like spellcasters. They're tossing like bolt, like almost like I guess eldritch blasts, essentially, like bolts of like blackish energy, and then they're painted with what looks to be like a rising sun, kind of, that's kind of on their shoulders. It also goes up over their jaw, but it's painted like black, with like rays of quote unquote sunlight, but they're like these black rays that kind of go up like past their ears, like in this black paint. And there's also hordes of very quick, kind of nimble. They're about the same size as like elves, but they're kind of like these green skinned, like hairless. They look sort of like kind of emaciated, kind of thin orcs as well, or some sort of like orc goblin hybrid, perhaps, of some sort. And they've got various like splashes of like red paint and like kind of tribal designs all over their bodies, and most of them are wearing almost nothing, and using like spears and like blowguns and that kind of thing. There's just this mix of all these different creatures, and there's also like beasts as well, including some that are like hauling what looks like siege towers, rudimentary, very kind of like not sophisticated like you would see back in the Sword Coast, but they definitely have siege weapons. And there's also big like hulking kind of like red skinned. If it weren't for their crimson skin, they'd look like ogres to you, but like 10 feet tall, kind of big, like carrying big like logs and like battering rams with big chains that seem to have like spikes that are like digging into them, with like goblins riding on their back and like pulling on them, almost like bridles. Anyways, this big horde attacking the city, and you see what you assume is the Barae. Well, you don't have to assume because you've seen the Barae. 6 of them, anyways. The image that you see doesn't go beyond like this horde, so you don't see any, like as Masika had described, you don't see any of like any undead attacking the horde from the other side, but they could be just outside the scope of this particular vision, because it seems to be focused in the general vicinity of the city itself, like just outside the walls. But you can see along the walls, there are kind of stationed at various points along the walls. You see the 6 Barae, the other 6 Barae, as they kind of look in the statues, seem to be conjuring something. Energy kind of flowing from themselves to the tower, the various spires of the tower. I don't know if you noticed, but there's 6 spires on the tower that you can see from the front anyways. And they're kind of like channeling some like different colors of energy, creating some sort of, not really a dome, but almost like a bubble effect that kind of spreads out from the tower and envelops them. But you do see that as they're doing so, you get give me a religion check viewing this, because it's definitely not arcane in nature. Yeah, it's definitely divine. Nice roll. You get the sense that they're channeling specific power. Maybe granted from Ubtao, but they seem to be channeling their specific power. And you also get the sense that whatever they're doing is taking a lot out of them, and in fact, whatever power they're channeling, as the dome, as it were, or the bubble gets larger and larger and larger to encompass the city, you see one by one the power kind of like faltering and failing, and their bodies being consumed by the very energy, and then kind of like dispersing into like the air outside the bubble, kind of creating this swirling kind of like haze of like almost like glittering like fog around the outside of the dome, before there's like a flash and all that's left is this ruined city, which the goblin hordes seem to be like, you don't know what happens after that. The goblin hordes seem like that they're nearby, kind of are stumbling back, holding their eyes, and then the vision kind of fades as the book crumbles to ash on the table.
And all 6 of them turn to this dust of energy?
Actually, that's good point. You saw, in particular, Osa, Menu, Ashana, Tefima, and Varani. You did not see how that happened to Alessandra. She seemed to have been enveloped by the bubble before it happened.
Okay. Okay, so everybody but her.
Yeah, and you didn't see Nasi at all in the vision.
Right.
And you, in fact, well, maybe you did, but you don't know what Nasi actually looks like. So you've never actually, there's no statue or anything of him, right? So you don't actually know. Maybe you did see him, but you didn't see anybody channeling like death energy, so you assume probably he wasn't there either.
There wasn't a 7th beam.
No, there was not a 7th beam. Yeah, so based on what you saw, it looks to you like they gave almost all they had of themselves, and what remaining energies they have were dispersed like into the air and didn't go with the city.
Yeah. Except for her.
Except for her, yeah.
Okay, cool. Cool.
So I don't know if that helps you at all with any questions you have about the Barae. It's not, but at least it gives you something.
Yeah, it gives us a confirmation of the actual event that happened. That, there wasn't it was an instantaneous, from this to ruins. Like there wasn't, yeah. It supports artists' theories, especially since we know Alessandra has been alive and she's the only one who pretended went with it. Wonder what the hell the guy in the residential district is then. The Tefima down there? Like, did his energy coalesce into an undead thing? And it's, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't really see when the city
Or
vanishes.
you know.
Well,
Don't
I know,
shrug.
but you don't really see what happens. Like the ruins are there, that kind of glittering energy just kind of dispersing in the air, where the city, where that bubble in the dome in the city used to be, just kind of dispersing in various directions. So you don't know what happened after that.
Okay. One last question about that. Were they stationed like all around the sides of the city, or were they? Okay.
Yeah, the city's was fully surrounded by this horde on all sides.
Okay. I just want to make a mental note of where some of the ones were, if I can, around the city, so that I can.
Sure, I can tell you. Tefima was about here. If you're looking at the map.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
What a coincidence.
Varani was here. Osa was down here. Going down my
Makes
list,
sense.
sorry. Oshano was here. Roughly.
Okay.
Alessandra was roughly here. Kind of about the same, well actually where the busted wall roughly was, but that's where she was.
Okay, so that's okay.
And who's the last one?
Minu.
Minu. Minu was.
You air as well?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
air was
the
up
top
here. Minu was kind of over this way, kind of in the same district as.
Venari.
Venari, yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Venari's a character in WoW,
Wow.
and soon to be Hearthstone.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh
That's
wow.
amazing.
Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, so it seems like the guide can answer questions about things that like directly affected Mezro, sort of thing. If anybody else has questions, I can't think of any about Mezro specifically.
Not really.
Well, the guide also had answers way beyond that. I'm not there, but Baz could tell you.
Well, yeah, I've already explained that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that
Yeah.
the guide knows way more stuff beyond
Oh.
just Mezro.
Well, but the
Does-
thing that it showed you was in Mezro. Artis Kimber was here with the ring,
Yeah, but
Yeah,
right?
but the vision of the ring had nothing to do with Mezro.
Well, but
yeah,
we know
Oryl's not in Mezro.
no, but we do know he found it somewhere in Chult as well, so it could have a history here somehow.
Sure.
I don't know that that's true. I'm just saying it. There could be a connection.
My
What about,
assumption.
what about the Heart of the Wild? That's not in Mezro.
My assumption is that the knowledge of the library goes beyond Mezro. At least that's what makes the most sense to me.
Anyway, yeah. After that, unless somebody other have, I'm basically going through each of them in order, skipping the mess hall. So I don't know if there's anything.
Sure.
I map it, I go to the next one, I map it, etc., etc. So unless anything interesting happens in them,
Sure.
we
Well,
haven't been to the apothecary one yet. That's like the main one we haven't been to.
And Baz would be curious about the what was it, the food storage thing? He'd want
Kitchen.
Kitchen and storage.
Yeah, he'd want to inspect that a bit more thoroughly, see if he could find anything interesting.
Sure.
okay. So, let us go then to Aelin and Donaquin. The two of you have stepped through the portal and entered into a dome-like room. It is brightly lit and has kind of like crystal and marble pillars that kind of like are around the outside, like kind of attached to the wall. They're kind of like half pillars that curve up to the center. The center has a kind of like it looks like a ring of like gold in a circle, with just kind of like a white crystal that's kind of like embedded in the center of that ring, in the center, and there is a ring of pillows, and the whole thing is just kind of like very clean and like just like smooth and white and very bright. Like the whole room is like it's like it's like
It's like an Apple store.
yeah, it's like kinda. It's just very
It's
just kind of like very basic, very kind of like non
Antiseptic.
yeah, and that's yeah, it's got a very like
Like a hospital.
like a clinical feel to it almost, yeah.
Very modern, minimalist.
And yeah, there's a ring of cushions that are kind of like velvet cushions with kind of in white and gold. There is as well, and you'll notice this stepping out, there is a white and a black portal in here, just so you know. There's also one thing that catches your eye because it's so clean and pristine. There is a big kind of like spray of what looks like relatively fresh blood that's been kind of like splayed all across where the black portal is across from you. It looks like a big like arc, like someone like took something bloody and just like swung it through the air and just kind of like splattered blood in a big arc, going out probably about like 20 feet, about almost halfway across the room, staining some of the pillows on that northern side. In the center of the room, there is kind of just underneath where that crystal is. There's another ring on the floor that looks like gold, like embedded in the floor, and there's just kind of like a soft kind of like whitish yellow light. It's just kind of like suffusing the air there. I mean, just leading all the way up to the crystal to the floor. It's not like a bright like pillar of like laser beam light. It's just kind of like this soft kind of glow you can see through and everything. There's no body or anything. There's just a big spray of blood.
I would first myself go and try and just look at the blood and like kind of study it and things like that, just like the patterns and stuff to see if there's anything. So
Going CSI, are you?
kind of sort of.
Give me a medicine check.
It's 3 hours old.
It looks like blood.
Yeah, it does look fairly fresh, at least within. But then again, because of the nature of this place, you're not sure how quickly anything would kind of like decay or change. So this could be longer than it seems, but it's still kind of like slightly wet, so it can't be that old. You can't tell exactly what it's from, but just looking at it, it definitely looks to you like if someone like some sort of like major artery was like severed, and they kind of like did like a spin and like spraying, that probably would cause this. Anything that lost this much blood, if it's humanoid, is definitely dead. There's no way someone survives losing that, unless it's like multiple. But it looks to you like it's from one central point, as if someone was standing right in front of that black portal, and kind of did just like a spin and sprayed blood out.
So it could have been also like one of those other things also from the other portals that we saw before, maybe.
Yeah.
Where's the body then? Where?
Maybe it got pulled through, or maybe
Oh, yeah,
someone's
maybe
been through here and they
Yeah,
collected
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
One thing to note, that you guys would figure, just because of where all the blood is, you can't really get to that center point without stepping in the blood. Like, there's no way to navigate around it. So if anybody had come through since this happened, there should be footprints, but there's none, other than
He's gonna.
Technically, you could probably, with a running start, jump it into the portal. You'd have to be pretty athletic to do that, though.
Hey. It wasn't me, I swear. Given, I'm trying to imagine the amount of blood. Does it seem like something that can be cleaned up in a, like...
If you had, like, a mop and bucket and, like, towels and shit, yes, you could clean it up, but just with what you have on you, without any specific cleaning, like a bucket of water and, like, scrub brushes and stuff, no. You couldn't just, like, wipe it up. Not even, no.
I would kind of just do like a circle of the that central pillar and the pillows, and then approach it from the side that doesn't have one of the blood-stained pillows.
Sure.
I asked Aiden if he'd feel more comfortable if the blood was cleaned up.
I mean, I feel like this place deserves to be clean, but I don't have much that I can do to throw some water on it. That's about it.
I can go to the check in the kitchen to see if there's stuff in the kitchen area. I remember I was there earlier on, so there might be something there that might help.
Yeah, there's definitely like pots and pans and barrels of water and stuff. So
I do not mind going there on something and then picking it up on stuff. I also agree on stuff that sacred places like this on stuff deserve more on stuff than just blood-stained on stuff across the room.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
That is what I will do then, Corey. I will go through. I will see you soon. I'll be back soon. And that's what I'll do. I'll go try to go there.
Go to the kitchen? Okay.
Yep.
Cool. When he leaves, Aelin, leaving you alone in the room, do you do anything else, or what?
Yeah, I would just kneel down on one of the pillows and, based on what Blackwood had mentioned, just kind of try and relax and meditate and open myself up to the space.
Sure. Give me a wisdom nature check. Very similar to communing with Chwingas.
I'm gonna give you a medicine because it's wisdom and I'm not proficient. So this is what the roll would be.
Okay. Yeah, you sit there kind of in silence. Are you like eyes closed or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So as you kind of sit there, it's very like sensory deprivation tank in here. It's just like completely silent, and other than your own breathing, basically. So with your eyes closed, you just kind of can center yourself. After a few moments, you kind of just feel like a warmth, just like around you, and through your closed eyelids, you can tell that the room has gotten brighter.
Open my eyes.
Okay. I mean,
I don't want to look at it.
Like Indiana Jones and
Donnequin returns to find a melted body.
It's too beautiful.
I'm okay.
Some things weren't meant for mortal eyes. Yeah, you open your eyes and you see that you seem to be. The room is still sort of similar to what you saw before, except the walls, where they were just like this plain, like just like crystal wall with these like marble pillars. Now the walls look like windows, and they seem to be looking out from what you can see. Not as high up as like the roof. Has anyone ever been to the rooftop? No. But you seem to be like in the tower, but like in one of the higher floors, but not like rooftop high. And so you can't really see over the walls too far into the wards themselves. But this kind of like this bright kind of like sunny day, and there's like multicolored like birds kind of like flying by in like little flocks and stuff. And you kind of like look across from you, and you can see it's almost like after images to you, but you can almost see other people in the room like sitting around. But they kind of, anytime you try to like focus on one, it just kind of like fades. So it's kind of like in your peripheral you see people and like almost like not shadows, but like just like silhouettes of movement, but you can't seem to focus enough to actually, you know, get any sort of sense of like who they are. However, you do see directly across from you, one is in full focus to you. There is a woman that you will recognize as the same woman that was in the image, that recording that was left for you. She is sitting, she's in different clothes than she was in there. She's in kind of this flowing kind of like white robes, and she seems to have like almost like a kind of a very thin, like almost like a golden wire like tiara, set with like small like gemstones, like little white gemstones, maybe diamonds, you're not sure. Her hair rather than is kind of like not really done up super fancy, but it's definitely like more well maintained than it was in the other image. Like she hasn't been trekking through the jungle for, you know. And she's kind of sitting there, eyes closed, seemingly meditating as well. Just kind of hands kind of in front of her on her knees. She doesn't seem to notice or acknowledge that you're there at all. Image lasts for a few minutes, maybe at most, before kind of slowly the room gets like slightly dimmer, and you see like the walls that are still kind of see-through until they become like solid again, and the images fade.
Wait, so was that Sindra or Alisand?
It was Alisand.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think I would just kind of I would probably still just be sitting in the same position until Donoquin gets back.
Sure.
I think just kind of processing.
Okay. Sorry, one sec.
And did he say her eyes were closed?
Yeah. Like she was also meditating or praying.
Sorry, I thought. Anyways, all good. Right. So going through, so residential quarters. There's nothing of interest outside of what I described previously. Nobody is there. You don't know where the old man that Baz described is, but he's not there. So the next room you guys would enter, and please interrupt me if anybody wants to do anything else. But the next room that you enter is a room that none of you have seen before. It is a kind of circular room. It's got what looks to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10 almost like podiums set up in a circle. They're slightly raised and have like a surface where you could like put maybe notes or books or tablets or stuff in front of you on, and like stand around in a circle. You see in the center there's kind of like a raised platform. It has what looks to be like 4 kind of like semicircular like raised like desks that are cluttered with like vials, glass tubes, like beakers and like jars and all sorts of different things on them. And in the center there's kind of a large apparatus that is kind of like circular. It's got 4 pillars in like a square. So there's a circular platform, almost like a globe thing that's like suspended in between these 4 pillars. It's only probably like 15 feet high total to the top of this thing in the center, and it looks to be, as best as you can figure, like a kind of like glass sphere that's kind of hung there with in between these 4 pillars, inside of which there is like a purple, alternatingly purple and green liquid of some sort, like suspended in this glass sphere. Just kind of like, it is kind of like bubbling and kind of like in motion, it looks like, and it's giving off alternating kind of light. The room is dark other than this, and the light kind of like is like pulsing out pretty rapidly, giving kind of like a strobe effect to the whole room. There is as well a body in front of you on the floor. It looks like a Flaming Fist soldier. According to her uniform, it's a woman, a human. She has missing her right arm and her left leg. You don't see it anywhere else in the room, and she's just lying there in a big puddle of blood, probably about 10 feet in front of the portal, just before where this apparatus thing is. Like she was maybe standing at the one desk that's kind of directly next to you. There's only one exit to this room, and it is a black portal. And I'll show it to you. Buzz, you're there too. Blackwind, you're there too. It's just the 4 of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, and I guess Gerald is with you too. Just in case it's relevant.
Doesn't seem like it would be though. Wow.
Cool.
Teaser warning.
It's huge, and I can't see anything.
It's so big. It's all blackness.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
those
make
of you
that
with
smaller.
tokens not in the room won't be able to see it.
Someone turn on the lights.
Hey, turn on the light.
Who turned out the lights?
Here for the purposes of the party, I'll let you guys see it for the players. But you two are
Looks
next.
sinister.
Donovan, how did we get teleported in here?
What's happening?
Oh
And
no.
why am I suddenly Batman?
Oh no.
A
I mean,
clean slate.
this is how Aelin talks.
Um,
Haven't you ever heard Aelin?
is there
I'm not
Is-
wearing hockey pads.
is there anything on any of the outer pillars currently? Like you said, you could put stuff on them. Are there any books or
yeah.
papers or anything like that?
There is, some of them have like scattered like little like essentially like little clipboards and stuff. Some of them have like quills and like sheets of paper. But it looks rather haphazard, and looking around the room, like the room doesn't look like it's in great shape either. Like the outside of the room, there's like bits of like rubble and pieces that look like it was fallen down off the walls, in stone. Not enough to like see beyond the room itself, but just and yeah, the whole room does have kind of it's almost like a coppery smell in the air. Not like I mean, there's a big pool of blood in front of you, but outside of that, it's like a metallic kind of like taste to the air. It's kind of off-putting slightly.
I'm gonna sniff around. Anything seem off other than this dead body?
You're fairly certain the smell is coming from the central orb, whatever that liquid is in there.
Do I recognize any of this from
Yeah.
any tinkering,
I mean,
alchemical?
yeah, I mean, all the like the little like desks, they're kind of like around like the cardinal directions here. There's beakers and alchemical like flasks and like apparatuses all over the place on all of this. So definitely some sort of like alchemy lab. You can only assume they're running some sort of experiment, but without knowing exactly. Like there is papers and stuff like scattered here and there on the floor as well.
Can I just start looking through papers to see if anything of interest pops up in them. See if I can make sense of anything.
Sure. It for the most part, the papers seem to be almost like logs, like timestamped, like dates with like different series of numbers. Like people who maybe they were tracking something.
Okay.
But it's not really clear what exactly it's referring to. Like there's no like legend, if you will, on what these numbers mean. It's just like a time and a date that traces back to well, probably 100 and something years ago, roughly somewhere around the time that Mezro fell, as far as you can tell, like the 1380s.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's no legend, so it's like dates and times, and then like columns of like different numbers and like mathematical and alchemical formula, but none of it really describes like what it is or what they're measuring or what the columns mean exactly. It's obvious whoever was doing this, and probably several people's by the look of it, it's obvious that they had a system and they're very organized, but it seems, as best as you can see, at least in the glancing over these notes, it's not obvious to you what the system is.
Okay.
Jonah, you you've probably seen not specifically this before. This is probably a bit interesting in the fact that seems to be a very it's more advanced than you would have thought, perhaps, given the age of these ruins and stuff and what you've seen elsewhere in the temple. It does seem slightly out of place. Like you're this kind of divine temple here, and now you've got like this like very science-y kind of room. But it and some of the alchemical like apparatuses that you're looking at, they basically show a understanding of like alchemy and science that rivals like anything you've seen, really. Like, just to have that equipment, they must be fairly advanced in all sorts of alchemical processes. There are, like I said, containers and jars. They are, if they were labeled, the labels have long since worn off. Seems this room definitely has not just like stood still in time. There is quite a bit of dust around, and some of the beakers are broken. There are also on the center of these little tables, you see what looks to be like compartments in the top of the table that could potentially like open up. So maybe there's something like inside the actual desks themselves as well. But they're all closed right now.
Is there any obvious way to open them?
Yeah, do you think it's safe?
They just have like a little like handle that could just be turned and then slid back, essentially.
Oh. Well, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go see what's in the desk.
Sure. So it's just the ones. This one closest to the portal where you came in doesn't have it. But this one does. Sure. So if you're standing there and I don't know where you guys are. Baz and Blackwind, what are you guys doing? Are you just hanging out?
Yeah, I'm I'm sniffing around, seeing if. I mean, I can't make heads or tails of any of this stuff, but.
I don't know if I can either, but my plan is to describe it to Jonah, and maybe he can tell me what it means.
Signs of disturbances in the dust or anything other than us now, I guess.
I'm all about the magic. The science is not my forte as much.
Blackwind, give me a survival check if you're looking for signs of other activity here.
Nice.
I mean, obviously, there's whoever was here with their arm and leg ripped off.
Yeah.
But
do you want to go look, Baz? Do you want to go look at our poor friend? See if there's anything of note?
Yeah, sure. I'll search the body.
See if she's... Oh, she's dead. Okay.
Oh, she's definitely dead. Yeah, give me a medicine check,
Flesh
Baz,
wound.
as well.
Sure.
Nice.
Cool. So as Archie's looking at notes and Jonah's looking at apparatuses and Blackwind's looking around just for signs of what may have occurred here, Baz is looking at the body. I've already kind of described what Archie and Jonah have found in this time, but Jonah, you said you're sliding the thing open?
Yeah.
Okay. So inside, from what you can see, there are two kind of like metallic like cylinders, kind of in like this kind of sunken compartment, each of which seems to have some sort of like metal piping that leads like into the center of this whole structure in the middle. There are valves like you could open and close on the top of them. They're not labeled, and they look identical, but there's two.
I will open the one a little bit on the right.
I'm gonna pull the drawer on the other side open just a lever.
Okay. There is a single lever that it looks like it's kind of metallic. There's a single lever that could be pulled towards you. It looks like there's three positions. It's in currently the middle position, so it could come towards you a notch, or it could be pushed forward a notch from where it is.
Okay. I'll let Jonah know.
Again,
that
it
that's
is
what-
not labeled whatsoever.
Of course it isn't. Yeah, I'll let him know. I'll leave it open. I'll just let him know there's a lever here in the middle position, and then I'll head to this bottom one to look and see what's in there.
Okay. As you're moving over there, Jonah, you kind of like twist. Well, actually, first, Baz, one thing you notice is this body looks to you like the arm and leg were removed very quickly and painfully. Something literally grabbed and like tore them off. It's like a tear, like right out of the socket. You don't know where the leg and arm are because they don't seem to be in the room, but death would have been nearly instantaneous. Like they probably would have bled out within like seconds.
I'm gonna, I think that would probably assume because it was like right in front of the portal, right?
Yeah, like in the square right next to you, like right there is where the body's lying.
I would be going on the assumption that whatever did this to this person was the same thing that killed the guy in the library and the audience chamber and stuff.
Okay.
Pretty horrific.
Yeah, and Blackwood, you like looking around the room, like there are signs of footsteps and things in this room. It looks to you like there were like booted people, maybe 2 or 3 different ones based on like the gates and the size of the footprints and stuff. Humanoid for sure. So somebody's been in this room. What they were doing here, I mean, it's hard to say, but it's definitely somebody. Maybe the Flaming Fist, maybe others have definitely been in here before you guys. You're not the first here. Obviously, other than the dead woman in front of me, there must have been at least 2 other people here.
Yes.
It doesn't look like those footprints would match hers, by the way. Hers kind of goes like from the portal to where she is, and then she's dead. The other ones are kind of like, looks like they looked around the room, probably similar to how Archie and Jonah are like right now, like moving about the lecterns and stuff.
Not much to go by, but there were definitely either people with her or people other than her poking around.
Other people.
And as you're saying this, Jonah, there is kind of like a, you kind of like turn it slightly, and there's kind of like a little bit of a vibration in the cylinder, like when you're holding onto the handle. Also, when that happens, you see from like the bottom of the sphere, there's kind of like a very tiny like discoloration, almost like a purplish like swirl in like the rest of it, kind of slowly like spreading out from near the bottom of the sphere. But you can't actually see the bottom of the sphere, by the way. Like it's kind of like set in this like concave like depression, and then like held in place by these 4 pillars. But something's coming out of the bottom and kind of like mixing maybe with the liquid inside. But very little bit. There's little tiny spider webs of this stuff, kind of.
Okay. I will put it back to its rest position.
Okay.
Righty tighty.
It closes. The vibration stops. Archie, there's a similar hatch here. Do you want to open it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Here there is a set of 3 like small wheels that could be turned. They're all set to the same position, which seems to be like there's no markings on them, but they've each got like a little handle you can like grab and like spin. And there's 3 of them side by side. They all seem to be with the handle on the left of the wheel in like a little row.
Huh. I'll let them know what's in this one. Does it does the liquid inside seem magical in nature?
I mean, it's pulsing with some sort of weird light. And
Right.
It's like a mostly green and kind of bluish kind of mix, but now there's like little tendrils of purple. Jonah,
What room is this again?
this is the apothecary.
Yeah.
Apothecarium is what the guy called it.
I'm gonna cast detect magic.
Sure.
Let's see.
10 minutes.
there
Just maybe
any-
I can see what kind of magic we're messing around with here.
Are you ritual casting it?
Nope,
Okay.
just casting it.
And is there any like sense of like the prayer rooms or anything like that kind of feeling that I could?
No.
Pull
not,
in?
Open
not,
your
not
mind
at
to
all
it.
here. Nope.
Okay. This room is dead.
Yeah, so if you cast detect magic, the only thing that detects as magic is the liquid in the sphere. Everything else seems quote unquote mundane.
Sure.
Um,
Is it different types of magic? Is it all the same?
you can't get a specific bead on it. It seems to be a bit of a blank slate right now.
Oh, that's weird.
Jonah, can you give me a a general intelligence check?
I don't know if you don't have a specific. There's not like an alchemy skill, but if you're proficient in something that's intelligence based, you could just use that. So you're like
Other
alchemy
Arcana.
tools or whatever.
Nice, good roll.
Jonah, you're messing with this and seeing what that mix was. You're not 100% how this thing works, but you kind of got a general idea of the purpose of this. This
Okay.
whole thing seems to be a way of potentially creating magical potions
Ooh.
or mixtures. So it's potentially the levers and things might release different substances into the central sphere, and the switch probably activates the process. But there's no legend or manual that according to the notes you've seen anyways, and there's not a lot of like information here. There's just like numbers and dates and stuff, but so you're not quite sure how it works. You don't think, I mean, there's always a chance with alchemy that if you mix the wrong thing, there could be potentially bad outcomes, but this, yeah, there's potential here. And looking at how much liquid is in there, you don't know, like oftentimes things are like distilled and like, you know, it might not, although it looks like a lot of liquid in there, you don't know exactly how much of that would actually be distilled down into like a usable potion, but you're guessing that probably you could get, depending on the exact process of how this thing works, you could probably get maybe a half dozen potions out of this. What those potions would do, you're not quite sure, but you could experiment with it.
Oh, that's my favorite thing. All right, I'll let the group know that this is a potion making machine, but I'm not quite sure how it works. But maybe we can experiment with it. Unless we found
there
some
like
notes.
is there an obvious like where it comes out? Like once you've mixed it, Is there?
I don't know, but after we do the first one, maybe we can find out.
Right. I'm asking the DM if I can see anything like of where it would
No,
produce said like
you don't see any like spouts or anything, if that's what you mean.
yeah like or over by the
Besides, it
lever
doesn't
if
have
there
any-
was like a mechanism where something would pop out anyway.
Just what I described earlier. You don't see where something would come out of this, but
Where are the other bottles that you said were in the room?
they're on the shelves right in front of you.
All three of them have bottles on them,
Yep. Bottles and jars and various like beakers and apparatuses and stuff.
and none of them are pinging magical.
Nope.
I am going to go back and twist the right lever again to get more purple stuff, hopefully, to come out.
Okay. Like all the way
What
open.
does the left one do?
I will search inside
Oh,
the
no,
shelves and
One thing
whatnot.
at a time.
In that area, I guess, just because there's a lot of area to search.
Sure. Yeah, if you turn that, so you turn it all. It seems to be like it just kind of turns like halfway. It's like open or closed. So
Sure. Yeah, open. I'll open it and try to get more purple into the mix.
Okay. Yeah, there's when you open it like full, not just like a teeny little bit. There's like a cloud of purple that kind of swirls up and discolors the whole thing. Now changes to like this purplish green, and just kind of like bubbles a bit and spins. It doesn't explode.
Good job. Baz, do you want to hit the lever? I assume Baz hits the lever.
Well, the lever can go it can
Yeah.
go 2 different ways.
Pulls towards or
Oh,
pushes
I
forward.
thought it
Go
was
away or
the third
toward.
one. Let's go to the bottom.
Okay. Pulls it back. There is a kind of like a hum that fills the room, and the hair on your arms kind of like stands up, and then all 4 pillars suddenly start glowing, magical evocation magic, and lightning crackles up and kind of like sparks at the top between each other, and stays
cool.
like that.
Cool.
We
Archie,
flashback.
you want to spin the wheels? See what happens?
I hate this. I'll turn the wheel on the left. I guess.
Yeah. You spin
Does it just like freely spin, or does it?
Yeah, it's got
Stop?
it's like a wheel. It's like a wheel with like a handle that you can grab, so you can kind of like turn it like this. So
Okay.
it seems to be in like you can't pull it towards you, like it pulls clockwise.
Right.
So do you
Okay.
spin it?
Sure.
Okay. As you spin that, the globe starts spinning kind of like clockwise in the middle, and it's like agitating the liquid inside, kind of sloshing a bit. Basically, in
Job.
time to as you spin it, it spins that direction.
Okay. I'll pull it back and spin the next one just to see if it does anything different.
The middle one or the right one?
The middle.
The middle one, as you spin it, it spins kind of like this way, like vertically,
Down. Okay.
and it kind of sloshes even more, and bubbles. That it seems to be mixing it pretty well.
Okay. I'll stop it and I'll do the one on the right.
Okay. It spins it as well, but the other direction.
Okay.
So it
it
seems
spins
you
it
you could use these in tandem to kind of spin it in whatever direction you wanted.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
We do our laundry in it.
Pretty much. Maybe we got some.
3 wheels.
I will do the left one. See if anything comes out.
Okay. The purple one's closed. Or
Yeah,
is it still open?
I'm
I can't
definitely
remember.
close it.
Did you close it? Yeah. So you pull the other one. There's kind of like a cloud of like red, kind of like bursts in, and the thing's still kind of like crackling and it's spinning around, and there's a bit of a it kind of just like bubbles, like almost like comes to a boil, and you can see like this reddish gas filling part of the sphere, because it's not like 100% full of liquid. It's kind of like this reddish gas, and this red liquid is kind of like agitates and bubbles and like boils.
Right.
Maybe we put the lever the other way.
Yeah, let's try that. Baz,
It's the last. It's the last thing we haven't done.
Push it forward, so it goes click forward. When that happens, the pillars, you see the evocation magic gets stronger, and it glows like brightly in the entire room, like just almost blindingly. You gotta kind of like squint, and then there's like a flash, and from the tops of the pillars, it like just strikes the sphere, and this entire sphere glows and kind of like shudders a bit, and then the whole thing kind of like the light fades, and you see right here from this table, there's kind of like a gurgling sound, and then kind of like a hissing.
Oh god!
And then it kind of the boiling kind of subsides, and it's just got this like kind of like reddish liquid just kind of like sitting there. It goes down by probably like a fifth. Like the amount of liquid in there goes down by like a fifth, like it drained out the bottom somewhere. But it seems that the bubbling and hissing came from this area.
Yeah, can I run around and see?
Do you want to go see if there's anything over there?
I'll grab a couple of the beakers or bottles or whatever that.
Sure.
In case there isn't anything over there.
Yeah, you can see, although the body's kind of in your way a little bit, but you can actually see that there is, although it's not obvious at first, there is like what looks to be like down on the lower half of this, kind of splattered with a bit of blood. There is what looks to be like a little like cabinet that you could probably like stick a finger in and like pull it open. The handle seems to be slightly like loose, but if you stuck a finger in the hole and like pulled, you could probably pull it open.
I mean, it's only a finger.
It's the worst that could happen. Do you want to pull it open?
Open it, yeah. I mean, I can't see through walls.
Okay. Inside there is a kind of like dull crimson liquid in a small vial that's just kind of like sitting there. There's a little spout over top of it. So it looks like, luckily, there was a vial already there. But yeah, there's just a little holder where you put like a vial and like a little spout. It's still kind of dripping slightly. Bloop, bloop.
I don't know how I missed that when I was looking for a spout.
You didn't look over there.
I was looking all the way around. I was going all the way around looking for a spout.
Yeah, you didn't see a spout.
Yeah, there was a door.
It was a little door.
It was
inside.
actually a little hidden, or kind of.
Cool.
A door is not a
It
spout.
wasn't really standing out. It was covered in blood.
I saw some black wind.
Have you lifted it up? Have you taken it out, or are you just looking at it?
Well, yeah, it's still dripping.
Well, it's
still dripping.
It's done, but it's just little tiny.
Gotcha.
bits
A
from the
little.
I'll
soda ash.
exchange. I'll take one out, and then I'll put one back just in case. I'm like, oh, well, here we go. Somebody was nice enough to leave a bottle in there, so.
Sure. So you take it out and like reload it with an empty one. Yeah, it smells funny. Like it's kind of got this almost like burnt like plastic kind of smell coming from this liquid.
No.
You're not. I mean, but it does. The liquid does generate like it glows magical, and it glows. It glows a mix of conjuration and transmutation magic.
Huh.
Is there like a stopper that I could put in it, or like can it be covered?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, there's
No,
plenty
you
of
have
stoppers in
you have
there.
to drink it.
You
within
have
the
to
next
drink it
minute.
now.
Well, I wasn't sure if it was actually like a big.
Do it.
Do it. Yeah, do it. Do it.
Do it.
All right.
Hey, Jonah.
Well,
This
I was
your
gonna
creation
say, how about?
smells like burnt plastic.
I mean,
What's
it made
plastic?
something. Do we want to just like do a bunch of combinations and then maybe we like identify them later?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
I can't think of anything.
Good.
Not a single thing.
I mean, it's just liquid.
Yeah.
This one is quite
Water's
unappealing.
good for you.
So
Like,
this one just to remind everyone how I don't know if anyone's keeping track of how you made this. You put a little bit of purple in, then you charged up the pillars, then you added some red and mixed it all up, and then you like
Okay.
flip the handle the other way.
Can I go back? Can I look at the writing again now that I know what each thing does? That there's 3 turns here. There's the 2 mixture things there. There's the electric lever thing. Can I make sense of the numbers now at all in any of this stuff?
If you spent hours or days here, you could probably figure it out. But just glancing over, like, no. If you spent enough time here, you could probably suss it out, but it would probably take
spend
you
hours and
quite
days
a bit
here.
of time.
Malin, we're on our own for a long time.
Just grab a set of numbers and go with it.
Well,
And
but that's the
even
thing, I
then,
don't know what the
these notes are
is.
nowhere near complete. Like, there must be thousands of pages that are not intact anymore as well.
I'm just kidding.
I say
Sure, I was just like, if it was like a set of 2, a set of 3, and that sort of thing, I thought that it may be
Not enough to make heads or tails of it. No.
Why don't you take some of them and then maybe we'll come back here another time. I don't think this is going anywhere.
Oh, but I would like to
yeah.
at least more on our adventure.
You have a something here.
Baz,
Yes,
can you put the lever at the bottom?
sure. The what now?
When you pull the lever down, it makes electricity spark.
The one that I'm next to?
Yeah.
I will open the lever on the left full.
Okay. A cloud of red rapidly turns the concoction in the center a bright red. I appreciate the sound
Mix
effects,
it.
Brad.
I'll do mixing left to right again.
Yeah, it seems to glow.
All right, Baz, all the way up to the top.
Throw the lever.
There's a bright flash.
Going with the basics.
All left.
There's a bright flash and a hiss, and then the liquid kind of like bubbles and agitates, and then you hear like a draining sound. It drains down another like 20%, and then Blackwind, you're standing there. You can see that out of the spout, this bright red liquid fills up the vial.
It kind of looks the same.
No, the other one was like
dull.
very dull, kind of like almost brownish red. This is a bright red.
Yeah.
How does this smell?
Right.
This one smells pretty nice. Almost like earthy kind of smell. Like flowers or roots and stuff. And this one is radiating I don't know. Hold up. I have to check something.
Magic.
Necrotic?
Does necrotic makes earthy smell?
I was thinking healing potion.
This one is radiating evocation. As well as hold on. It's hold on. Okay. Oh, sorry, no. It's just I had to just check schools of magic. Just evocation, straight up evocation.
The first one was evocation transmutation.
No, conjuration. Transmutation.
Conjuration transmutation. Okay.
There's enough liquid here, based on what you've seen, to probably do this 3 more times if you wanted to.
Oh,
but
I think maybe we should do it one more time, and maybe do it all right on the lever, but the same process.
Sure.
And then we can take the notes and maybe come back at a later date. But
sure. Yeah,
we'll meet our
probably
friend.
do
You open something and then close it, then add the other one, then add maybe something, or maybe
yeah,
both at the
but
same time.
hopefully if we do simple ones and then take the notes, we might be able to work out how it is and come back later and do a more complicated one.
Sure.
What I'm thinking.
As he's adding the liquid colors, it's not it's not actually filling the liquid up anymore, though, right?
No, it doesn't seem to be. It's not adding enough to actually make a noticeable difference in the level. Yeah. Whatever medium is in there to begin with seems to be rather finite. You don't know where that would come from. Doesn't seem to be any way to fill the thing that you see, but...
Right,
Okay.
Bev, the lever, all the way down.
Is there a jar back in there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not-
there's enough flasks that you can replace it right away. Yeah.
'Cause Blackwood didn't say he put one in. No.
There is a crackle of lightning as the thing crackles to life.
Right.
That-
I'll do all the right this time.
Just pure purple. Okay, it becomes a very bright kind of violet hue.
Right, Archie? Mix her up.
You got it. Same as before.
It-
Left to right, mixing.
As it kind of mixes, the liquid inside seems to be getting a bit more like thick. It's like thickening up and kind of like sloshing more like syrupy now. It looks kind of like splatting, like sticking to the sides and stuff as it mixes.
Oh.
I hope that's good. Bev,
Throw the
final
lever.
step.
There's a crackle, a bright flash, as it zaps the thing, and then there is, you hear what sounds to you like a hiss, a gurgle. Black, when you see a out of the spout, a kind of like thick, kind of purplish like liquid. Like this very like oily kind of thick like syrup or honey kind of like liquid kind of like spews out, comes out, fills up the vial and keeps coming. It overflows and fills on the floor.
Blackwood, what are
Back
you
to the
doing?
middle. Back to the middle, Baz.
And
Yeah,
as that happened, can you guys roll initiative as a pseudopod whips out of it at Blackwood?
I knew it.
What do you do, Archie?
Me? What the hell's a pseudopod?
Octopus tendrils.
It's like a thing a slime would hit you with,
Yeah.
or an ooze.
A tentacle like tendril.
But it doesn't exist. It forms out of the mass and then retreats back into the mass.
I'm just gonna be in the kitchen, guys.
Yeah.
Need
Man.
that water.
We're just making
This
some
place
mess in the apothecarium here.
This place really is something different, and it's so serene and calm.
Baz, I'm gonna
Nothing
roll
bad
initiative
happens in
for you.
here.
So the thick purple came out, and then a pseudopod apparently whipped out from it.
Oh, he said. Oh,
I don't know.
You created life.
it's alive.
I was wondering if you were gonna make a pure purple potion.
Had to be pure purple, goddammit.
Hey, this is a good machine. Got more charges.
Good thing, Aelin and Donovan are in the room with us
Yeah.
Fine.
at the back of the room
We're just here in spirit, though.
on the map.
Oh man.
I got
Sucks
a
what's
bad
going on in there.
feeling about this.
Anyway,
Gerald got 11.
Oh shit.
Like a big black pudding monster.
like that meme from Top Gear. Oh no. Anyway,
Oh no. So Black, when you see this like bursting out and kind of like whipping out towards you, initiative is rolled. Jonah, I'm gonna say nobody's surprised. The thing definitely isn't. But the rest of you were expecting something to happen, so you were all kind of like waiting, so you're not surprised. But Jonah, this thing kind of like forms up, like pouring out of the spout, like reaches up with these pseudopods. What do you do?
How big is it?
Right now, there's enough of it that it's considered, although it's rapidly growing bigger as this stuff is coming out of the spout and kind of expanding to fill the space. It's probably like considered like a small creature at this point.
I am going to cast Enlarge Reduce, the reduced effect on it. I'm going to try to capture it.
Okay. Is it a save? Is it a
Cast. Okay.
Damn.
Then I'm going to run away.
It's a Constitution save. Yeah. Oh, it succeeded. Okay. So you cast. Yeah, nothing seems to happen. It shrugs off the effect. You run across the room. Is that it?
Yep. I'll pass the turn.
Archie, so you haven't seen the creature yet, but you've heard. you know something's up on the other side there. Oh, Gerald would be beside you right now.
Sure, everything all right over there?
It's alive.
The potion's attacking.
I will run up around the side. Oh, jeez. Blackwind, what the hell?
Oh, beans.
What'd you do? I mean, sure. I'll just throw a little firebolt at it and see what happens.
Sure.
It is got a detect magic going, don't you?
I do. Is it giving off any magical auras?
Yeah, it's giving off all sorts of weird auras that seem to change rapidly as you're looking at it.
Great.
I can't pin it down.
Oh, I need to fix something.
So I'm gonna light it on fire. Dude, I'm gonna light this volatile liquid on fire. Yay!
Yeah, the firebolt hits it and kind of sizzles. It doesn't seem to do as much as you would hope.
Oh boy. Okay.
Um,
Gerald.
Also, after you do that, the thing kind of like shudders a bit and changes from purple to bright red.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh,
It's like a mood ring.
yeah. Do I have any idea what this thing is?
Those of you who have seen it, what someone got my, I don't have it open. My identified creatures. Where does oozes fall?
Sure
for
do.
skill?
Is it an ooze?
Yeah,
Arcana.
it is Arcana. Okay. Yeah, you guys can that are proficient can make an Arcana check on it if you like. Yeah, Archie, you have no fucking idea what this thing is.
So close.
What the
You're
hell?
just
is
excited
this
that you made light.
Jonah, this is definitely an ooze.
Great.
Most amuses, it does amuse me. Most oozes are immune to blinding, charm, deaf and frightened, poisoned, and prone. Most oozes are not super fast, and a lot of oozes have are resistant to like physical damage. What exactly this ooze is and what it can do, a lot of times oozes do acid damage, but there's a lot of varieties of oozes, and this one you've not encountered before, so.
I'm gonna tell Gerald to punch the ooze, and I'm gonna make my way towards the portal. It's at the north side of the room, right?
Mhm.
Okay. That's my turn.
It goes next.
Happy days.
It kind of shudders, and the burp, almost like it's like internally like boiling, and bubbles start rapidly forming on it, and then there is, just Blackwind and Archie will be affected by this. The rest of you have cover, but it kind of burbles and then just kind of goes, almost like a big bubble forms and just pops, and the red ooze just kind of like splatters out in probably about 15-foot radius around it. You guys will both
Probably
need.
good for the skin.
It's not gonna. It didn't set it up. They don't have it set up properly. Can you guys give me dexterity saving throws, both of you?
Oh, great.
I can't do it
I'm
for you
super-
because it's not set up to register properly.
I'm super at those.
Believe it or not, I'm
Wow.
actually. Believe it or not, I'm actually proficient in dexterity. You believe it? With all my dexterity saves I have done lately.
Well, you beat me.
Do either of you have fire resistance?
Nope.
No.
Okay, then it doesn't matter.
Oh, so it does nothing.
Where'd the minus 1d4 come from?
Not sure. I had temporary hit points of 4. I know that. But
Oh, did you apply the effect to it, Jonah? The reduced
Oh, maybe I
effect?
did.
Yeah, okay. I have to take that off because he succeeded on the save.
That's weird that it applied it.
Yeah.
No, I hit the wrong button first.
Hmm.
I hit effect instead of cast.
So the
I
minus,
gotcha.
so it should be 3 more than that, because I rolled a -3 on the thing. So Blackwind, you take 8, 11. You take 11 points of fire damage. So you had some temp hit points. It looks like you took. 4.
He did.
if we just add, yeah,
4. Yeah, you would have
Just
had
give
4.
him the 3 more.
Yeah.
I'd be at 18 wounds or
18
17
wounds,
wounds.
yeah, I can't do the math. Yeah, 18. Yeah, and then Archie, you failed as well. So sorry, you don't get a separate roll. You would take 11 points of fire damage as it splatters you. Yeah, and then it lashes out with a pseudopod at Blackwind. Rolls pathetically and misses you. Blackwind, it's your turn. It's still bubbling red.
You get
Yeah.
the food.
I'm gonna take the dodge action right now because I don't think slicing into it is gonna be a good thing. And I will move. Is it still coming out of, like, from what I can tell, out of the nozzle?
Yeah, it looks like it is. Yes, like
Don't
it's still
forget-
it's still kind of like attached to the end of the nozzle coming out.
It's
Don't
still
forget,
coming
Ryan.
out.
You have Ouroboros too, the dagger, which does piercing damage.
There's that, but it's also poison.
Only if you're attuned to it and activating the
I am
effect.
attuned to it.
Otherwise, it's just a +1 dagger. Like, you don't have to do the poison damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now I'm just trying to not get eaten by a slime right now, and I'm letting everybody. It's still coming out. Have you turn it off? Make it stop.
Baz hasn't had a turn yet to do that.
Yeah, I know. So that's why I'm just saying. I don't know if I can stand right there. I might be able to stand there.
Yeah, you can, sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm taking the dodge action, which I guess I can apply to myself.
Mhm.
I think. So. Yay. And I will also do tireless as a bonus action. I think I still have one of those.
Okay.
Yes, I can still do one of those, or 2 of those actually. But
Okay, and that's your turn.
yeah.
At the end of your turn, Blackwind, this you take further 5 points of fire damage as it just emanates heat,
Okay, it is.
just searing the air around it.
Okay.
As a note, Gerald should actually be before Baz.
Oh shit.
He's
Right.
an 11, but he's got a higher dex. It doesn't really matter. It's the same initiative.
Okay, sure. It doesn't really matter. So let's
You can
do.
go after. It's fine.
Okay, Baz.
Okay, I was kind of AFK at sort of the beginning of this. Were you guys telling Baz to do something?
You were just the levers.
Okay, but so I did the levers.
Yeah,
Said
so
it's still
you were-
coming out.
Well, I guess that's the question. Did Baz pull the lever back and the thing, or is the lever still open? Corey?
He hasn't had a turn yet to do anything, so.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying before then I was AFK. I'm saying I'm trying to get a sense of
Right.
The
So
thing.
You push the lever all the way.
you push the lever to let out the
okay.
stuff.
Yes.
You have not had a chance to close
Okay.
it
Then
again.
okay, that's all I was asking.
Yeah.
Then I will do that. I will pull the lever back
To the center position.
to reset it to normal.
Okay, that's a object interaction, so the
Okay.
the lightning hitting the sphere kind of shuts down.
Okay. All right, then I will. And I don't know anything about what this how this creature is, other than it's seemingly hurting my friends, right?
Yep. It's currently red, bubbling, and spurting bubbly bits of red ooze.
I'm gonna attack it with my greatsword.
Okay. Okay.
Noise.
Okay.
15 points
But
of damage.
as you slash into it, some of the ooze spatters back on you, burning you for 9 points of fire damage.
Holy shit.
Oh god.
It does kind of discorporate a bit and sticks to your longsword a bit. It doesn't seem to be eating your longsword or anything. It's not destroying it. But yeah, you kind of hit it and just kind of like immediately just kind of like shudders and sprays back at you.
Yeah. Hitting this thing up close hurts. That's it.
Okay. Baz, after you do that, and you pull your sword back out of it and you got spattered a bit, the thing kind of like vibrates and spins a bit and turns like a dull kind of like gray color. Gerald.
He's gonna run up to it and punch him. Wop wop. Whack.
Hit it really hard.
Okay, just one sec. I have to check something. Well, yeah, that will definitely hit. 24.
Good for damage.
Yeah, go for it.
We were fighting super sentinels.
Okay, he hits it. He actually only takes 3 points of damage, as he seems to resist the blow. It kind of hardens as soon as it hits him.
What? Bullshit. He slashed him.
Changed color to the dull gray.
Which I assumed was slashing.
I think it's physical.
Bullshit.
It's
You
my turn.
guys aren't here.
Hey,
Sorry.
it's my turn. Oh.
Jonah. So yeah, this thing is
I'm
now
on
like a
it.
dull gray color. You saw it turn red when Archie hit it and started burning people, and now that Baz has hit it, it's like this dull gray color. And
Does it put off the heat still then?
No, the heat fades.
Don't use fire! Don't use fire!
Oh my god.
It's fine.
I could catapult something. Anything interesting in my inventory?
Not the bees. Not the bees.
I will. Yeah, sure. I'll just cat something. All right, I'll move up here. Oh wait, can I actually get like here?
Where?
Is that? I'm sorry, I should have let go.
No,
Is that legal?
You can't move into the sphere, no.
I'm
Or,
gonna have to go like this. I'm trying to get an angle so I can catapult but not hit friendly fire. I think I can aim it.
yeah. Isn't it an attack roll with catapult?
The deck save.
Yeah, but it goes in a line.
So
Yeah,
if,
dex
if the dude
save,
saves, then
that'll-
it could hit Baz.
Yeah. It could hit Baz, technically.
I'm gonna have to fire. I have. Sorry, guys.
Or me from the other angle.
I know, right? You look like.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna send a firebolt its way.
Could you go right here? And catapult that way?
Yeah, that hits.
Nice.
Okay. Does some damage to it.
The turn.
Archie,
Okay.
the thing does not change color in response to Jonah hitting it. It's still gray.
Interesting.
Mm.
I don't understand, but I'm gonna
Fascinating.
run to the portal and think Alessandra's prayer room and run through.
Okay. Poof. You gone.
I'm not there.
Is it immediate? Like, is it, or does it take time for me? I guess I don't know.
Your turn's over, I'll tell you that much.
Shit.
Remember, it happens all stuff in like seconds and stuff, so it's everything's really quick.
Well, right, but I didn't think
Yeah.
it would take more than 6 seconds to go through the portal. I guess we'll see.
The thing kind of like spins up a little bit, and you see like these long like kind of like metal shards form out of it. It shakes and then bursts, sending metal shrapnel everywhere. It kind of clanks off of everything. Can the three of you, Baz, Jonah, you are. I'm gonna give you advantage, Jonah, because you're gonna have partial cover on this from the spray.
Okay.
But you are within the radius. So if all of you can give me dex saves, I can't roll it for you. I'm sorry, and including Gerald.
No problem.
That's fine.
Will the dodge effect automatically give me the advantage?
Yeah, if you're dodging, yeah, you get advantage on dex, so it should do it automatically if you drop the thing on you.
Well, yeah.
Yes, it
Hey,
did. Not that you
a
needed it
couple
with
of good
those
ones.
dice.
Finally!
I can't. Whoever wrote this thing up didn't do a very good job, because I can't change it to. Anyways, it's fine. So 2 successes and 2 fails. Let me roll this. So Jonah succeeded. Jonah, you take 6 points of piercing damage. Archie's not in it. Blackwind, you succeeded. You take 6. That brings you to 23, right? Yeah. Baz takes. He failed. You take 12. Gerald takes 12 piercing damage. And then it lashes out with a rock hard hammer looking pseudopod at Baz, since Baz is the one that hit it and is the closest.
Gerald hit it last.
Gerald hit it last. You're right. Does 11 hit Gerald?
No.
No. Okay. It misses.
Don't matter.
Not a very good swinger, but it's a spitter.
Yeah.
Blackwood, it's your turn. You notice at the end of its turn, it kind of like shudders and shifts back into like a purplish color and more liquidy.
So back to its kind of normal state. I'm gonna back off 5 feet, but I'm not disengaging.
Okay, it will swing at you with a purpley pseudopod. A miss.
I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Okay.
I mean,
I mean, it's good. But
It's good.
I was hoping that it. Oh, like Jesus, I can't hit it though. 1 attack, second attack.
God damn it, I have 2 attacks.
You do.
Oh my God! What
Yes,
the hell?
you do.
I have 2 attacks. What's wrong with
So-
me?
Apparently, I just did the exact same move.
Well, how
If it
about
didn't work
this?
the first
Or
time.
this? Oh shit.
And then I will back up to here.
Okay. Get out of the radius of its little spray.
Well, I'm not even sure if I'm out of its radius yet.
Yeah.
What,
The
where
last
did
2
say
times it
splash
sprayed
rate?
about 15 feet.
Oh, okay, so I'm just outside of it. You know what? I'm gonna move a little bit farther, and then
Okay.
we'll call that good for now, I guess.
All right.
I just missed a very slow-moving ooze twice.
All right.
Must be in my eyes.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't seem like this thing is going down as easily as I'd like, so boom, boom, boom.
Oh, you go big.
He's so big.
And yeah, fucking hit this boy.
That hits.
My rolls.
Nice.
Baz, and you hit it. It splatters back at you with purple. You take 9 points acid damage.
Uh-huh.
And it shifts and turns gray again.
What color was it?
Even though
It was
It was
back to
purple.
purple.
Oh,
Back to purple. And it's
I missed that.
The second one hits it for 12. Actually only does 6. Because he resists the second hit.
God damn it! I did the exact amount of damage.
So it is
Two.
still...
Corey, just to double check, it doesn't need its reaction to do that, right?
It doesn't. It's
Okay.
just it's automatic the first time it takes damage.
Ah,
Between turns.
yeah.
So it's not dying. It survives because it hardens itself against the second blow.
Gerald, finish him. Finish him.
I'm not
Gerald.
sure if Gerald could do enough damage to finish him, but we're gonna find out. Gerald punches him.
That was cool.
Yeah.
They can do,
That
they can do
hits.
6 points.
Alright.
It does
Ooh.
2 points of damage.
It really wanted that one. It was not going off of it.
Yeah, it's slid like all the way around.
Yeah, with resistance, Gerald couldn't do enough.
Yeah, I
You could have
guess.
crit.
Good crit.
That's true. Could have grabbed.
Written maxed out.
Sika,
He
Oh,
can do
man.
9 total
Jonah.
damage.
Oh,
Alright,
The creature
my
is
fireball
gray.
it.
Donna, Quinn, you ever feel
Fireball
like
it? Oh,
time
shit.
is just flying by sometimes? Life's just moving past.
Automatic
Oh,
miss.
Not good. Bonus action, nothing. Misty step. So I will run away.
Run away.
Okay.
And
Archie.
that's the turn.
You appear in the chamber. Aelin is sitting on the floor, seemingly in a meditative state. He's back to you because he's facing the pillar.
Smeared blood all over the floor.
Yeah, there's blood like
Yeah.
everywhere on the floor.
What the hell did you do to Tanaquin?
I wanted peace and quiet.
Well,
Not talking.
I'm gonna send a message to my brother and just be like, "There's a blob attacking us in the apothecary," and then I'm gonna hop back through.
Okay.
And I'm gonna think. So I said apothecary to him. I'm gonna think apothecary as I go back through.
Sure.
Isn't the portal behind you white?
That's true.
Oh no.
If you hop back through the portal you just came out of, you're
Yeah.
outside the temple.
How far is the portal on the other side?
Like 80 feet.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm smart enough to know the portal behind me is white, so I will just yell it as I run by, but I'm only going to make it 60 feet.
Okay. So you like run past Aelin as you're yelling, "It's attacking us in the apothecary!"
There's a blobby thing attacking us in the apothecary. Just
Archie,
running
can you
by.
give me a dexterity save? Or
Sure.
you can alternate. Sorry, check. You could alternately use acrobatics.
I mean, I'm not
see if you don't slip
proficient
on the
in
blood.
either.
Yeah.
Floor.
Cool.
Donna Quinn shows up with a mop
Yeah.
and a bucket.
You
Oh man!
Almost.
Come
You
on,
you
guys.
step on it and you're like,
Buckets.
"Ooh, whoa!" You do that thing where you like almost fall and keep going.
Use the slipperiness now
Hop a
towards
couple
your advantage
times.
and slide.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
go an extra
and
5
that-
feet because you slide.
I was just gonna say, you get an extra 5 or 10
Yeah.
feet doing like the risky business slide.
Yeah. I'm sliding on blood past my brother, going, "Blob attacking us in the apothecary!"
Where'd all this blood come from?
Where is the
the creature is gray still, right? Yeah. Creature burbles, little spikes come out, and it sprays it in. If Gerald and Baz can give me dex saves, please. The rest of you are out of range.
Apparently, Gerald can't do dex saves unless I'm there with him.
He's
Baz
just
is
missing
okay.
you. Like, oh.
He's distracted. He's like, "What? Wait, hey, wait."
Okay, Gerald takes a whopping 4 points of piercing damage as I rolled like garbage. Baz, you take 2. And then it swings its pseudopod hammer-like at Baz.
Why?
No, wait. Gerald hit it last again, didn't he?
Yep,
No,
he punched
didn't-
him.
He punched him, yeah.
Oh, he had.
Yep, he did.
Gerald has, what's his AC? 16 hit?
15.
That hits. Gerald takes 7 points of bludgeoning damage. The thing then kind of shudders, shifts, and becomes purple again. Blackwind.
Kill it.
That hits. That's
I
probably
used the
enough.
same technique that somebody else used.
And you roll like shit again. Blackwind, you take 2 points of acid damage from the blowback when it splashes on you.
Got me? At
Yeah,
10 feet?
I rolled snake
Gotcha.
eyes. Oh, 10 feet! No, you're right. Doesn't do anything. Out of range.
Oh man,
It's only if you're next
why
to
does
it.
it have to be acid? If it was poison damage, Gerald would have been immune. Damn it.
Yeah, it kind of, after you finish hitting it, it kind of shudders and just kind of like deflates a bit and just kind of like spreads out across the floor and stops moving.
Makes the fart noise. Okay, so are
which
we done
will
playing
end
with
initiative,
Knob?
yeah.
As Archie goes through the portal.
And
It just
Moments
shows up like,
later, Archie shows back up in the room.
I think I beached you through the portal.
Oh, easily.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Alien pops through the portal first, followed by Archie.
Ah!
Oh man, I'm gonna get such a scolding.
I thought you were fighting something in here.
We were.
No, we weren't. We were just making potions. Who told you that?
And then Archie pops through the portal.
Yeah, Archie immediately shows up afterwards.
Yeah. Like, wait,
I mean,
where'd it go?
Well, you can
You
see
can see the puddle
the
of it.
remains of it. Yeah. It's spread. By the way, the body that's on the ground is like rapidly like decomposing because of all the acid that was.
Ugh.
Ooh.
Quick, collect some of it.
I was gonna say, can I walk the 2 feet
yeah, I'm gonna
forward?
pass on that.
See if there was a coin pouch that's still intact.
I think the first thing I did was investigate the body.
You did. That's true. Nobody ever said if there was
Well,
anything on
okay.
it.
I said I'm going to check out the body, and I rolled a medicine check, but I have to assume the Basil would have, in the process of doing that, for stuff.
Yeah, you would have found. Yeah, that's a good point. You would have found 12 silver pieces and 2 electrum pieces.
Left.
It is now.
I will pull the body out of the gross shit.
When you go to pull it, literally like the part you're pulling on like pulls off. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
the
it's like
big
it's all
stringy
over.
mess in between the part you're pulling and the body.
Ugh.
Gerald,
Good job.
come over here. I'm gonna start mending Gerald.
I'm going to. You guys sort of stay here. Maybe I'm gonna take this outside, and I'm gonna pick up.
How?
Why are we taking it outside?
It's just why not just let it disintegrate?
Well, this is a person.
It
Sure,
isn't
but they're not
anymore.
in the body anymore. Their soul's no longer there.
Well, sure, but it's respectful. I'm
Right now,
I'm just gonna do it. I'll
How?
I'm going to reach down and pick up the
Okay.
body parts.
When you pick it up, it like literally like sliding off your hands,
okay, are you saying that the body is
dissolving
genuinely
to
like,
gel. Yeah.
oh, all right. I didn't.
it's
I
acid all
figured you just meant that it was like being eaten away by acid, not turning into fucking jelly.
Well,
Well,
that's
the acid
what is that's what
dissolves
the
it.
acid is it's dissolving the body.
Well, yeah,
And-
sure, but there's a certain level of. It's not going to do that to bones immediately,
Sure.
unless
Well,
unless
the
it's
flesh,
like,
like there's nothing holding the bones. I think that's what it
if
is.
it was
The
acting
fleshy
that
parts
fast,
are all
then
turning
me even
into
touching it would be destroying my hands.
24 damage.
but it's also pretty much submerged in the same square.
All
Are
right,
you
never
guys
mind.
planning-
Forget it. It's fine.
Are you guys planning on making any more potions?
How do you know
We
we're
don't-
making? Oh, I told you. No, we're going to
One
learn how
smells
to
like
control the
burnt garbage.
machine, and then we're going to come back.
All right, I'm gonna leave.
Bye.
Donna
Sorry.
Quinn's probably gonna be back there, so and I'll go back to the prayer room.
I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna
Handle
last
it.
longer.
If he makes anything else, by the way, there is a jar full of leftover acid, I guess.
Well, is there anything left in the vial?
No,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
not
About-
you.
Yeah.
The thing like
I wasn't sure.
flowed out of it onto
Yeah.
the floor as like
I
a.
just wasn't sure if it was empty or full or.
Blackwind, can I see the other two potions?
Here, this one is or smells like burnt garbage, and this one smells faintly of earthen leaf flowers or something like that. You made
Nice.
two different distinct smells, which is impressive, I guess.
Can
Oh,
I-
wow. You make a
can
lot
I-
of smells, Blackwind.
Can I call Gerald back to me and take the next 5? I'm gonna cast mending on him a couple of times.
Oh sure.
5 times to be specific. So I'm gonna take 5
Okay.
minutes. So
I
to
don't
heal
think
him
he's
back.
actually given out the potions yet, so. Corey can give them to you directly when he does hand them out.
So,
just
yeah, the
just note them
plan
on
is-
your sheet.
Not
okay.
to make
Yeah, I have-
any more. That's the plan. Okay.
Let's collect the papers.
There's
Any
probably
papers
enough
we can
liquid in
find.
here to do it one more time. That drained it for quite a bit.
Oh, balls.
Let's make it. Let's collect the papers. Let's see what we got. If one of these is good, we can always come back and just make that one. So
Sure. That's true.
mean-
If we know how.
yeah, and I'm okay leaving like lost cost is just one potion not made.
Sure, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
Well, that was an adventure.
Meanwhile, Donna Quinn. Prior to this happening, Donna Quinn, you have stepped into a kitchen. You've been here before. There are barrels and things. This time, however, there's a man
No.
here.
Damn it, Corey.
He's a kind of a middle-aged guy, kind of greasy black hair, kind of slicked back off of his face, wearing a Flaming Fist uniform. He's currently, as far as you can tell, he is getting a drink of water from one of the water bells off to the side. He doesn't seem to have noticed you yet. And as he kind of like scoops up the water into his mouth, he kind of like coughs a bit and sputters, and kind of like seems to like lose his balance slightly, and kind of has to steady himself on the wall. And he just kind of like sits there, kind of like, you know how you do that thing with like one hand on your knee, one hand on the wall, just kind of unsteady, and just kind of like coughs a few times. And when he coughs, you can see like the sides of his neck. You can see like one of his vein kind of like turns black.
Okay. He hasn't noticed me at all.
No, his back's to you.
And
And
this
he's
is the
in
only portal also like that. What are the portals that are in this room? Is it just one that I came to?
Just the one behind you, which is black, so you can go anywhere from that portal.
Okay. And it's part of the Flaming Fist, is he?
Yeah, he's got a shield on his back with the Flaming Fist symbol on it, and a long sword at his waist.
I want to run away on something like that because I don't have a charter. But as I see him also in distress, also I will say hello, sir. So are you okay? And I will slowly.
He kind of turns his head towards you. You see his left eye is like bloodshot, like badly, and he kind of like squints a bit, and he's like, "What?" Pulls his sword out and kind of unsteadily, kind of like lifts himself up, points the sword at you, and he's like, "Who goes there? Who's that now? Friend or foe?"
Friend. Yes, friend, not foe.
And he kind of like looks at you a little bit, and then just like drops his sword and kind of like falls down on his ass, and he just kind of like looks up at the ceiling, and he's like, "Oh, thank God, because I honestly, I don't think I could have fought you."
Now you ask him if there's any assistance or stuff that I could help.
And he's like, I wish you happen to have a cure for the death curse around here."
Wow, no, I do not. I will use. I'll try to use like some medicines like that. Also, just I know I can't. Do anything on stuff, but I will ask him also if I can look over on stuff and try to help in any way I can.
Yeah, you can tell. Well, give me a medicine check. I'm assuming you like help him up off the floor. Yeah, you can tell that he's running a pretty high fever, for sure.
Mhm.
But I mean, you can give him some herbs and things, but there's, as far as you can tell, you've seen this before in your people. You don't know how it affects humans differently.
Yeah.
But there's nothing that you know, nothing you can do.
I will.
He's
I
kind
will
of like-
offer him.
Hmm?
I'll offer him also a few good berries. That
Yeah,
I still have left.
He eats them and kind of perks up just a little bit. He's like, "Oh, thank you," and then he kind of looks at you. He's like, "Do I know you?"
No, you do not.
Like, no, wait, no, I do know you. I do know you, Donna-Quinn, right? You're with that lady from Candlekeep. She told me about you.
That I as surprised. That is true.
He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I've got it all right here, and he kind of like pulls out like a little like notebook. He's like, yeah, Donna-Quinn, Aelin, yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
like,
it's my friend.
He's like, you get separated in here too? This place is a maze, I tell you. Amazing, but a maze as well.
Yeah, initially yes, sort of separated, but now we figured out also how to travel around the palace, this place and that. So we're just trying to get answers to questions.
It's like, yeah, join the club. It's like, well, and he kind of extends his hand. He's like, name's Cass Vandros, Sergeant of the Flaming Fist.
I will put my hand down on stuff and say, as you know, I am Donna-Quinn. I don't know if there's anything I can do to actually help you, but is there anything that you would like me to do?
He kind of shakes his head. He's like, do you got any booze? My head's killing me.
I'm like, no, we are in the kitchen though.
He's like, it's true, I've only found water so far. He's like, yeah, help me look for some booze, whiskey or something.
I will look around.
Kind of stumbles around and digs through various cupboards and things. You can make an investigation check. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's perception, but good enough. Sure. Yeah. You eventually find what looks to be like a bottle of, it might be like old cooking wine, perhaps. Doesn't look like it's a fine spirit, but it's alcoholic for sure.
I will do that. I will offer it to him, and I will. If are there any chairs or anything around, or anywhere for him to sit that's not on the ground?
There's some stools and benches and things.
I will help him up and stuff like that onto somewhere to sit.
Kind of like leans his back up against the wall and takes like a big long swig, and then kind of like coughs and sputters and like spits some of it back up. He's like, that is rank. Yeah, it's not bad though. He's like, so, Donna-Quinn. What brings you to Chult? Well, actually, you're probably from here, eh? You look like one of the locals. No offense, if that's offensive.
I don't think that's offensive. But I would do it. I tell him also for him where I'm from and that, and here because of the death curse, like everyone else, trying to figure out the death curse and the corruption and things like that. And all
He's like, well, I wouldn't say like everyone else, because most of the people I'm with, they're just here for loot and glory. They don't give a shit about the death curse. He kind of takes another swig. He's like, you know, heaven forbid we do something beneficial.
You're gonna ask him also if he has any idea of how he, how he caught the death curse at all. If he has any idea.
He's like, oh, this would be a result of a very kind stranger bringing me back to life after a battle out on the field of the dead north of Baldur's Gate. We were fighting a contingent of demons. I went down. Big fucker just eviscerated me. Next thing I know, I'm waking up with a cleric over top of me spouting off about Ominator or some shit. Either way, maybe I should have just stayed dead, because this has been a slow decline since, well, the last year or so anyways. And he kind of like lifts up his like tabard and kind of shows you his stomach, and you can see that there's like this very ragged, like infected looking like claw raked across his stomach. He's like, pretty sure that this gets much worse, my guts are gonna spill out on the floor, and well, we'll see what was at the end of that little tunnel of light. Like, probably nothing good, things I've done. Kind of drinks another big long swig.
If you don't mind me asking, stuff, I'm wondering if you had any like information or something about the death curse, like the mainly like the big crocodile in one section.
He's like, the big crocodile, the children of the crocodile. How are you talking about?
Yeah, that area stuff, and what they're all about. I feel that has something to do with this. I already have information maybe about this.
Like, yeah, well, as far as we can tell, they're run by some dwarf, crazy people. I don't know. I guess they can talk to the crocodiles. They say the crocodile can read the future or spouts prophecy, stuff like that. They wouldn't let any of us seen it. The commander, she's been a little upset about it, but she's been more focused on those, whatever the hell those things are down in the residential district. But anyways, we've had a couple skirmishes with them. Gave as good as we got, but they're dug in pretty deep. It's hard going down there. They seem to know the area quite well, and anyways. Yeah, as far as the death, I don't know anything about the death curse as far as that goes. Talking crocodiles, I mean, sounds a bunch of mumbo jumbo to me. But then again, I'm dying from a supernatural death curse, so who knows? Sure, talking crocodiles. I mean, I'm talking to a giant turtle right now. You are real, right? Kind of reaching touches.
I am very real, friend.
Like, good. So you're supposed to be good luck, right? That's what they say in the port. You're good luck.
If you eat them.
He's like, I don't know, maybe that's not a thing. That's what some of the locals say, anyways.
Some locals also believe that because they don't see very many of us also around these parts,
Yeah.
and that is okay. If they believe that we are fine with that.
Yeah. Oh, that's good then. He's like, well, this is, and he kind of like takes another swig and then kind of like shakes it a bit. He's like, oh, there's that. And he tosses it over on the floor and just shatters the bottle. He's like, feeling much better now. I'm a little sleepy though. I'm gonna maybe just take a little nap here.
Okay, so I'm sorry stuff about your situation, sir.
He's like, it is what it is. I was on borrowed time anyways, right? No less than I deserve. And he kind of like sits down on the floor and just kind of like slumps against the wall a bit and closes his eyes, and he's still breathing, but he definitely unconscious pretty rapidly after that.
Okay, I will just make sure that he's kind of comfortable, and then I will look around on stuff for Actually, I'll stick my head on some in a barrel of water.
Okay.
And I will look around and see if there's any sort of like mops or rags or anything.
Yeah, as you're digging through one of, because there's all sorts of like storage closets and things just off to the side. As you're digging through there, there's mops and brooms and cleaning pails and things you can get out of there. As you're picking it up, you hear footsteps behind you from outside of this little closet you're in.
I'm in the closet?
Yeah, there's
Or
like
just-
a little storage room just off the side of the kitchen.
Okay, I will. I will just kind of listen. I'll kind of like turn around and stuff, and I don't know if the door is like wide open and they can see whatever it is.
You can just look out into the kitchen, sure.
I would just kind of, I'll kind of be quiet and kind of peek a little bit.
Okay. Can you give me a stealth check?
Would I ever?
Okay. You kind of peek around the corner. You see the man that was sleeping when you walked in here, standing in the middle of the room, and he's just kind of like looking around. His eyes completely bloodshot and kind of like kind of like an ooze, kind of like dripping down his cheek a little bit. He just kind of like seems to be like looking around.
I will. My head goes slowly back into my shell. Basically, also like I try to be quiet. Like I said, I try to
Just observe.
yeah, like I said, I just kind of back away a little bit and stuff like that, and just try to be quiet, not make any noise.
And you were still watching him though, from around the corner?
Initially, no. Initially, I'm just gonna back in and be quiet and kind of listen to see, and then if, like I was saying, after like a little bit, if I don't hear anything, then
you'll hear footsteps here and there, going further away from you, and then the footsteps just immediately cease.
Okay, as soon as I stop hearing the footsteps, then I'll kind of slowly peek out again. No, don't roll.
Okay. Yeah, you glance out, don't see him anywhere. Seems to have
He
left.
gone.
Okay. I will continue. I will then continue also to get a mop and bucket, and I'll just kind of be a little bit more weary and stuff like that, though, just because kind of sketchy. Even though he's probably gone, I think somebody's there watching me.
Sure.
But I'll do that. Yeah, I'll grab a
And
mop.
head back to the prayer hall where.
Yeah, I'll go back to reception and do the, yeah.
You step out, and just for timeline wise, this happens just. You were there for a bit searching with the guy and talking to him, making him comfortable. It took you some time. You get back, Aelin is in the prayer room, looking maybe slightly annoyed? I don't know. Are you annoyed, Aelin, for having been interrupted and running off for no reason? Or...
I mean, probably a little bit, but it would have faded quickly because had it been serious, I would have been glad that my sister had come to grab me. So I'm just kind of, I'm not like meditating or praying anymore. I'm just sort of pacing around a bit.
You see Donaquin with a bucket and a full of water and a mop comes through the portal behind you, I suppose.
Hey, good. You had some luck.
Found a bucket and a mop. I also came across one of the guard guys have been there as well. He was not looking very good at all.
Oh, but he was alive at least.
I think so. Like I said, I think he had what we've seen before, stuff with like the death curse. Pretty sure that he had that in his part. It looked like he looked really bad.
That might have been the one that Aracellus saw.
I don't remember the name Corey on stuff, but I tell my guy probably would. I tell Aelin on stuff the guy's name.
Yes, Vanders, that would match. I was assuming Archie would have told him. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like him. Well, and then he wasn't there when you left.
What was I say? I helped him around, got him some booze, and so there was really. I wish there was more that I could have done, but he was too far gone. I don't have the medical asset to deal with the death curse at all.
Nobody.
So I tried to make him as comfortable as I could. Tried to get the mop and bucket, and actually he got back up all of a sudden and looked even worse. Like the same, the ooze like coming out of his eye, and so I kind of hid in the closet. Seemed like the smartest thing to do at the time. And he eventually left. So I'm not sure exactly how the death curse works and all that, but I feel he's not alive anymore in the sense of being like living and breathing. I don't really know. But he was gone, and then I came back. Now here, I came back here.
He's not alive anymore in the sense of living. 2021.
And breathing.
I don't know what Archie has to talk about. Come on.
You're very wise, Donna Quinn.
I've heard that on many occasions from various people.
Yeah, I mean, our experience with the death curse is pretty limited too. But as far as I know, the person that we know that had it didn't get back up. So this may be something else, or maybe it affects different people different ways.
Yeah, I was very surprised also that like he laid down and he seemed like he was gonna go like to sleep or whatever, and then all of a sudden he was up and looking around, and man, it didn't seem like himself. I only just met him, but it didn't seem like himself after that. Very uneasy.
Well, maybe we won't find him in the mess hall after all. I think we would start cleaning kind of as we're talking about this.
Yeah, I would be mopping up all the blood.
Yeah. No.
Okay. All right. So as you guys are mopping and waiting for the others, why don't actually I just looked at the clock. Why don't we take a break? And come back at like 8.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's all go to the lobby.
We'll come back at 10.
Well, yeah. 8 Pacific time. BRB.
Burb.
Hello.
Hello. What's up?
Whoa.
Why? Why are the youths gathering in hundreds in Chicago? I don't understand.
But they're free.
Millennium Park closed 2 hours early today in response to Chicago teens converging there. They're just like everywhere. I don't understand.
Where'd all the teens come from?
Well, here we are.
Is Ryan back?
Sure. How could you not be? You survived the alchemical room. Good job.
Yay!
Only made one ooze. 2 potions. That's good.
What happens if we do all purple again, though? Surely it'll be different.
Must be the same twice.
We've expended all the ooze, now it's just gold.
Just gold.
No,
So
I
I go
just
too
want
bad
to.
now to get to the good stuff.
It's the
No,
cure
no,
of
no,
the
no, 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 no. I want the ooze. We just need a bigger container to put it in. That was our problem.
Well,
Could we put it like a bag of holding around it?
I mean, if you want your bag of holding to be destroyed,
Why? Could they have an ooze in it?
it would
Why would
eat,
an ooze destroy a bag of holding?
it would eat through it.
I don't think so.
Isn't it like a pocket? Isn't it
Yeah, it's a pocket dimension. You can't touch the outside of the bag of holding, right?
Yeah, you can.
Or can you cut?
In fact, you
Can
can
you?
cut your way out of a bag of holding and destroys everything and sends it,
Destroys it.
sending out into the astral plane.
Hmm.
If you pierce the bag of holding from the inside, yeah, it really fucks it up.
Yeah, which means you can touch the outside. It's a finite space that has walls.
Isn't there like a hole? Can we use a hole?
Portable hole? Yeah.
Can we
Portable
just?
hole? What does that do?
It's a smaller bag of holding, I think.
It's a little different.
Is it?
Yeah. I don't know how.
I just know if you put them together, it's really bad.
Yeah. That sounds...
Well,
Or really
you
good.
guys are leaving the alchemical room, yeah? Where
That's my plan.
where are you guys going? There's this
Next on the list, Sunburst Cylindrical Hall.
Wow, this cylindrical hall looks exactly the same as last time you were here with nothing else of interest.
Cool.
There's nobody here.
Yeah. Alright. Like I said, it's basically just going through mapping them. Hall of Champions would be next, but we don't.
What would be the mess hall next? Or no, you said
Well,
you were
but I thought the guy would still be in the mess hall, so it was last on the
and
list.
I guess you guys don't know because
We don't know
Yeah,
that he was in
that's
the
correct.
kitchen. So
So
we
Hall of
skipped the
Champ-
mess hall. Hall
I
of
guess you s-
Champions.
there's nobody in
We
the Hall
can
of
skip
Champions
it.
either.
Then to kitchen and storage.
Yeah, it looks like someone's been here recently. There's some water splashed on the floor. There's some blood as well. There's a longsword lying in the middle of the floor.
Sweet,
Looks-
free sword.
Sorry, which room were we in?
The kitchen.
Kitchen.
Into the
I'm looking around.
Hmm?
So that as soon as I get in here, I'm probably gonna start looking through cabinets and.
Yeah, right. Baz wanted to look around in the kitchen for stuff.
Sure.
So
Give me-
I'll. Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, okay. So I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were saying something.
Both cancel each other out.
Give me an investigation check as you search for. What do you search for? Special recipes. and shit?
I'm looking for, preserved foods, recipes, notes.
There was a bunch of preserved food here. Somebody took it all last time they were here. His name was Donegan.
Must have been the other guy.
But yeah, give me an investigation check. See what you can find.
You
I just
find
wanted to
some-
take a look at the sword.
It's a
Find some
normal
water.
longsword.
Find a barrel of water that tastes oddly like a turtle. I keep
Nice.
sticking my head in.
Baz,
Turtle juice.
you're searching around. This looks like, other than the barrels of relatively clean water, actually one of the barrels doesn't look that clean, but the rest of them do. You don't find any preserved food or anything, although there's definitely like crumbs and like remnants, so there must have been at some point some food in here recently, but someone has taken it. However, as you're rifling through various cupboards and things, looking for stuff, you do come across what looks to be a well-preserved leather folder. It's kind of in the bottom of one of the drawers.
I take it out.
It seems to contain a sheaf of paper that's been waxed and preserved.
Oh. Is there anything on the paper?
There is a bunch of writing, but you can't read it.
I will bring it over to Archie. Hey Archie, I found this. Do you happen to know what any of this says?
Can Archie read it?
It is written in Chultan.
Ah,
You
yeah.
can read it.
I don't even need a spell to read that.
It looks to be a handwritten recipe for something called a taste labyrinth. It has a very. It seems to be, I assume you read it out to Baz.
Of course.
It seems to be a very complex dish that combines many flavors that shift throughout the eating. There is notes saying that it was Oshano's favorite. Seems to be written by like whoever maybe was the chef here, and served on holy days. Given the complexity of the dish, Baz, you would estimate, because you're a skilled chef, a very skilled chef might be able to pull it off. However, it would require some specific ingredients. As well, you'd have to be pretty darn good at what you do. The ingredients include 6 portions of camu fruit, 10 intact and whole bitter nuts, whatever those are. Bitter spelt with a Y, but that might be just be a strange translation error, but you're pretty sure that it's spelt differently.
He's Archie.
How dare you incinerate?
Bitter, like instead of an I, it's a Y.
Oh, I thought that was YIT.
A
biter.
A full portion of dancing monkey fruit, and a fresh Camadon liver.
Camadon.
Yeah, it looks to be maybe combining these as well as a whole bunch of more mundane ingredients in a rather lengthy cooking that requires precision and extreme timing to get the cooking perfect. Otherwise, it can be ruined pretty easily. Mechanically, this is a level 5 craft for cooking.
Holy shit.
And mechanically, cooking this dish, anyone who partakes will get the effects of a hero's feast.
Oh.
That's so cool.
Not bad.
How much of the camo fruit?
6,
And then bitternuts was 2?
10,
10.
That's way off.
1 dancing monkey fruit, and a
5
fresh
dancing monkey
camadon.
fruit.
What's a,
We
what's a,
gotta spice this up.
Don't know.
what's a camadon?
Does Baz know what a camadon is?
Make a nature check. Have you heard of a Camadon? Maybe. You assume
I'm
some sort
asking,
of-
and I am throwing that to the group. Does anybody happen to know what a camadon is? After I obviously don't know.
Anyone with nature could make a roll to see if they know. Blackwin has heard of a Camadon. When he was conversing with random people at the Red Bazaar in Chult. It is a rare creature, similar to a leopard, or similar to what you would know as a displacer beast, but a Chultan variety that has snakes on its shoulders instead of like just tentacles, and is more leopard-like. It is a rare solitary hunter. It's a very difficult creature and not spotted, because most of the time people who spot them, it's the
Leopard.
last
Nice.
thing they ever see.
I would like to study it, please.
With an 18 though, Blackwind, you don't actually know what its capabilities are with an 18, but you have heard of the creature.
Mess you up.
Just the hearsay. Like I say,
Cool.
everybody that's talked about it is just hearsay. Nobody says they've known somebody that survived the attack of a.
So this recipe effectively, if you get those ingredients, that's your high quality ingredients, and the recipe itself is your knowledge die. The rest is up to you. If you want to attempt it.
Cool.
Cool.
Thanks, Archie.
Substitute whatever you want for a flavor in there. I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
Wonder what it tastes like.
Apparently,
Everything.
it's everything. It changes. It's a labyrinth. I'm really excited.
I've never been a big liver fan, but
It tastes amazing. Mm.
With a little glass with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Sorry, while
Can I give Blackwood inspiration for amazing on the labyrinth? Taste labyrinth. Come on, it's pun inspiration. It's great. Anyway,
Sure.
pun inspiration.
Knew my weird sense of humor would pay off eventually.
Excellent. Yeah, other than
Very
that,
well.
there doesn't seem to be anything else of use in here other than the fresh water.
while everybody's searching for stuff, can I try to identify the potions that were made?
Sure. Like ritual cast? Is that what you're doing?
I can use my my alchemical tools.
Oh, sure, yeah. So it's just an Arcana check then, right?
Yeah,
Or, effectively. But
right. It's under Xanathar's. It's like identify a substance, DC 15.
go for it.
Alright.
Oh, which one are you doing first? The bright red one or
The
dull
first
red
one.
Okay.
Oh, the first one, dull red.
The smelly one.
Not this
And the
time.
second one.
The second one is a superior healing potion. Although something's slightly off about it, you're able to distill. There's a little bit of additional effect wherein the imbiber, they do get healed, but then their hand will glow per the light spell for the next 8 hours. And you can,
I will tell everybody it's a superior healing potion.
And I mean really superior.
Oh, that's amazing.
I think maybe Blackwind or Baz. You guys get hit a lot. You guys want this?
Sure.
Yeah, I think I already have a pretty good healing
Right,
potion.
Blackwind.
Sure.
How good is your healing potion? I.e., which one is it?
I don't have one.
I used up my little regular one.
Right. I used.
Yeah, you poured it in my mouth.
Yep, that's it. After the frost giant fight.
Gotcha.
Drink this, you son of a bitch.
It's in
All right, who
the
gets it?
it's in the party sheet.
Who's gonna get it?
My vote is Baz just because he's usually closer. But
Yeah, I tend to do hit and run tactics. But
yeah, that was my
Oh,
thought.
speaking of which, I'm gonna second wind.
Okay.
I mean, I'm easy to hit, so it seems it seems good for survival, especially when I have use of that Zephyr strike until I get hit.
Yeah, that thing's cool.
Then I lose it.
It's so cool though.
It's nice not giving up opportunity attacks.
All right. Well, you guys can decide who
Sure.
wants to take it out of the party sheet.
Rooftop is next.
Yeah. Cool. Rooftop is next. You've already been there. The same things you can still see looking out over the city.
Okay.
Then the
No
audience.
changes?
The audience hall.
Mhm.
You're going back there next.
Yep.
When you get to the audience hall, you see Masika is kind of standing probably about like 30 feet from the portal near one of the pillars. She's kind of like crouched, well, not standing, she's like crouched down. There is a man kind of lying against the pillar, and he seems to have you can see like this like blackish blood on the front of him and on the floor a little bit and on one of his legs, and also coming down like out of one of his eye sockets and the corner of his mouth, and he's just kind of seems to be breathing rather like raggedly. You would recognize him as the soldier, although he looks way worse than when you saw him several hours ago this morning.
Jeez.
Masika is kind of just like seems to be just kind of like comforting him a little bit. She looks over at you when you guys enter, and she's like, this is the sergeant you met earlier. He's in a pretty bad way. His fever, God, he's burning up something terrible. He seems to be in some sort of like delirium right now. And I think he might be drunk.
Why would somebody give somebody so sick alcohol?
What a sick bastard.
Yeah, and you can see like the veins on his neck are just like black, like standing out. Same with on his arms.
I'll go up, crouch down, say hi, see if he recognizes me at all.
He kind of like
Sergeant?
looks up at you with like his eyes are like the whites of his eyes are just like pure red, and there's like this black kind of ooze leaking out of the one side, like where his tear duct is. And he kind of like looks at you kind of like obviously not really focusing on you, and he's just like, what is that, Katrina, is that you? He kind of like reaches out towards you.
I'll just take his hand.
He's like, and he kind of like smiles a bit. He's like, you still owe me $20.
Yeah, I'll get to it tomorrow.
He's like, I don't know if I and he kind of coughs up this big glob of like what bile something like kind of. He's like, don't think I have that long. That's okay, you can keep it. You're always shit at cards anyways.
It's true.
And then he kind of like he kind of like seems to like not realize you're even there anymore, and he's just kind of like staring forward across the room, just kind of like breathing shallowly.
Yeah, you don't look so good.
And she goes like, yeah, he stumbled in here. I think he's trying to get outside.
I mean, I could take him outside.
Should we move him or?
I doesn't seem like it would do any worse than he I don't think we can put him in a state worse than he's already in.
Sure.
Yeah, and Baz, just FYI, like the black veins and stuff, it's very reminiscent of what Cinder looked like on her deathbed.
Yeah. Like I think seeing him like would probably make Baz feel very like oof. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go over to him and I'll just say like, friend, I'm gonna take you outside. Is that okay?
And he
I'll
kind of like,
try and rouse him a bit.
yeah, he kind of like looks up and he's like, yeah, outside. Yes, out of this place.
I'm just gonna pick him up and go through the white portal.
As Baz is picking him up, do I remember where he put the pad of paper with all of our names on it?
It was just in his satchel on his waist. You get a look at how
sorry.
much it was in.
Can I, as like Baz is like lifting, getting him up, can I get it?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna rip our page that has our names on it and then put it back.
Okay.
Yeah, I will carry him out.
You step out the door, you suddenly find yourself in the front of the temple. There's no guide there to stop you in the front of the temple because it was the white portal, right?
Yeah.
And I'll kind of go down near the steps and like towards like the steps leading down towards the water, and I'll just like set him down like so he can like sort of sit down on the steps and have the fresh air and everything around him.
Sure. Yeah, he kind of like just leans back and just like looking up at the sky, and he's just like kind of almost like lucid at this point. He kind of like looks at you and he's like, Baz, right? Your friend described you to me.
Yeah. Did you tell us his name?
Yeah, Sergeant Vandross.
Kes Vandross.
Yeah, Kes Vandross.
You're Sergeant Vandross, right?
You're like, yeah, Flaming Fist. So I knew I would die in this place. I knew I was never coming home. Knew it the moment I stepped on the boat. Yep.
Yeah. This place sure is something. You know, it's funny. I got sent here from someone who is very much looking a lot like you.
Well, then I would say they're handsome, but not in this state.
She was one of the well, probably the kindest person I've ever known. Frankly, I feel like one of my purposes for being here is to help figure out what this damn curse is all about. Maybe put an end to it if I'm lucky.
He kind of nods and still just kind of staring up at the sky, and he's like, well, that's good. If possible, could you get a move on that? Because maybe, you know...
In the next few minutes, maybe?
Yeah, you know. I mean, if you got nothing better to do, I'd appreciate it. And then he kind of like stares up at the sky a bit and kind of coughs a couple times, and then you notice like his chest just falls and doesn't rise again.
I'll reach over and close his eyes if they're not already.
As you reach down to close his eyes, his body kind of jerks a little bit, and his head kind of snaps back up, and then he lets out a bit of like a wail, and you see what looks to be like kind of like this glow come out of his chest, and then turn black, and seems to just kind of like...
I'm moving back. I'm moving back as this is happening, by the way.
Yeah, and his body just kind of jerks a little bit, and then it kind of turns black, and then the light kind of like this blackish, like almost like smoky swirl around him, just suddenly kind of like goes like up into the air like smoke like, and then kind of fades away as it kind of like drifts slowly like to the south, but it rapidly goes out of your line of sight. And his body just lies still after that.
Well, that was thing that didn't happen to Syndra, as far as I'm aware.
As far as nope, nothing like that.
Maybe the
Well-
effects are more pronounced here. Seems how it is. Seems to be centered
Yeah.
from this area.
I'm going. Then after that happens, I'm gonna try touching the body again, just a little bit. See if nothing.
No, it doesn't move, doesn't twitch, doesn't nothing.
All right, I will lift it up and I'm gonna put the body in the boat with the other one that I put in there.
Sure. There's still nobody else around.
You know. And then after that, I will head back in and I'll think of the audience chamber.
Okay. Those of you in the audience chamber, Baz is probably gone for like just over 5 minutes. Not very long. But do you guys do anything in the audience chamber, or do you move on, or just wait for him, or what do you? Masika's not really doing anything.
I burn the paper with my flame, and then map the room.
Sure.
I mean, it probably takes you longer than 5 minutes to make a good detailed map, right?
I mean, the thing is I don't make the detailed map, right? I make the notes. So, a 30-foot long here, so-and-so wide here. Unless there's something like that needs intricate detail, I'll do that later.
Still, yeah.
This is the notes taking section. But yeah, I'd assume you would be. It would probably take me 5 minutes or so. So we'd probably still be there when you came back.
Yeah, Masika would look at you guys and just be like, "So, did you find what you were looking for in here? You finished mapping? This is one of the last. This is one of the last rooms, or this is the last room. So."
Yeah, I've still got the prayer halls and the mess hall. Basically, we'll hit the mess hall next. Now that he's not there, and then we'll do the prayer halls to finish it up.
She nods. She's like, "Okay, I'll be here."
Okay. Head to the mess. I mean, if Baz is back or not back.
Yeah.
The mess hall is as previously described. There's nothing really else of interest there. So.
All right. I'm gonna real quick. Sorry. I'm gonna go lie down. I really don't feel well.
Okay.
So you guys continue. Assume Baz goes with you and helps out. Does what Baz does.
Sure.
I don't think he has anything other specific things he would want to do in the temple. So.
Okay.
All right. Sorry.
Don't exit. Just keep yourself muted.
Muted.
Feel better, Brad.
Feel better.
Yeah, feel better.
Yeah.
You cut the death curse from Kess.
Yeah.
Sorry, sweetie. And then prayer halls. I don't know if Blackwind, I don't know if you want to try and connect with any of the other ones while we go through.
I'm not even sure what. I mean, it just kind of. I don't even know how to relate to them. Like, I had the one, but I don't know how to interpret it. And I had the beast one, which probably would be the one that would make the most sense to me.
Sure.
You
want to link up with the druid in your party before going to the
I don't know. How much time does it take to?
Where's the
How much time did it take to really, settle myself in and to absorb that though? Not very long.
Well, it takes a little bit. You got to get in a meditative state, and it's not like a 30-second thing, if that's what you mean.
A drink in the room. Oh. I mean, I guess I could experiment, or I'll try on another one. while you're taking your notes.
Yeah. I mean, we assume we'd be going through them in order, so we'd start with Osa.
Which one is that? The
Earth.
Earth?
The leader.
The leader. Connect
Welcome
it
to
to the
Earth.
land. I will try, sure, as well. Yeah, so,
It's a wisdom check, right?
Wisdom.
Or
Nature. Yeah,
Nature.
wisdom nature.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So sorry, where are you guys going?
Osa.
Okay.
Nature.
So
which
before
I'm
you make rolls, let me describe what you see in this room, since nobody's been in here before. So it's a half dome room, like similar to the others, with a circle of pillows. This particular room has a large, kind of like jagged, like spire of rock in the center. At the top there is what looks to be the it almost looks like the one face of the coins you've seen with the temple symbol stamped into them on the roof. And around the outside, it almost looks like cavernous, like walls, like natural cavern, rather than like the crystal walls you've seen. And it has like various like veins of what looks like precious metals and maybe even gemstones kind of running through it. But it doesn't look like it's built this way. It looks like it's like a natural cavern. It's pretty dark in here, but there's just enough light, like it's kind of like dim light, so I mean you guys can see fine, but it's pretty dark and like gray stone floors. Yeah.
turn on my ring of light.
It reflects off the veins of metal and the tiny gems kind of sparkling in the room.
Pretty.
Flying.
Okay. So if I do nature but with wisdom. Okay, so I'll just use my perception roll. Seems how would be the same number. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Wait, are you?
Yeah, it's just
you're
so I don't have to
proficient,
read it.
right? Yeah, in both. Yeah.
In nature, yes.
Yeah, so you
That's fine.
kind of focus as best you can, kind of take the meditative state. The rest of you guys do anything?
I'm just making notes.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay, well you sit there and it takes a little while, nothing seems to happen. Like 10 minutes go by, nothing happens. "15 minutes go by, nothing happens.
Anything, Blackwind?
Um.
How about now?
Yeah.
Now? Is it working now?
No,
How long did it take last time, basically?
not this long.
Not this long? Alright.
It doesn't seem to be. I'm not sure if there's nobody home. Maybe.
Yeah. Alright.
He's not the one that we saw running around, but he might not be. I
Okay.
wonder. It just certain people. Like some of them are probably maybe more in tune with their temples and actually.
Yeah. I mean, the druid is probably pretty. Okay, I don't actually know that he's a druid. The turtle might be easier since he's from here. But I'm not supposed to go and get Aelin until the second to last room, and he's with Aelin, so I don't know if we want to pop
I'm
in.
not gonna worry about it too much. Maybe I'm just not on the same wavelength this one. I felt comfortable, but
All right, I'm gonna go.
Sometimes-
I'm gonna go see if Donovan wants to be coming through these rooms. I'll be right back. So I'm gonna go to Alisandra's prayer room.
All right. It looks much like you saw it before when you ran through here yelling at Aelin.
Not as much blood.
Yeah, not nearly as much blood as because Aelin and Donaquin are mopping, and they've changed the bucket of water out once or so, but yeah, they're still working on it, but it's pretty clean now. It's looking a lot better.
Cool. So we're almost done. We're just doing the final prayer rooms for each of the beret. I just wanted to check if either of you guys wanted to like do anything in them, meditating or anything like that before we get here.
Have we had our time on stuff to meditate in this room?
Aelin has, you haven't.
Aelin did it while you were gone. We're still gonna come back to this. This is the last one I want to do, but I don't know that Aelin did that.
No, like I said, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm fine to stay here.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't think unless we think we find out more information on stuff being in different rooms. Then maybe. Like I said, I'm not. No matter what and stuff like that, I don't care which one of Uptown I'm in and stuff like that. But unless you think there might be more for, then.
We know that Blackwing saw something specifically to do with beasts when he was in that room, so my guess is each one gives a different vision based on the array. I just thought you might have the easiest time connecting because you're from here, and
sure, I don't mind going if Aelin's okay also being alone also. I don't mind going also and seeing about the other room.
Yeah, I can finish up cleaning in here.
Okay.
What the hell happened in here anyway?
Sounds good.
Don't know. Probably another flaming fist got attacked. It was all just bloody when we got here.
Okay. Alright. Let's go to Osa's room.
Okay, yeah, I will.
Dawn.
I will follow Archie on stuff then, and I will set the bucket and stuff off to the side.
We'll be back, brother. Sorry to bother you again.
Oh, there's no problem.
Moments later, Donaquin and Archie return. Aelin, no, not with them. Is he dead? The rest of you don't know.
They're covered in blood.
I know.
Baz is strangely silent,
covered in my
seemingly
own blood.
contemplating what he saw outside.
He's just studying his cookbook, that's all.
Archie's shoes are covered in blood.
That's true. The bottom, yeah. I slid through it. Alright, we'll see if anything happens if Donaquin tries to pray.
Well, what's now that everybody's this one, so what have you guys been up to?
Mapping all the rooms.
Mapping? I'm sure that'll be handy, for sure.
Yeah. Got attacked by a blob. Found a cool recipe. But other than that, it's been pretty smooth. Oh, sergeant guy that I met earlier. We found him in real bad shape. Baz took him outside. He died. And then Baz came back.
Oh, I ran into a guy as well, up in the kitchen.
Oh!
That's too bad that he died.
Yeah, that's
There's
it's
more.
sad.
You guys were attacked by an ooze?
Yeah, an ooze, blobby thing.
Wow. So we really need to stop separating.
Splitting up?
Yeah, which reminds me of the story, the lion and the 3 bulls. You know, the lion and the 5 bulls actually would be fun for a long time. The 5 bulls for a long time pastured together. A lion lay on ambush in the hopes of making them his prey, but was afraid to attack them all at once. Having at last succeeded in separating them, he attacked them without fear and fled alone, and feasted on one by one. Which means we should stop separating. We're stronger also together.
Yeah, we'll have to tell my brother that when we finally get back together with him.
Why he would?
He didn't come with us. He stayed. Hope the lion doesn't find him.
That's okay. Every time I'm with him, honestly, I've never seen him get attacked, so I'm waiting.
Just wait till we're back in port.
Might. My opinion will change. Okay, well, what you got? I'll look around the room, all that stuff, and I'll ask. Yeah, I'll just see what's there and find a nice spot, I guess. And
Okay.
I'll ask Blackwind all that stuff that he wasn't able to connect in this room or achieve what he wanted in here.
Yep.
No, I guess he didn't. So, I'll so I'll find a nice spot and all stuff, and I'll just meditate on stuff on
Okay.
Ubtao and
Well, can you give me a wisdom nature check, please? So you could just use animal handling. It's effectively the same thing.
Listen, why is it? Listen, why do you say wisdom and stuff like that instead of its intelligence one? Like, what was the difference? I'm just curious.
Because this is a wisdom check, not an intelligence-based thing.
Oh, okay.
Normally, yeah. It's
Oh,
normally
that's why
nature
also Ryan
based.
was rolling something else because it was doing.
Yeah, because skills certain skills you can do. Well, any skill really. You don't have to use the one. That's just the default. The intelligence.
Okay. Cool.
But
So I just do a wisdom check then.
But if
yeah,
you're proficient
with
in
proficiency.
nature, yeah.
Oh, it's the same. It's the same number.
No, because if you roll nature, it's one less. Because if you roll
Yeah.
Yeah, but you.
So I'm not rolling. Yeah, but I'm not rolling nature, right?
Yeah, so that's why you're rolling a different one, a different wisdom skill that you're proficient in.
So in other words, it's just a wisdom roll. It's the same. It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
My skill checks have been horrible.
Yeah. So yeah, Donna Quinn, you sit there, trying, nothing.
All right, next.
Oh, what you got? I'll stick around on stuff for a bit, as I didn't feel on stuff as I was not concentrating or in enough state and stuff like that. On stuff, I'll stick around and stuff like that a little bit more.
Sure.
I did have success when I was on my own. That was the one for sure difference that I'm aware of. That, and I found a nice little central spot.
Okay, how long do you want to, because that would have been like 10 minutes or so, or 15.
Yeah.
If you want to, do you want to spend the same amount of time, or do the rest of you move on? What are you guys gonna do?
Like I think I can, if others and stuff like that are, if you guys have more things to do still, so if I don't mind, which I've got sticking around a little bit longer, so like for another like 10 minutes and stuff like that, but you don't all have to stick around with me if there's more answers you still seek.
She's got to take notes in the next room. So.
All right, well, I'll go through to my new.
Okay. Anyone else going with her?
I will go as well.
Okay.
It's easier to concentrate on your own.
And I don't follow my own advice.
As I was leaving, I would say, be careful of lions.
Careful, lions. Baz is like, I'll stick around and make sure nothing gets to him. All right. So you take another 10-15 minutes and just try to center yourself with less people breathing in your ear, distracting you.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. The rest of you go into Mainu's room.
Main.
I've described this room before. It's got all sorts of like wave motifs and stuff.
Yep.
And you do what?
I know.
And that's it? Okay, let's go. That's it? Not gonna try in this room? Nobody?
Sure, I'll try in this room. With my
nice little
zero.
central spot?
Maybe I'll roll in that 20 and it might work.
Breathe in. Breathe He's at.
Hold on. Animal handling. Or
Hey, not bad.
Yeah, nothing happens to Archie.
yeah, she like sits here breathing for 5 minutes and just goes meh and leaves.
It was the most silence I've heard in my life.
She's not good with the. She's spiritual. She's not. She doesn't know nature or anything.
Okay. So you're.
So yeah, basically with these ones, she's just making a few notes of what she sees, and then she bounces to the next one. So she's going into FEMA. I don't know if Blackwood wants to stick around or come. It's up to you.
I'll go with you just so you're not. Maybe there's something in one of these rooms. You never know.
Maybe.
So the next ones would be Oshano on my list, but I don't know what your list is. It might be.
Oh, I was just going by the list that you gave us for statues. I'm just going. I was just
sure. It doesn't matter. And Jonah,
really.
what are you doing? You going with them?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's anything you want to do, just speak up.
Nope.
All right. So you guys go to FEMA. This is the burned room with the charred body, the big pillar of flame. Spent a few minutes. So at this point, Donovan, if you're still staying there, meditating further, trying to get in tune with this place, can you give me another check?
Yeah, like I was saying, I'm gonna try and concentrate more on Ubtao stuff. What was the name of this room?
Osa.
Osan. So I gotta concentrate more on that and Mezro and things, and just try to get more in tune. I'm actually gonna use one of my inspirations to try and stuff and get even more in tune on stuff with nature and all that stuff, and that's here.
Nice.
Double ones.
Double ones.
Okay, you concentrate. 25 is pretty good. After a few moments, and just FYI, even though Brad's not here, Baz will see the exact same thing. The room shifts, and you will see the stone's kind of like almost like extends outwards, and like the room brightens, and the image in the center with that big kind of like rocky pillar it seemingly transforms, and you can see that it looks to you like a throne now, not like Ubtao's throne, like a different throne, but it's definitely kind of stately and made of stone. And you can see, although there's no features, it looks like a person, like the outline of a person, or like a silhouette or shadow of a person. You're not sure if it's male or female, but it seems to be standing in front of the throne. It kind of like sits down and raises what looks to be like a cup, it's like a goblet in its hand. The cup part of this goblet seems to be made from like a skull that's been like cut off. And it looks like ornate and kind of like stylized, kind of like golden goblet, and it kind of sits there. And then the walls kind of shift, and you can see kind of stretched out in front of you what looks to you like the coastlines of Chult, the mountains, the Mistcliff Mountains, as well as even as far south as like the Kobold Mountains, and as well as just general places you've never seen in Chult, but just it's like a sweeping like vista, like almost as if it's showing you the whole peninsula. Yeah, and you get and then as it this kind of shadowy figure that's sitting on the throne puts down the chalice, and you can see it looks like it puts on like a pair of like bracers, and then puts like a circlet around its head. Then the image kind of like shudders and kind of fades and shifts back to what it was before.
Okay, in that time, I'm gonna try and concentrate, like I said, on what the bracers and the circle it and what did the cup and try to look like. I'm gonna try and get a good picture and stuff like that, since those things stood out to me.
Sure.
Just try and get it into my mind and stuff like that. Just yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the only thing that was different really. Also, was the guy or the shadowy figure on the throne with that stuff. Eh? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what you would see. You other guys are over in Tefima's room. Flaming pillar, mapping it.
Yep. Yeah. Is the body still there?
Nobody moved it, I don't think. So yeah.
Yeah, I think Jonah was the only one who saw it.
Yeah. So I'll go and look it over. If there's any
It's-
identifying anythings. Just burned.
Burned to a crisp on the one side, has a very simple white robe, Chelton woman, but there's no symbols or anything or other effects on her.
And Artist said she attacked him?
Mm-hmm. He said that she attacked him and he shoved her back and she stumbled into the pillar of flame in the middle of the room.
Yeah. Okay. Well. I don't really feel right just leaving her here, but
I'll look while you're taking your notes. I'll look around the area where the body is to see if anything else, like maybe something that was in her hand, or maybe she had a weapon that
There's
skittered away.
There's nothing
Yeah.
else. There, I think
Okay.
I think even you already investigated this and saw like the scuff marks, like a scuffle near the pillar.
No, I don't think I came into this room.
Somebody did. I don't know who it was. Somebody
Ah.
investigated that. Maybe it was.
Jonah.
Jonah's the only
Jonah?
one spinning in here.
Yeah.
yeah.
So the same thing, like this. There was. It looks like there was some sort of like scuffle near the pillar. But
Sure. Okay.
Maybe it was a dance off.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take notes and
Sean, you and Baz, are you moving on to another room?
Yeah, I think that once I had that, I would let Braz know of what I saw. That
He saw it too. It wasn't
Oh,
just
he
for
saw
you.
it.
Yeah, it's like you
Oh.
activated the
Whole
room. He saw
room
everything
changed.
you saw.
Oh, okay. Like, as soon as I brought it up to him, I thought that nobody else saw it. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't realize it activated the room. I thought I just saw it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's neat. It's a holographic projection, even though I don't know what holographic is.
it's a magical projection.
I'm assuming that Baz would know where they were headed next or whatever.
Yeah, I would have
Well-
listed off the list in order.
Okay, so I would guess also we would just go to the next that's on the list and see if they're there, or actually after I'd go back to where Aelin is where I would do, whether Baz came with me or if he went back with, because I assume that's where everybody's going to eventually end up anyway, because Aelin didn't seem like he was going anywhere.
Sure.
So I think I would return there.
Baz goes with you.
Okay.
You guys, you're in Tefima's room. The others. 2 groups of 3 now.
Yep. I would just move on to Venari.
Okay, Varani. No, Venari. Not Varani. Why did I say Varani?
Because you just needed to correct me.
I just had to correct you, even though I was wrong. This room is a domed room. Has anyone been here before? I haven't described this room yet, right?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
The air? No,
The
I don't
air.
think so.
I
Yeah.
don't think so.
This room, it's a brightly lit room. It has what looks to be like all the walls are kind of like this kind of white marble and crystal. There's circle of cushions as per the other rooms as well. This one here, all the walls seem to be of various
images of the sky, clouds and clear days, storm clouds on the one side, kind of all around the room. And culminating at the top, there is kind of a circular disc that looks almost like a ring of like lightning. And there's like a golden starburst in the center. The lightning is what is lighting up the room. It's like kind of crackling.
That's pretty cool.
Directly below it, there seems to be like the entire room is actually cool, and there is like a breeze that's blowing around the room.
That's nice.
There's no bodies or blood or anything in this room at all.
That's nice. This room feels much more calm. I'm gonna try to pray in this room because it's much better. The fire one kind of scared me. She was dead.
Could I coach her along and try to give her advice?
You could do it. You could try too.
Well, I just thought I could assist you if Corey thinks it's possible.
Sure.
You're
Like,
such a better shot than me.
I know, but you want to try, so I'm gonna let you.
This is bad.
You want to see too. You want to be one with it.
Well, give me a check with advantage from the assistance Blackwind gives you. Breathe in, count to 4. Breathe out, count to. Yeah, Archie, you try, but
I say I don't think I can without a natural 20. I don't think I can get it.
It's probably a 20, but they're close to that.
Yep. Had to be wisdom.
Hey.
Couldn't have been intelligence.
You're doing pretty good though. You've opened yourself to it. Unfortunately, nobody answered. I missed too. So.
All right. Well, next up on the list is the one that you saw something in. It's Oshano.
as
T-Rex
described, it
turning
is a big tree in the center with a big claw, kind of and a jaguar head. Not a jaguar head, a big claw thing in the middle, and then the surrounding is like motifs of jungle and dinosaurs and paintings and stuff like that.
Very cool.
I mean, I could try to do this one again to see if I get the same image, just to see if it is the same image.
Yeah?
I'm kind of curious if it would be the same or not, if it happens.
I say go for it. Try it.
Give her.
Archie just wants something to happen.
Nope.
Damn it.
Wah, 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 wah.
The room suddenly shudders and changes,
Uh-oh.
What?
I liked it.
and it similar to what happened with Blackwind. He's like sitting there, kind of meditating and breathing. Archie, you see the entire room shift and like just come alive around you, as if you're standing in a jungle now. All the images are moving, that like real. Suddenly, there's kind of like this dark shadow that comes out of the bushes, and it kind of comes into view. Probably like 20 feet from you, this massive bipedal carnivorous looking dinosaur with golden scales. It kind of lets out a bellowing roar, has a wreath of, or a mane of multicolored feathers, and then after it roars, it kind of like shudders and bursts into like a cloud of butterflies that flit off into the trees before the room shifts back. Which is exactly what Blackwind saw the first time.
Okay. Archie is now like all the way against the wall across from wherever the dinosaur was.
Yeah, I mean there was no walls on any side when it was there. It was just all jungle with dinosaurs moving around and stuff.
I guess my point is she would have backed up as that one came out. So
it never actually stepped foot in like the actual room, but it looked like it came to like where
yeah.
And
She's
then
like
it turned into butterflies.
Yep.
Okay, the ending was cool. Oh, that was cool.
I was surprised that one worked. I didn't feel like I was getting all of it that time.
It didn't. It seemed to be very simple for you to just reactivate it. Having done it once, you knew exactly what you need to do here.
Okay.
Cool.
I was like, oh, okay, here we go.
As Blackwood just goes, and again. And again.
Hey, everybody, come see this room.
Cool. And yeah, last but not okay. Next but almost last, Alessandra's back. We're back to
As the saying goes,
as the
next but almost last.
Next, but almost last.
I was trying.
not the
Because
least.
it's not last. It's second to
The
last, but
most
more
important to me.
important.
Making fun of me and stuff like that because of my
Almost
life
last and
thing.
most important.
I wasn't making fun of you. I mean, a little bit.
Well, the party's reunited once again. The six of
Huzzah!
you in the Alessandra's prayer hall.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
didn't.
try
I never
again
asked Sean,
and
but
he-
did you share with Aelin what you saw in the stone room, or were you waiting for the party so you didn't have to repeat
Well, I was
yourself?
waiting for it to be back there, yeah. But yes, as soon as I got back there and stuff, I would share with Aiden on stuff what I saw in the other one. It took a little bit of concentration and calmness and quiet all that stuff to do it, and asked him if he's getting any thing from here.
Yeah, I did. I imagine something similar. When it was back when you were getting the bucket and the mop, I just sort of sat down for a bit and saw the room changed and saw a vision of Alessandra and kind of the city around this space.
Oh wow, you could actually make out the figure in your vision, or in mine also. If it was just a clouded figure also with a.
Well, I wonder if it's how the Barae presented themselves or the form that they would show to the people that were worshiping them and praying to them. I don't know. Blackwind told us about this. Blackwind saw a giant dinosaur, so maybe that was the figure of the Barae that he was praying to in that room. I don't know.
Ooh, dinosaurs. I'd like to study that.
As we walk through, and you can! If he takes you back.
Okay, yeah, once Archie and Blackwind started coming on, so I tell them
And
about.
Jonah.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, sorry.
He didn't say Baz.
We lost Jonah.
Baz
Baz
say
is
Baz
with,
is with-
Baz is with him.
Baz is with me.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I go to explain what I saw and ask if they saw anything in any of the other rooms.
He saw dinosaurs.
Yeah,
Blackwind saw
it's a
dinosaurs.
golden
Well,
scale.
you saw it
multi-
too.
Well, true, I know, but he activated it somehow. I couldn't do anything, but
and
he
it was
did
easier.
it and it worked.
Did you guys see something in every room?
No.
Suppose you can, but
I mean, you probably could. Yeah, absolutely.
once
I
you
think I would-
find it,
Yeah. Knowing this now also that there seems to be some sort of image in almost every one, as long as you concentrate well enough. I think I would like to go to each room until I feel also that I've concentrated enough.
I can show you the one that I was in with relative ease. Because
I
once,
can show you.
yeah, it seems to
Sure, I
come
wouldn't-
easier.
Yeah, I
You-
wouldn't mind also seeing each one with my own eyes, as well as you guys can describe it. As I've seen with my own eyes would be helpful, I think.
Maybe the image will mean more to somebody or something.
Good.
Unfortunately, we don't have our friend with us, do we? She's off somewhere else.
Yeah, she.
Well, she also didn't know much about the Barae.
Yeah,
That's
she
true.
hadn't met them or anything, and she wasn't terribly like. She didn't come to the temple a bunch either. Like that wasn't her jam.
So, yeah,
Cool.
I mean, we can go to the ones that we know how to activate with ease.
Yeah, I'd want to go to those ones first, and then the next ones. But I don't want everybody at the new ones. I feel also the calmer that I am, the easier it seems to be stuff to be attuned or be one with the room or whatever. Maybe just one other person on stuff around, just so I'm not alone. While I'm...
Aelin, would you say you were able to activate this one?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I can do it again, but I was able to earlier.
I mean,
Okay, then we'll
it
start
definitely
here.
activated easier with
Yeah.
the knowledge that I had from the first time on the.
Oh, now that this place is a little cleaner, maybe maybe that'll help too.
Maybe
I will also try on this one.
less distractions and all that stuff.
He can activate it for you.
Yeah, but I want to know. I want to try it at the same time. Like, I want to see what happens.
Fair
If she's always across from him, if she's always across from the person doing it, like how that, this is meta. Liz would want this.
I'll pat the pillow next to the one that I'm kneeling on.
Okay. And I will sit down. Don't worry, it's not gonna work. I just want to. Archie would do it. So.
Okay.
Wisdom, nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. We're so alike.
I am distracting you.
You guys are like poking each other, and maybe we should separate by a pillow.
just like elbowing.
I guess I can.
Shit.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to do anything for
One time
anybody. You guys are amazing, by the way. Good job.
Yeah.
Are you sure you just didn't hallucinate?
All right, this meditation isn't fucking working.
You know,
Well,
these are skill checks. I don't know if Jonah knows anything about meditation at all, but maybe as
He can give
tips
us
for
guidance.
people.
Well,
Sorry.
I'm gonna try to pray.
Totally
Yeah.
meta. These are checks, so you could use guidance for this.
maybe
Sure.
there's too many people here. I mean, I was
No.
alone when I activated it.
Right, well, what are you guys doing? You guys meditated for like 10-15 minutes. Nothing happened, the three of you.
Okay, I would like to try. I would like to try on stuff a different room then, for sure. I'll try going to. I'll ask them which ones of the rooms, stuff they didn't.
I'll take you to the one that I did, just so
Okay.
you can see that one.
Yeah.
Which, I mean,
Yeah.
hopefully I didn't take any of their techniques with me.
I am going to minor illusion a thing of our mom in front of me to try and concentrate. And instead of trying to meditate, I'm gonna try and pray to Ubtao instead, because that I know how to pray. I don't know how to meditate, and clearly it's not working.
Okay. And so Blackquin and Donnaquin are heading to Oshano's room, the one you guys just saw.
The one
that I
wants to,
was
the one that they just saw and that he wants to show me. The one that
Okay.
he possibly saw.
I mean, I should be able to get this.
Yeah.
As long as I don't take any of their techniques.
Sure. Is it just the two of you? Everyone else is staying behind. Baz will stay behind. We'll say.
I think it's just us two. And
Okay.
Depends on what Jonah wants to do, where he wants to go.
I think he's giving you guys advice.
Yeah, I'll give you guys advice.
All right. Well, Donnaquin or Blackquin, whoever's making the roll, one of you can assist the other for advantage
Sure.
if you want to.
I mean, I've activated this before, so I think I should be able to get it easier. I did last time.
You would think.
Okay, well, what you got? I will assist him while it's fun.
Barely.
Yeah. It activates the same vision I've described. It happens again. The room, and Sean, you see all of this. It doesn't seem like you need to be the one activating it to see what happens. Just somebody does. And yeah, you can see that T-Rex and the roar and the butterflies and all that.
Okay, pretty.
Back in the other room,
You guys are trying again.
Yeah,
But
I'm
just
gonna
on
help
Jonas.
Aelin
So you're gonna help Aelin, and Jonah's giving
by
guidance.
shutting. I'm going to assist Aelin by shutting the fuck up.
Go for it. You have a D4 too.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah, the same vision as before appears. Yeah, you can see kind of out into the clean city streets. They're not flooded or anything. It seems to be on some sort of upper floor. You can see Alessandra sitting, seemingly praying. She's got that tiara thing on her head. Hands on her lap, sitting in the same place you saw her before, Aelin. Just right across. I mean, even if you move cushions, he's in the same place as before. It's not directly across from you if you move cushions.
He doesn't move positions. Yeah.
She has not moved positions at all. Yeah, it lasts a short time. Again, you get like these little kind of like shadow images of maybe other people in the room, but nobody else comes into view that you can see. And everybody in the room sees this. It's not just Aelin.
Yeah.
And then shortly thereafter, it shifts back to normal.
Before it shifts, can I just try and say your name just to see if there's any change to anything that we do?
Sure. Nothing. It doesn't seem to have any effect. She doesn't seem to hear anything.
I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't interactable in any way.
Yeah, given that it seemed to be the exact same, you're not sure if this is like quote unquote a live viewing.
Sure. Probably not. Do you feel anything when it happens, Aelin?
I just feel warm. Feel the light coming from outside and the pillar in the center.
I wonder what it means. Be the same every time. Like, is it just supposed to like make you feel good?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who would say that that's what prayer is, right?
Sure.
Help the people feel a connection to the Barae. I mean, we don't know much about them. Maybe they weren't ever present in the city. Maybe they were out doing things, and when people needed to feel reassured, they'd come here and see them and be reminded of their splendor.
I wonder what happens if a Barae comes into their own room. Or just sits and ponders.
Okay. So, a couple of you pondering in Oshano's room, the others pondering. Who does what?
Who's pondering? Us?
Yeah, what are you guys doing? You've seen that.
No, I
vision.
would have looked at it. After seeing all stuff, that stuff, I would have asked. Stuff, what other rooms on stuff they've been in, also, I hadn't seen anything, and could go to the next.
Yeah,
next
so
room.
nobody.
Mainu.
Yeah, Mainu's the water one, Tefima's the fire one, Varani's the air one.
And
nobody's been
Those
to
are three.
Nsees, the death
We
one.
have not gone there yet. That's the one we're going to last.
I'll assume, like I saying, that they would have said that they were going to that one last, so I will go through the other ones on stuff next. Go to the water one then, I guess, next. I don't know if there's a specific orders, but
Whatever order you want.
Whatever order you
sure. The water one seems fine because that was the first one you said.
Okay. Doing the same thing, Blackwood assisting you.
Yeah,
He just said, I will assist on with any other she tries. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it gives us essentially the same thing, except for the fact that you're slightly better at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sean doing with advantage is better than you guys doing it separately. Technically.
Yeah, yeah, I'll just do that also. We get the room, get nice and calm, and
All right.
Do your thing.
Do it.
Oh, now
you
you
missed it by
Guys.
this. No. You need a 27.
But
I'm
the
sorry.
water
Needed the guidance on stuff from
Needed the
Jonah.
guidance. Yeah. Yeah, this one activates almost instantly. You sit down and just
That
kind of
makes
clear your
sense.
mind, and it just instantly, like you barely are there for maybe like a minute when the room shifts. And all of the water along the sides suddenly just comes like crashing down. You feel like a spray of like cool like seawater.
Oh, that'd be nice.
And it kind of like you hear like the roar of the sea and crashing waves, and then you see kind of in the, not really in the distance, but just like on the other side of the room across from you, you see a very familiar sight, Sean, because you've seen this thing before. There is this massive structure built out onto the coast of like looks like coral towers and like domes and spires and things, all with motifs of waves and stuff. You're seeing Dangwaru, the Typhoon Palace.
Oh, it's a Typhoon Palace. It's the Temple of Ubtao.
And you can see that from as far as you can see what looks to be like this. There's like a central chamber that's like open to the crashing surf, just kind of in the middle. There's kind of like this raised kind of like cliffside like balcony essentially that's kind of open, and you can see that there is and you know because you've probably physically been there, that in that room there's like a large kind of like it's basically like a large like carved like holy symbol to Umberly, but you can see that it looks to you like it's been defaced and has a different symbol on it. You recognize it immediately as Sekala.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems, and there's like thunder clouds and kind of like rolling in. The waters are all very turbulent all around the coast, and kind of crashing and like kind of this discordant cacophony. How's that for a word? And and you and shortly after that it kind of shifts and goes back to normal.
Sight of this on stuff, which makes me sad.
You really connected with that one, though.
Yeah, I take a minute, like after, even before explaining, like I guess he gets to see exactly what it is, but explaining what I saw to Black Widow, so I actually take a moment so like that because I get very emotional over it of what I saw and so like that what you got the jaws of skull and so like that, and them defacing the stuff like that there.
I wonder if what we're seeing is something connected somehow to their current, like, present state somehow.
Well, it is and so like that because that is the place on stuff that what you got. My people and so like that are warring over. They've been warring over for years. We used to have that temple, and they took it over, and we've been warring over. That's where my brothers are still fighting.
So all of these must be definitely some kind of imagery related to what's going on with them right now.
If you can activate Tefima, you'll definitely see, maybe, because he was the undead one in the residential district. Undead.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
So I do take a minute to compose myself, even after explaining it and stuff to Black Wind and stuff before continuing on to the next one.
Okay.
Eat a soul.
Where do you want to go next? There's Tefina, so air, fire, or back to where you were.
I guess go to the fire one and stuff. Then.
Okay.
The spicy one.
Give it a go.
The old advantaged college try.
That's not advantage.
Sure not.
I didn't click the button.
Okay. This one takes you longer, but you are successful.
Okay.
And you will see.
Music change.
So the pillar kind of crackles. The room gets much warmer. Suddenly, not like scalding, like oh god, we're burning alive. No, but it's very kind of dry and
stop.
And and then suddenly there's like, it almost sounds like explosions, and you can see on all the volcanoes, it looks like actual like a volcanic range, like erupting, with lava and stuff coming down, and you can see what, as far as you can tell, there is kind of like carved into the mountainside. There's a large kind of like perch, almost like a balcony on the side. On that balcony, you can see a rather large looking red dragon, kind of like just kind of like standing, like, and occasionally like bursts of like flame come out of its mouth. And you can see all around below it, all around there seems to be other like balconies and like entrances. They almost look like mine shafts and stuff. And you can see all spread out around that, there seems to be a horde of these like squat, like lizard-like creatures with like bright red scales. And a lot of them are like holding like physical flame in their hands, and seem to be like worshipping it or something below. And you can see that the dragon has what looks to be like a large like necklace around its neck with a carved holy symbol.
Do I recognize stuff, either the lizards or the holy symbol?
You can make a nature check on the lizards.
Okay.
You could also, if you want, you can make a religion check.
Let me re-roll that nature. I did it with advantage by accident.
Oh.
So there's the...
It's enough to recognize them. You've not encountered them in person, but these creatures they're related to lizard folk, but they're fire newts. They're kind of a bipedal, kind of like dwarf-sized like lizard folk. That they're kind of like related to like salamanders and things, and they're very fire-based. You could also roll me a religion for the symbol around the dragon's neck.
Oh.
Yeah, the symbol you don't recognize. Blackwind, you don't have religion, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not trained in it.
Yeah, can you just give me just a general intelligence check, Blackwind? I just want to see if you're...
I will concentrate on, since I don't recognize it on stuff, I will concentrate on stuff on the symbol on it to put it in my mind and stuff like that on stuff, so then maybe on stuff that I can do it on stuff later on, so somebody might be able to figure it out.
Blackwind, you can't quite put a finger on it, but you've definitely seen that symbol somewhere before in Silent, but it just doesn't, you're not sure what it means, but you know you've seen it somewhere, you just can't quite remember where. And yeah, Sean, you can definitely picture it. It's basically kind of looks like twisting kind of like flames wrapped together.
I need to get into the fort. I need to get some wood. Anyway, I can do stuff. Okay.
And yeah, it just kind of like kind of roars, and like the firelight kind of glints off of this like coppery necklace that is, and you see all these like little fire newts like bowing down, before it kind of like shifts back to the way it was before.
Okay. Okay, after I've done that,
I can put down the symbol too. I get a good look at it. I should be able to sketch it down.
Yeah, it's pretty prominent in the image, so you can fix it.
Like I said, if I can once we eventually get to the forest and I get some wood, I can create any image that I see stuff with perfect accuracy on stuff. I can carve it.
Oh yeah, you've got that. Yeah.
Because the carving like that. So if I can find someone, that's why I'm keeping track of certain items, because I can remember up to like a week and all stuff, and I can carve it perfectly. So like I said, I'm planning on stuff. I'm explaining this to Blackwind, stuff, things like that I can carve it, and so we can have it if we run into anything anywhere else. So I don't have to remember.
Catch things I see quite easily too, but either or works. The physical representation is cool as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Venari!
Venari is
the last one.
The last one before you're gonna link back up to other people. Do you want to go there?
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'll definitely go to the next one. I believe on stuff that there's something to be shown on stuff in each one of these rooms or whatever. So you have to be not leaving until we found them all.
Okay. You can give me a roll.
Shoot, yeah.
Easy peasy. So here, there is the wind kind of like kicks up, and in fact the floor itself seems to disappear below you. And you, as far as you can tell, it almost feels like you're like floating in the sky. The two of you. Wind whipping around. You can see thunder clouds in the distance kind of rolling in and just storms. And you can kind of make out like far below you what looks to be the outline of maybe you're fairly certain it's Chult. Definitely jungles and canopies, and you can see mountain ranges and things in the distance. It kind of but you specifically, and Blackwind particularly, although Donoquin, you've never seen this before, Blackwind you have, kind of off to your left, you can very prominently see the plateau of Umbala, kind of dominating out of the jungle there above the Eldani Basin. You can see that. You can also see that there seems to be some sort of like shining like diamond that's kind of blue there, just kind of hovering above the like
Above Umbala.
Above Umbala, kind of crackling with like this bluish lightning. And you can also see off to your right from where you, or no, yeah, off to your right, you can see that there is a what looks to be like a large, very much smaller than Umbala, but this large kind of stone spire sticking up out of the jungle, and it seems to be clouded with like storm clouds, and like lightning striking it, just kind of, and this like whirling, like kind of like almost like a vortex of like wind and like dark clouds and lightning swirling around it, and then also to the right of that, almost like in a triangle, you can see another kind of large outcropping over a swamp as well, and there seems to be like a similar kind of like swirling. It's like this large kind of plateau with sheer cliffs, a swirling, crackling vortex of air and lightning and stuff as well. Shortly thereafter, the image shifts back.
That was a trip.
Okay.
Okay. We've been to that plateau, and it definitely didn't have lightning crackling or the gem or whatever it was above it. It was not physically like that. I wonder what it means, because it's probably a metaphor or image.
It must mean something. If it's not
Important.
real time happening now, so the images must mean something to somebody. Just like the Watcher in the Air one, also. I knew what that was, and that.
You want to head back to the Alessandra's room? The party?
Yeah.
Because Archie's just sitting there like, come on!
Well, it's been probably an hour almost by the time they get back.
See, she's seen it. She just wants to try and make it work, and she would just try and go. It's not.
I mean, give me like 3 or 4 rolls. See if you can get it to go. You got some time.
Yeah, exactly. I spent like 10 or 15 minutes on stuff in each room, whatever, right? So.
Fail.
We had one where there was like.
But yeah,
We had one that
essentially, as long as you want to spend the time, you can keep attempting. You don't. It's not like you're locked out after one. So it's just a matter of how much time you want to spend. By the way, it's probably like 4 or 5 in the afternoon now. You've been now spending quite a bit of time.
No whammy, stop. Yeah.
Wow.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That's all she does.
Archie, yeah, the entire time you're trying. You can't. Whatever they're doing, you don't know how to do that. It's just not working.
I don't think she's
It is
breathing
not-
when she's trying.
The whole clearing your mind just doesn't work for Archie. She's just like constantly running over, like, how should this work? Let me think about this.
Then she stops breathing, and
yeah. So yeah, Donoquin and Blackwind come back, having seen some shit.
we've seen some shit. We still need to see, or he still needs to see this one, so you can see all of it. Oh no, or did you see it?
I can
No, you
make
didn't.
that happen. hmm
Donna Quinn has
By-
not seen this one yet.
No.
By helping my brother.
Show us Zive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Takes maybe like 45 seconds of you trying till it starts up again.
Are you sleepy, buddy?
Archie just punches her brother.
It ruined it.
Yeah, same thing as before. Seems to be in the same room in the tower, then it fades away.
We
Not
have
your
one
fault.
person
I've
that
had
has
more
seen all of
practice.
them.
Okay, do you guys explain what you saw at the other ones?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it could be where they actually are. Because if all of the other ones disappeared before the bubble, Alessandra would be the only one who was actually here. All the rest, like, dissipated, right? So we've got, like...
The Earth one was still a person, or in a.
So the
human
fire guy showed the red dragon, right? Maybe his essence, his true essence, is with the dragon. We know that there's a dragon in Fire Nudes down by the volcanoes. The water one, true essence, could be at the Typhoon Palace currently, because you saw it in its current taken over by the Sekola people. So maybe their essence, like maybe their essences are are at these places, right? The dinosaur, Oshano, he could be, his essence could be with this golden scaled dinosaur in the jungle
with feathers
with the feathers.
and
You know,
butterflies.
like, so like maybe you're right in that it is showing where they currently are. They just don't have physical bodies anymore because they gave that up to save Mezro. Alessandra's the only one who still has that, and we see her in the
Real
room
Mezro.
in the real Mezro where she is. Maybe.
So you're
Maybe.
talking about like the essence of each one of these ones specifically?
Yeah,
like
of
there's
the
that.
beret. So like
Right.
the essence of those beret, because the image
Maybe,
that I
yeah.
saw, they like dissipated into you know, they gave up their energy to
Yeah, might be on the actual locations of them. Yeah.
it
Interesting.
could be the way to bring Mezro back
Yeah.
by
Or
like
claim the S.
By
And
freeing
become
the
the
essence
so like
from where they are now.
maybe their essences are tied to this heart of the wild or something, and like so maybe either releasing them or doing something with each of these things we've seen, maybe that's a way to reverse it because they gave up something to teleport it. So like maybe that's I don't know, it's a
Yeah.
theory. Obviously
She
there's
said-
nothing to
She said that the beret power could be passed to other people, so maybe this is also a way, maybe how the
yeah.
next person becomes a beret and
Yeah.
granted
And
the power
if
of a
so, I
beret.
wonder if they know that they are.
Well,
They might not.
Because like the
Like
thing is also,
whatever the creatures are.
but like with the water one, it didn't show a specific person.
right.
It
It
was
just
just
showed
a
the
symbol.
power.
But that's where the
Right.
essence might
So
be
like, but
located.
like yeah,
Well-
so like it could just be like the something in the area that we
Yeah.
can't see or something.
I mean, you said the structures were made out of coral, right?
Yeah.
Coral's alive.
True.
It's true.
So
The only one I'm not sure is with Osa. That one, I mean, you said it was an outline.
Archie's smart enough to realize this from what the description.
Uh-huh.
The bracelets and the crown. You specifically remember Masika pointing that out in the statue in the agricultural ward, and she called it the Negus Negusti. It's basically the symbols of the king.
Of the king.
Yeah.
Of him, because he was the leader, right?
Yeah.
And then, so maybe it's whoever has those has his essence. Like maybe that shadowy figure, maybe they have those two pieces, and so his essence is tied to those.
maybe the
Maybe
shadow
that's-
it doesn't really matter. It's the items and stuff like that the shadow
Yeah,
is wearing.
like whoever has them,
Right.
sort of thing.
Or the shadowy figure is what's left of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't have a physical stuff like appearance thing also because of it. Maybe.
Do I recognize the symbol from the dragon?
From the dragon?
Description.
Oh, yeah.
You can give you can do a religion check. Also, anybody who's was described it.
Jesus.
So bad.
This is just out of our.
My rolls are really
Well,
bad.
you're not 100% about it, Aelin, but you do recognize the symbol. Specifically, you would recall Coyote having that same symbol on a necklace around her neck. It is the symbol of Kasuth, the primordial god of fire.
Knew it sounded familiar. I was like, wait, we've seen that before, but where? It was another campaign.
Yeah, but you did see that symbol around. Coyote was wearing that same kind of
Coyote.
symbol around her neck.
Hmm.
When you met her in that one room that one time, way back at the beginning of the campaign.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we've got one more.
Yeah.
got
if
one
it's-
more
Whether or
Where?
not it
Where?
actually activates.
Whether or not it exists or activates, I don't know.
Is this the one also with the statue that's all busted?
Yeah, this is the death one.
The banished, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one
Exiled.
Exiled. That's a better word. Yeah.
Good wait.
Eh, they're both accurate.
So yeah, I don't know if it'll even take us there. I hope it's fine, but I feel a little nervous going there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to like. It could be a bad idea to try to draw their attention. Like maybe this draws their attention too.
It's hard to say. Also, none of them have interacted also with us specifically. Also,
Yeah.
I know.
They've just
Yeah.
been
I
a
think
know.
it's worth looking into also for sure. I don't
Maybe
think-
it's just the ickiness of the undead.
And I feel like, any Mezroan could just walk in here and try and go there. If it was really that dangerous, they would probably find a way to stop people from going there.
That's kind of
Doesn't
yeah.
it?
That was kind of my thought. Like maybe we'll just get sent back, but
Okay, let's
let's
see.
try
I
it.
stop.
All right.
We'll see.
Grab your
Let's
socks
not-
and grab your.
So just
If
checking.
we get
are you
separated-
guys really sure you want to go there? I just want to check.
Just
Just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yes.
I'm kidding.
No,
Uh,
wait. We gotta discuss it again.
If we get
Vote.
separated, meet back at the Hall of Champions.
send Gerald in first.
He doesn't have a thought process.
No, he goes where I go.
All right.
Let's go.
Well,
I mean, what's the worst that
Baz
could happen?
half-heartedly objects, but there's like, no, we've got to see this through. And goes through.
I mean, it couldn't be any worse than doing the death rune. Sometimes.
I'm going to whatchamacallit? I got a mage armor before we go through.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have it for that last fight. Because I never bothered to put it on. I was like, well, it's fine. What's the worst that could happen?
Wait, is there a change in the
Yep.
the mood? I sense something. Maybe let's not go through.
It's too
Take
late.
the backsies.
It's half the party goes through.
Maybe we
You know
should
what?
separate.
Meet them out front. It'll be fine.
Half the party, just the lower
You-
half.
You enter into a half-dome chamber. You can see the walls in here. Looks like basically just like there's like pillars. It's very reminiscent of the chamber you just coming from, the Alisanda's.
Oh,
Um,
the
ex-
opposite.
except the pillars here seem to be carved, like large carved skulls that go up to the roof.
Oh,
There is a large like kind of carved symbol. It looks like three bones kind of like crossed, so like two and then like an X and then the third one going through to make almost like a star out of bone. You guys can give me a religion check if anybody recognizes that symbol. So all these pillars kind of like curve up towards the center.
Wow, look at you guys. Everybody knows.
Yeah, fucking everyone swings around from the past 2 hours.
So this symbol, it's not exact, but it's very reminiscent of a currently, as far as you guys are aware, especially with a 20, a dead god known as Mythal used to be the god of death, also known as the Lord of Bones. It was destroyed with a 20 and 24. It was destroyed. I don't know the exact date, but quite a while ago. Like this predates. I think it might even predate the spell plague, but I can't remember. But basically, it was destroyed over the Mare of Dead Men. There was a big war there that culminated in the death of Mythal and the domain of death being taken over by the Raven Queen.
Gotcha.
So Mythal is not like an evil god technically. He's true neutral, but essentially his portfolio was like the arbiter of death. And he's also known as the Lord of Bones and power over undead and all of that. It's very it's not exact. It's kind of different slightly, but that's the closest thing that's reminiscent of it. There is also there's also a pillar of carved obsidian in the middle of the room. Just like this monolith of obsidian that's kind of like glassy. And surrounding it, there's a circle of kind of like black and leather, or not leather, velvet pillows in a circle. The room, you're not sure where the light's coming from. The room is dimly lit in kind of like this kind of like light, kind of like purplish blue. It just seems to be coming from everywhere, just suffusing the room. Yeah, there's nothing else here. You do note, I guess you would notice looking around that there are some cracks in the walls and cracks in some of the skulls on the pillars, as well as in that pillar in the middle. Blackwind, this pillar reminds you, but it's not an exact copy, but it definitely is. It reminds you of the pillar you've seen in your visions, but this is different. It's smaller for one, quite a bit smaller than the one you saw in your visions.
But it's alike.
It's similar. It looks like this is made of the same substance.
This
Archie
is very not unlike what I've dreamed of.
I say Archie just looks up at like this big obsidian pillar, is like, all right, so who wants to meditate with that?
I mean, this room gives me a bad feeling.
I would
Is it
definitely.
the skulls?
Also notably, there are no portals exiting this room.
Nothing.
Nope.
Oh, that would be good to know.
Yay. Because it's always been right behind us when we've entered.
Yeah, looking over your shoulder, you just see the wall. There's no portals that you can see in here.
I wish to. I guess maybe I know there hasn't been anything to set anything off. Like there's no movement or whatever. But I will move ahead, maybe silently or stealthily. Try to keep low.
Sure.
I'm gonna go around the wall.
Yeah, there's literally no cover in here, but you can try to be quiet. Sure.
I want to investigate the wall. I want to circle the room around the wall. Just looking for anything that's different or out of place or anything.
Sure. Give me an investigation check, and also if you're being quiet, Blackwind, give me a stealth check.
I will begin what you got meditating as I could see that this room was bothering Blackwind and stuff like that. I will start.
I get the heebie-jeebies around the maybe grave like things or graveyards.
Okay. Yeah, Archie, the wall is kind of smooth, kind of like black stone. The walls aren't made of obsidian; they're like this black kind of granite or something. And the carved skulls are made of the same material on the pillars that are like lining the walls. But you don't find any hidden handles or anything.
Does she see her reflection in it?
No, the walls aren't reflective at all. The pillar is reflective, sort of.
but not very.
I was looking for something that could activate a portal or something, so I don't find anything.
This room also is noticeably colder than other rooms you've been in. Okay, Sean, you gonna do a nature check?
Yeah, I would ask Aelin or Jonah if they would assist me, and that I'm very calm. I feel calm also when I'm around them. I've been as well. I wondered if they could assist while.
Jonah, if you don't mind, I don't really feel.
Sure.
I don't know. Not
I know, let's
jiving
just-
with this place.
It's fine.
I think it's the interior decorators just got me thrown off.
It doesn't bug me. I just don't like that there's no portal. That's what's freaking me out.
To me, it feels like it's almost, well, great, not grave-like, but it still seems
I mean, he was the aspect of death, so.
connected somehow, and it makes his hackles go up. He gets kind of.
What was that, Corey?
Sorry. Give me a nature check. Is anybody assisting?
Yeah, Jonah's assisting.
Jonah.
Jonah is? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't need a little extra calmness and stuff like that in this room. It seemed quite negative and everything. So, am I just doing the same thing as it was before, Corey?
Yeah.
With advantage. Yeah.
Nice.
Oof.
This guy's pro.
So there's a noticeable shift, Archie, as you're like touching the walls. The wall suddenly just like fades away and like this just shadow. The skulls kind of like seem to like draw away from the center of the room, the pillars, as if the room's getting wider.
Did my hand go through it into nothing, or did it still feel solid when it happened?
It still feels solid.
Okay.
Yeah. It kind of like falls away, and the skulls kind of seems to stretch out, making the dome just feel like larger and larger. Surrounding you, you can see what looks to be high, kind of cliff walls, like in all directions. In like this wide, they must be miles away, but circling this, almost as if you're in like the bottom of like a canyon or something, with these sheer cliff walls. You can see what looks to be almost like a, it's not quite a volcano, but there's definitely like magma coming out of the side on one section, kind of flowing downwards. And you can see just like these very dark black ruined buildings all around, covered in these like twisted black vines. And Blackwood in particular, this is very, you've seen this city before in your visions.
This is it Omu?
Maybe.
Ooh.
But you see a large, from where you're standing, looking around, when you look back, the obsidian pillar is still there, but it's much larger in the center of the room.
Wow.
And surrounding you, there's this like this like large like courtyard beyond which you can see the walls. And you can see that there's a large door that has a green kind of like devil face carved into it with a wide open mouth. It's just a pure black disc in the center. It's got, and you've seen this image before. It's on the back of the gate in Port Nanzaro. This big like devil head. On this like large door that leads into the back wall. Blackman, you've never seen that in your visions before. It seems to be sealed. The image kind of shifts away from that, however, and you can see there seems to be a reflection in the pillar itself, and you can see a man kind of walking up. He seems to be maybe wounded, holding a sword in one hand, and his other arm's kind of in like a sling, and he's wrapped in bandages. He almost reminds you of King Umbala, the guy in Umbala, the king guy. He almost looks like mummy-like. He's like wrapped in bandages. He has a kind of like golden collar that kind of sits on his shoulders and has what looks to be like small strips of obsidian, like on like metal rings hanging from it. And he's wearing kind of this wrapped. He's got like a wrap around his head as well. He looks like a Chultan man, but his skin is kind of. You're not sure if he's got like body paint on, because you can see like it looks like he's wearing like the kind of like white body paint on most of his exposed skin, but you can see some of the brown skin is not covered with it, and just various like strange patterns. You're not sure if it's like white paint or ash or something all over him. He's got also a bandage around his head that covers most of his nose and both of his ears, kind of wrapped tight around his head. You can still see his jaw and the top of his head, which is shaved bald. In the center of his forehead, what looks to be there's a brand of a upside down triangle. It's partially covered, like the bottom tip is covered by the bandage that goes over his eye, and only one eye is visible. That eye is kind of like glowing slightly. You can't really make out the skin around it, but you can see like this a kind of a prick of like yellowish light. It's almost like cat-like, actually, like the iris is cat-like. He is standing holding the sword, maybe wounded, and is staring at apparently his own reflection. And then you see he kind of like turns his head, and you can see behind him, but the image is a little bit blurred further back, but somebody is approaching from behind him, and you can see that it looks to you like a Chultan woman, very beautiful, with kind of like this a headband, and I wonder if I have an image of her. Hold on. Yeah, sorry, no headband. She's just got her hair back. She has like yellow, looks like silk wrappings, and like a large belt with like big large brass circles on it. Large like kind of like hoop style like circular discs, earrings, and a necklace as well. But as she approaches, her full body comes into view, and you see this woman. You can tell that she is not human, although she initially looked to be. She looks like that.
Naga.
She's a Yanti or something.
And the man kind of like looks over his shoulder, and the woman kind of pauses just right behind him, and she kind of like nods to him, and then she kind of like almost like prostrates herself in front of him, down on the ground, and you see the figure is kind of mouth kind of curls up kind of like in a smile, and then the whole image fades. When it fades and the room shrinks back down, there is a white portal on the wall.
Archie can breathe again.
Yep.
We're done here, right? We're done?
Yeah.
Yeah, good thing we came here last.
Yeah, I wonder if it's kicking us out for good. I wonder if we're unworthy now.
I definitely recognize that place. I seen it looking similar in my dreams, so.
We recognize that symbol too.
You mean the brand on his forehead?
Yeah.
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 Let's-
We don't
let's-
have anything else to do in here, right?
I was gonna say, let's take the portal out and get out of here before. Like, I don't want it to like. Maybe it's a limited time; it could disappear. I don't want that. Let's get out.
You're trapped.
Oh.
But yeah,
Get
no,
the
that's
heck out
the
of
thing.
Dodge.
It's an
I mean,
uneasy
there's
room
nothing
for
else.
sure. So
Oh no, we have to get Nasika.
Sika.
So hopefully it doesn't kick us out forever.
Yep.
So let's go through We'll go through the portal.
Yeah.
At least that's my suggestion.
As you're heading out, Baz would notice this, but since he's not here as a player, Blackwin, you would as well. As you're like heading towards the portal, you notice that the reflection in the pillar of that man is still there, and it looks like he's watching you.
He's still in the reflection.
Do you tell everybody?
Yep, I see the reflection. I think Baz would too. Anyways, but
I feel like
like,
Baz would just be like, we
Can
should
I-
really leave here. We should leave now.
yeah,
Yeah, all the more reason.
that's
Let's leave. Yeah.
he's obviously looking at us, whoever he is.
Needed another reason to exit this room. the skulls, the obsidian, all that stuff, everything. It wasn't enough, but that pushed it over the edge.
Oh.
Yeah, you find yourselves very quickly out on the steps outside the temple. There is a group of about 20 flaming fish soldiers standing there. And there's a very large woman with a double-bladed, hafted axe over one shoulder, and kind of a black band like painted on her. Kind of got like blue-gray skin. She's probably almost 8 feet tall. And the other soldiers, and they're all armed. They seemed a little surprised when you guys all kind of pour out the temple. Then she kind of turns and she just kind of like smiles. She's like, "Huh, now who's this?" And that's where we'll end tonight's session. So I hope you guys
As you
enjoyed.
made that charter.
Boy.
Stay tuned next week for a very special episode.
Yeah. I hope it passes inspection.
If not, gotta run.
If not,
Who's
yeah.
the
If not, we're
slowest?
in the exact
That's
same place we
me.
would have been.
Who's the slowest?
Damn it.
Gerald. Gerald's the same as you.
Gerald, save yourself! No, wait, no, don't do that. Explode! Explode! Yeah, so we'll end tonight's session
Oh
here.
boy.
We'll do our little round table before we wrap up. So why don't we... Where did we start last time? We started last time with Blackwin and ended with Liz, so we'll start this time with Liz.
Sure.
No time for you to think. Go.
No time to think. I mean, yeah, it was cool. It was fun. It was more than I expected from the rest of the tower, honestly. I thought it was going to kind of be a wham bam, thank you, bam, and we were done, you know? So I think that was fun. I think it kind of, it mixed it up a bit. We got what I think is a bunch of lore drops, which is kind of cool. More to ponder, which is always fun for me. No, I can't think of any thorns. I mean, I rolled like crap, but it works out funny in the narrative, so what can you do?
Yeah.
Archie doesn't get to connect, it's fine.
Okay,
But yeah, no, it was fun, it was good. That was fun.
alright. Brad? Really? Interesting. Okay, I'll note that for next time. Thanks, Brad.
I didn't think
surprising.
about that.
Good
Yeah.
I'm assuming his thorn is getting sick and missing all the sending stuff.
I would imagine.
It's
said Aelin.
contracting the death curse through the game.
Through the game. Andre, what do you think?
Yeah, largely agree. I feel like we did get a little bogged down with the prayer rooms. But I think part of that too is that by choice I was also, removing myself from that. So I was just sort of spectating. But yeah, I thought the potion, the apothecarium was very interesting. Certainly, if we get to go back, there's more to learn and try and suss out there. I want to give inspiration to Liz for Archie figuring out potentially what the visions all mean and kind of the state of the world and the Barae from that.
Hopefully.
I mean, it makes sense to me. But yeah, no thorns.
Cool. Sean?
I felt I liked it. It was a good episode. Like I felt that everything flowed really naturally on stuff. Like saying, there was a lot of information again on stuff, but I thought the flow of it on stuff was really good through the whole thing on. So maybe because I felt more engaged and so like that than the last time. And so because there's a few more little things in there and that, but I really like that. I was gonna give inspiration to Lisa for the same thing that Andre did. So I think it was just something that I didn't think about. Stuff it makes sense that it could be that. So I thought that was stuff pretty good. And like, so, I don't think I had any thorns for it. Missing another battle isn't really a thorn. It's just funny. In there, that's okay. So, but I enjoyed it. It was good.
Cool. John?
Yeah, I thought it was a good session. Good lore. Only thorn would be that you guys didn't get to participate in the Apothecarium, which I thought was a fun little thing. So, or not everybody did.
Well, we got to experience it. It's still cool on stuff to see, like those things that are happening. Like the last time with Ryan on stuff by himself, and so they were still interesting even though I wasn't there.
Sure.
The Apothecarium was interesting even though I wasn't there. Also, I was still really wondering what was going to happen. So it's cool.
I like that we all just took Jonah's lead on there. We're just like, okay, go.
Yeah. Tell us what to do.
You know what you're doing, right? Like,
Oh,
nothing bad can happen, right?
Nothing
Okay.
You just need a bigger bottle.
Ryan?
Imagine Cat
You
holding that.
also still have a potion. You don't know what it does too, but you'll figure it out.
No,
Ryan?
I'm just going to take it one day.
Yeah, no, it was a great session. I thought they didn't think we were going to be still kind of mucking around with that at this point, but I mean, for what payoff we got from it, it's great. So it was worth it, especially once I think we kind of collectively came up and got that thought going with Liz and all that too, was that what these possibly are. So it's a good running thought that we got going there. So yeah, I'd say I don't know, Jonah, is he full on
He
inspiration?
is full on inspiration.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would have given him one because just for his tinkering curiosity and like self-confidence on it was pretty good. It was funny. Even though I was just like, really? We just you created something silly, putty.
Cool.
Yeah, I liked it. I didn't have any problems. Like I say, the payoff for the still being in here was far worth it easily. So
Good. I'm glad. Yeah, just for me, I don't have a lot. I think for me, a thorn would have just been more for myself. I should have just allowed you guys to just access them faster. I thought there was just, like I said, too much mucking about back and forth, just trying to like get the prayer room, like, and I don't know what exactly it was. Like maybe I didn't. I thought with the first vision that Blackwood had, that you guys would be more inclined to really try harder to get more visions from the other rooms, but maybe it just didn't pick up that way, especially after Aelin had one as well. So I was like, oh, are they not going to? They're just moving on? Like, Black, when you tried once, failed the first room, and then just never tried again going through the others. So I'm like, what's going on? Why aren't they trying the other rooms? They're just mapping it and moving on. But eventually...
I would have loved to, but I assumed a natural 20 was all it was going to get me, and just trying to push through wasn't going to do much.
Sure, and then...
I was curious on stuff if I wouldn't have wanted to go to them and see them and stuff like that, would you guys have moved on? Just as like everybody? Would you have actually...
I would have.
I would have moved on.
I figured it out.
Like I said, there's nothing I can do with a roll like that.
Yeah.
When it's that high a DC, I just, there's nothing I can do.
That's good. It worked out.
I kind of got my ideas, I think, right at the end about what maybe that was. So I don't know if I would have did it or had the epiphany happen or just after we left or something like that. But
I'm glad
I was worried about just like, taking up all the time doing that. Because
like I said, I was glad that I failed initially and then succeeded.
Down.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I like for me, I was just like,
man, if they leave here and don't learn any of this shit, like after taking so long to get here, I was gonna be disappointed in myself that I didn't push it harder or make it easier or something. So I just feel like maybe I could have done a better job, like emphasizing the importance of it. I don't know. Maybe I.
I forgot about my vision too. That was the funny part. And I was like, oh wait, I did have a vision there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like from my point of view, Archie wants every little bit of information she can get. She just didn't see any way for her to be able to get it, you know. And if nobody else, she wasn't gonna be like, "You need to do this because I want information." Like that seems it's much pushier than she would be if she can't do it herself. You know, she's not gonna push somebody else if they're not interested, unless she thinks it's life or death.
Yeah. But
was
either way,
confusing.
like I said, I think maybe maybe I could have done a better job somehow with that, but it worked out in the end, so it was good. And then roses for me, I loved. If I could give you, I'd give you more, Jonah. I loved the fact that you interacted with the apothecarium and didn't just leave. Because I put things in there for you guys to play with, and if you just be like, this seems dangerous, let's leave. I'm like, well, what if they never come back here? Come on. Like, it's not there because it's instant death trap. But then again, this is called Tomb of Annihilation, so I don't want you guys to be all gung-shy. Like, let's pull every lever all the time, no matter what. So I'm just glad that you decided, like, I'm just going to give it a shot and see what happens, and you got something, and I was just like, oh, I wonder if he's going to pull the combination that creates the ooze monster, and just... You did, which is funny, but I like that monster just because it wasn't super hard, but it was a fun monster to run just with the.
It's a dynamic fight, yeah.
Yeah.
And then my other rose was just after 35 sessions, I finally actually got to show Raznisi at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Finally.
Well, and we've sort of theorized that he might be connected to either Omu or the undead or something. Like, we've sort of theorized because he wasn't there, he might still be around, sort of deal. So it's nice to have...
Now you know, well, I mean, maybe you don't know 100%, but now you know where he is. And he's in league with some Yanti lady.
Well, I mean, we knew the Yanti were in Omu, so if it seems like he's in Omu, it sort of makes sense.
Well, the Yanti and stuff were also in Dengnoru as well.
The Blood King or something.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
Shrine of Fangs and stuff.
Blood King was the vampire.
But anyway, yeah, I was just happy with that. I hope you guys are thoroughly confused what the fuck's up with Tefima.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
I thought for sure we were gonna see the residential district when they activated. I'm like, the dragon.
I thought that one might be a little bit like, what the fuck? I mean, not that they all went slightly what the fuck, but yeah. I was like, so you're not gonna touch on the guy with the sword in the residential district with the... Okay. What's up with that? Anyways, we'll wrap it up here. More and more questions, and then of course I had to bring the... Because I need more shit to end cliffhangers on. So
you couldn't have just let us happily go to a new part of...
Well, I killed off the other flaming fist in the temple. I needed to make sure you guys realized they were still...
ally?
Yeah. Well, I didn't want you to... I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It was just a dude you met one time. Like,
the only potential flaming fist ally.
We'll see what happens with these guys. I mean, at least you had the wherewithal to try to forge a new one without, so you're not just completely... Anyways, we'll see what happens. So yeah, we'll end tonight's session here. Thanks so much for watching this episode of Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation. We live stream our games nearly every Sunday night, starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time here on Twitch. And you can catch up on the weekly sessions as well on YouTube. Link will be below. If you enjoyed spending this time with us, consider giving us a follow and turning on notifications to see when we go live and never miss an episode. Thank you again, and thank you to all my players. A good time as always. Until next time, good night.